Good morning, everyone. This is Pinkie the Housewife, and it is October. Oh, wait, we got to see this. Let me try to bring this over for you all guys. This is October the 3rd. Sean Diddy Combs. I don't want y'all to miss this. Sean Diddy Combs is, whew, today is trial day. Not trial day, today is sentencing day. We ain't going to miss this for nothing. I'm trying to hold it. This is live feed, guys. I just paused it for a second, but I'm going to catch us up. Here it is right now. Tell me whether you can hear this or not. Let me try to. Tell me whether you can hear this or not. Okay, it's not paused. Let me just. This is not paused. Somebody was fussing with somebody. Oh, Lord, let me just go back and see that little fuss going on right quick. Oh, let me just go back to just for a minute so y'all can see who's coming in, and then I'll bring us up to date. Soon as it starts, we got a few minutes, okay? We got a few minutes. Soon as it starts, I'm gonna hit and bring us right up to date. I'm sorry I don't have my, you can see it over on the right-hand side, guys, live feed, okay? Put a 1 in the chat if you cannot hear it. Because it's not muted. They're talking low. But this is live, guys. This morning, I'll take my show myself in just a minute. I got my lemon water here. Let me go wash my face. I haven't even washed my face this morning. Let me just, I'm going to use my daughter's bathroom that's closest to me because mine is too far away. So I'm going to wash my face. But this is morning of the Sean Diddy Combs or the Diddler sentencing trial, October the 3rd. Time is 8:57, so we got a few minutes. We don't want to see this man standing outside the door. Let's see who was walking in. Let me see. Then I'm going to bring this up. Is any of the family members getting ready to walk through? I don't know. I want to see, is any of the family members getting ready to walk through? Everybody is out there. It's, you know what it reminds me of? When they had the trial, when the trial was going on. Let me give a shout out to everybody right quick. While, let me see. I'm trying to see who's coming. Okay, let me give a shout out. Alice Shaw, thank you for being here. Beautiful Miss Pinkie and chat. Let's get it on. We're getting it on, Alice. Yes. Oh, I don't supposed to pause this. Okay. Alice, thank you for being here. Ooh, Alice. Ooh, she's here. She beat me here. Morning, Pinkie. This is Justice. Morning, Pinkie in the chat. We'll join y'all later. Getting grand to school. 7 or 8 years or more for Diddler in Jesus' name. It is my prayer. I got it written down, Justice. No less than 7, between 7 or 8 years or more. I got it written down. Come on, we got 1 minute because we want to see the family walk through before I turn this sucker on live mode. Oh, here's the family, guys. Let me be quiet. Let me make it big so we can see what they want. Then here's the family. While they coming, getting ready to get out the van. Then we got 1 minute before, well, they can't start yet because they got to wait till everybody get there. Because I'm looking at my time. Okay. Make sure y'all hit that like button coming in. We got Miss Linda. Come on. Come on. Miss Linda is in the house. Thank you, Miss Linda. And good morning. We got Nathan in here. We got Felicia in here. We Felicia saying hi, Pinkie and everybody. We got Miss Taffy in here. Good morning, Taffy. Let me see. It's still early here, not even 7. I understand, Taffy. I understand. It's early for me. It's just 9 o'clock now. Okay. We want to see the family get it in because we can't see what's going on in the courthouse, but we want to see the family get in there. We want to see the family get in there. Once they get in there, then and we're gonna see what. Oh, let me be quiet. That's the Cone's son. That's the one that belonged to I'll be sure. I'll be sure. And with the gold hair and the tan vest. The sisters in their white suit, and the other sister, Chance, and the twins. They're all looking beautiful. They looking like they belong to somebody. Yes, they looking beautiful. They got their hair hanging. They looking so much like their mom every day I see them. Every time, not every day, but whenever I see them. I don't know who she is that just walked in. Now it's not muted, okay? It's just nobody's got the mic up to their mouth. Who else are they waiting on? Come on, come on. We want to know. Oh, who is this? Is this mama getting ready to step out this car? Is this his mama? Mama, step on out. That's you. Step on out, mama. If that's you, you step out. Who is that? Okay, that's another son. And I didn't see the lady's face. I wonder is that his mom or somebody. I don't know. I didn't see the face. Unless I was looking away. No. Y'all got to back up. Let them in. My prediction that he will get. Everybody put it in the chat. If you wasn't in the live last night, I asked this question. How many years or what do you think the judge is going to lay down in terms of years, or whether he walk free, not free, but free is anything that could be walking out of there, but he ain't free. Whether he walks out with an ankle monitor on it, would it be time served? Would it be 1 year, 2 years, 3, 4, 5, 10? Because we keeping track. I got my poll running. So um, Alice Shaw got 11 plus. That's the one that's Diddy's twin and his girlfriend. That's the other son. With his hair braided back. I hear y'all coming up in there. Good morning, Miss Butter. Let me see. Good morning. Let me see what you got. You got 10 years. Ooh, okay. Who is that with the blonde hair on? I didn't get a chance to see the face. I was writing down, writing it down. No, that's the other son. You know. mm, Let me see. Sharon, thank you for being here. Good morning to you. This is we're trying to see this family coming in. If if you're just coming in, I asked a question last night during my live. How many years do you think Sean Diddy Combs is gonna get? Whether he's gonna walk out of there with time served, with an ankle monitor or no monitor, or would he get 1 year, 2 years, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The prosecution asking for 11 years plus 3 months. Okay. Um, the defense want to just be time served. They just want him to do 14 months or less. Okay, with time. And the what is the probation office is asking for what was it? What was probation asking for justice? I can't remember. I forgot. Was it 7 years or something? Or I can't remember. Okay, Sharon says she thinks 7 years. Who was in that live last night? Tell me. I can't remember what the probation office was suggesting. Gave their I can't remember. Tappy said I think 5 to 7. Okay. So they're in the courthouse. Let me bring it. Let me see. We don't want to just. Oh, they're getting the mics all set up, guys. I'm gonna drop my avatar soon. I don't know who they. Oh, that's the attorneys walking in. Okay, and then so justice last night said 7 to 8, no less than 7, 8 years that he'll get. I said 4 to 5, no less than four between 4 to 5 years or more. And justice says 7 or 8 years or more. And then Jose, that was in the live last night, he said at least 10 years. So I got everybody's note written down, so I don't have to go through the live to look for you what you said. Uh, thank you guys. Okay, just put a question in here. How many years do y'all think Diddy would get? Or walk out with time served? Thumbs down. All the way. Thumb down. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is bring it completely up to date. Make sure ain't nothing going on. Let me just bring it completely up to date. Now I'm going to refresh so we won't miss nothing. Let me see who else we got coming in here. Y'all know I said I'm going to take my avatar down in just a little bit. I just need to go wash my face. I'll take it down after I wash my face. I haven't washed my face yet. But at least I brushed my teeth. I did that. Give me a second, guys. The pink, he did that at least. Oh, I hear somebody's phone ringing. It's not mine. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay. Y'all can see this is a live feed and everything. We're not going to miss this. Okay. So, okay. Let me, I'm going to keep the, let me check and see what the other outlets got on it. Let me see what Inner City Press got to say this morning. Give me 1 second. They keep me. Okay, here they are. Let me see where he's going with this morning. 26 minutes ago. Okay, let me just see what he said this morning because they're all in the courtroom right now. Terry said, "Hey, Pinkie and chat. It's to say how many years, but I think 10 to 11. Okay, you got 10 to 11. And everybody already, Terry, everybody been giving their recommendations. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button coming in. Even if you're in the bushes, hit that like button coming in. 10 to 11 years. I'm keeping note of what everybody write down. Thank you, Terry. How are you doing this morning, girl? I'm keeping track of what everybody said. Okay. Okay. Let's see what inner city. Who is this? Your woman just going on in there. Let me see. We're going to see what inner city press got to say. Okay. Let me. I'm going to drop my avatar in just a little bit, guys. I don't know. It was a little hard for Pinkie this morning. This is just 26 minutes ago in the city press. Let's see what he said. I'm going to go ahead and hit my like button. Okay, here we go. It's only 3 minutes and 54 seconds. So, oh, where's my phone? Oh, Lord, I got to go get my phone, guys. Okay, here it is.
Okay, here we are. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, Friday, October 3rd, it's D-Day. Sean Diddy Combs the sentencing will begin today. Hopefully it will finish today. Turns out that at least 4 of his lawyers want to speak. And the judge hasn't said no. Mia will speak from as a victim. The judge upheld that, Judge Subramanian. And at midnight last night, Brian Steele, who's put in a series of letters of support, Miles Guo among them, Palm Beach chaplain of the police there, and Sean Combs' letter himself. But he put in a video. He was supposed to give it to the prosecution at 5 p.m. and I'm sure he did. But at midnight, he put a Dropbox links into the docket. So we Dropboxed and we put it up, and you can find it. It's well, you can say I haven't rarely seen that, but it's not the only time I've seen it. I actually do remember a sentencing for another defendant delayed so they could produce a video to try to show the judge who they were. Here, I don't think there's any. I think Sub-Romanians heard quite a bit of testimony about the days at Revolt, Bad Boy, the family. He's seen the, so I don't really know what it brings to the table. And I wonder whether all of this sort of hoopla is going to drive it into more than one day. That would be ridiculous, because this is the day. And on the one hand, the government wants 11 years. On the other hand, Combs wants time served. So where will he come down? We will be covering it in great detail and live. Now, what else can we say? Here's another. This is a lesser known, but we covered about a week, 10 days ago, the case of it was described as a Queen school teacher, but he was indicted in the SDNY, Christopher Ward. He was detained for a second time yesterday, but we learned and reported, it seems to me it's exclusively, that he was teaching in Manhattan as recently as July and August of this year at the Camp Leman School in Lower Manhattan on Broad Street. We published the email that they sent around. Parents are pretty upset that they weren't immediately told. It seems like they from their point of view, they were told.
Okay, guys, I think he's done with talking about Sean. Let me just speed it up to make sure.
But we don't only cover the. This is as they are just about to, according to them, stop giving any kind of public notice. Woman in a red dress gyrating in the back seat in a UN vehicle.
Ooh, Lord, what do you say? Gyrating in the back seat.
We're going in, but it's quite something.
Okay, so that's Inner City Press. All right, guys. And so that's Inner City Press. Let me get back to we're going to get back to the courthouse. We got to do it. Let me just make sure. Whew. Guys, we ain't going to miss nothing. I did look up what he just said about about Diddy, the Dropbox, what the information that was dropped at midnight in the Dropbox. I did look it up. So we're going to talk about that. But first, let me get back to let me see. Let me get back to one thing about me, I try to keep up with what's going on at the courthouse. Let me see, there's no sense in pausing this. Let me just see what my other players got here. Where did they go? Here it is. This is live. They're talking about it.
Didn't see a complete sweep in terms of the conviction. We heard all of the drama there. Overall, a win for Diddy. So the prosecution wants as much time as they can get, right? So they're going to bring forth letters talking about that. But counter the defense on the same side of things, they want as little time as they can get for P. Diddy. So of course we've noticed that Diddy himself has prepared a statement, that he likely will read it if that is allowed. Then of course we have the information about other victim impact statements, talking about Cassie, Mia. There's been some back and forth here that the defense says we don't want Mia to speak. This has nothing to do with her. His conviction has nothing to do with Mia. Why are we even bringing that up? So that's one of the other additional letters. Then there's also information from Gina. If we're going back to the trial and talking about this is victim victim number 3, who, if you guys remember, go back in your memory bank. Initially, victim 3 was going to be Gina, going to testify for the government. Then in the final hour, the government said, we don't know where she's at. Like, we don't have her. So suddenly there were only 3 victims rather than the 4. And since all of this has come out, Gina has said, I felt that I was, pressured by the prosecution to come forward and say that I was a victim when I wasn't really. So the defense now has this in their back pocket, a letter of support for P. Diddy. So we've got multiple letters, support against some of the victims, the allegations. All of it is kind of culminating today with sentencing.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And Aaliyah, it was kind of shocking, right? Gina comes out and says, I was pressured by the prosecution, but I wonder if the judge will look at that. And by the way, this is not me saying which way the judge should go. I'm just wondering, kind of surmising what the judge may say. Could the judge look at Gina's letter and say, she really wasn't part of the case that the jurors found him guilty of? Like, what Gina says doesn't affect.
Guys, let me run and go find my cell phone, first of all. Second, let me go get my cell phone, and let me just go wash my face in so I can throw my avatar away, put it away for the day, so y'all can see me and we can interact more. Okay, but I'm gonna let this play while I go get that phone and stuff. I need my phone here. Okay.
The fact that he was found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. I'm looking at those crimes that he was convicted of. Or can the judge say, you know what, it does tell me a little bit of something?
I think it could go both ways. Honestly, it really just depends on the judge. I think that the fact that this witness specifically keeps saying that, well, the prosecution made me feel like a victim versus actually being a victim, and then potentially writing a letter in support. I mean, to the extent that the judge considers her letter, right, it would be to give the same weight as other people who are in support of Diddy, right? I mean, Young Miami's name was mentioned many times throughout this trial, or at least in the coming up to the trial, and she wrote a letter in support as well, right? So I imagine the judge would give the same amount of weight as he would give to her letter.
Okay, so we have an update from court. All rise. This has begun. Clerk, this is U.S. versus Sean Combs. Judge Subramanian says, do we have the signed order of forfeiture? Prosecutor Slavic says, yes, I am handing it up. Judge, first I'll go over that. I have received and the pre-sentencing reports. I'll hear from the parties. So we're getting underway right now. We have a poll up. Do you think Diddy will walk out a free man today? 58% say no. 23% say yes. 19% say hard to say. So Joe, Fabiola Delgado Lebron says, Joe, I took your advice on the glasses. Mine haven't been clearer. There you go. There we go. Glasses became a big part of our conversation as we were talking about this.
It's crazy.
Anyway,
it's the darndest thing.
Yeah. Okay. Do you feel there is a possibility that Diddy will be able to walk away today due to time served? I mean, I don't think it's going to be, even if he gets time served, like he just walks out of the courtroom like it's Law and Order. He actually has to be processed, right?
Yeah, he does. I mean, he wouldn't walk out that very moment. But the question would be, could he get a time served situation where technically all he would have to do is process to come out? And although it's possible, I don't think it's probable. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think he's going to get out today. I think he's going to get some amount of time, more than what the defense is asking for. Clearly, the defense, of course, is going to ask low. Prosecution is going to ask high. The judge is going to wind up somewhere between the two. There's a question as to which one he'll wind up closer to, right? Could he wind up in that 4 to 6, 5 to 7 range? That would be the sentencing guidelines. Or is this a situation where, because of how unusual it is, because of the magnitude of who Sean P. Diddy Combs is, he winds up lower or higher? I mean, those things can cut both ways. But even if he were to get free, as it were, he would still have to process out. So he wouldn't walk out that very moment, with Diddy music playing in the background. I mean, it would completely undermine, by the way, this whole idea of being somber, of being sorry, of being regret and things like that. I think he'd have to be concerned about that as well. Even if he does get out, he would need to be somber and need to be humble, because otherwise he becomes this person that he was before. And this becomes a thing that makes everybody go, the people particularly that fear for their safety, et cetera, that were sympathetic to Cassie and others, oh, here we go again.
That's a good point. We have an update from court. Judge says, I've received the defense's reply memo of October 2nd and the letter from Mr. Combs and the video, which we're showing you right now, and the video the defense plans to play here in court. I appreciated the letters. I've received the government's letters from Miss Ventura and others, meaning, the victims in this case. I appreciate them. Now, Aaliyah, I don't know what to take away from when he says, I appreciate them. Does it signify that he's thinking about them? Does it signify that he's going to use it in his calculus, his determination, his analysis, or he just says, hey, listen, I appreciate them submitting them?
I think the judge is very particular in the words that he used. I think by saying I appreciate them, he's acknowledging that he's received them, that he's reviewed them, and that he is going to take those letters into consideration. I think I appreciate is a better word than I've reviewed, acknowledged, and understand. It's a very short way of saying, hey, I got them. Hey, I'm looking into them. Hey, I'm gonna consider them when making my decision, but I'm not gonna say I'm considering them while making my decision.
We have an update for you, okay? Sierra, I'm going to throw this to you. So Sean Combs' defense attorney says we're going to submit a course evaluation from MDC where he's been housed. Prosecutor Slavic says we don't have a copy. The judge says, please give her one. Put that to the side. Prosecutor Slavic just announced Mia no longer wishes to address the court here today, in part due to the letter submitted by the defense bullying. Sierra, that is a big update that Mia apparently will no longer make a statement in court, because we know the defense was trying to object to her testimony, object to her statement. The prosecution did accuse them of bullying her and, characterizing her in a certain way. We can talk back and forth about her testimony during the course of this trial, whether or not it helped or hurt the prosecution. But the fact that she is apparently no longer going to make a statement in court, apparently because of what the defense said in their letter, your reaction to that?
I mean, this isn't the first time that we've heard this sort of argument from the prosecution, right? If we go back to the trial, they were saying how important it was for these women, these survivors, to come forward, not just for this case, but for any sort of case across the entire country when we're talking about sexual assault allegations. And essentially what they said is they have seen bullying, they have seen coercion, they have seen threats, all from Diddy and his team. And again, these were allegations, but basically the prosecutors say, from the start, you guys have been bullying all of these survivors into not coming forward. That's what happened with Gina. Now, of course, we do know what Gina says now. She says that it was prosecutors, actually, conversely, who were the ones who are kind of making her feel as though she was a victim. But here, this allegation that Mia has been bullied by the defense, I mean, I guess we should pay attention to it and put some sort of weight into it, because if Mia truly does feel that her safety is at risk here, that's very important to consider, because she does have the right to be able to speak, and it's very important that she would be heard. But I mean, I'm very interested to see what the defense has to say about all of this, because I assume they're going to say, hey, there was no bullying here. We did none of that. We were well within our rights. So I think that's important too.
Yeah, remember, Mia testified that she was sexually assaulted by Sean Combs multiple times. In her letter to the judge, she said that the sentence should reflect the years of coercion, financial abuse, humiliation, physical and sexual violence, and the profound trauma that he has inflicted as a result. It doesn't take away that that letter was submitted. So the judge could still consider the letter. It's just the fact that she's not going to appear in court, I think, is also quite significant. And we have an update from court. Prosecutor Slavic says, we think the defense's letter violated Your Honor's rules, again, regarding how they fought back against Mia. Judge says, I thought the tone was inappropriate and it should not happen again. Anyone beyond Mr. Combs? Brian Steele, one of Sean Combs' defense attorney, says the Reverend and Mr. Combs' children will come up and stand together. So it appears we're going to hear multiple people during the course of this hearing. Very interesting. So Stilo Suave, have any of the letters in Combs' trial been made public yet? Yes, you can see all of them. They're all out there. I was reading the one from Sean Combs as well. Aaliyah, question from Words 789. Why is P. Diddy allowed to wear civilian clothing when he's already been convicted and is in custody?
It's really just about presentation. You want the judge to consider this individual, Mr. Combs, in this case, as a person and not as a criminal, right? Even though he has been convicted, even the sentencing is still being considered, you don't want to be sentencing someone in jail clothes. It kind of it taints the image that the defense is trying to put forth, that even though I was convicted, even though I did do these wrongs, I'm still a father, I'm still, you know, a person of the community that wants to support the community, and I want to be looked at and considered as such.
Going back to questions as we wait for more updates. So just submit your questions on YouTube. We'll make sure to answer them here on air. Okay, this is from Dungaroo TV. It's a good question. Joe, are there any precedents that could give us an idea of how long Combs' sentencing will be? I mean, that was battled back and forth by the prosecution and the defense in their memos, their sentencing recommendations, looking at past cases. I think it is interesting and notable to talk about the fact that he was only convicted of these crimes as opposed to these crimes in connection to an overarching racketeering conspiracy case or a sex trafficking case. There was the question about whether or not he would even be brought up on those charges, the transportation to engage in prostitution charges, what he was convicted of, if those were the only charges, if they weren't connected. But he was acquitted of the most serious charges. So when we're talking about precedent here, purely on these prostitution charges, is there precedent on what the range could or could not be?
Yeah, there's precedent on the charges themselves, but there's not precedent on this particular individual, who he is, how this happened. They made a very interesting argument. It was unsuccessful about saying, hey, he was just a guy that just liked to watch things happen. He should never have been convicted on even the things that he was convicted on. So if it was just about the precedent, someone is convicted for this crime, if that was the case, the sentencing guidelines are 4 to 6, 5 to 7, right in there, and the parties wouldn't be deviating from them too much, right? But that's what's so amazing about this. What's being asked for is so divergent. I think it suggests that either there's no precedent at all, or there's distinguishing elements that say you should deviate very high or very low from what the charges themselves would normally warrant under this circumstance. So there is precedent, but there isn't. I hate to talk out of two sides of my mouth here because I feel like I am, but Diddy changes everything. He makes things look different potentially, and he makes for an argument. He can say all these things that I can do in the community. The other side, the prosecutor can say all the damage he'd done because of all of the things that were brought before the court, even though he wasn't convicted of those things. There's been a whole lot of discussion from me and Gina about people, acquitted conduct being considered and all of these other things. So he really changes the calculus on what would normally be a precedent based on the actual crimes themselves. That's a clear question. The more complicated question is, how does Diddy change the potential precedent or get rid of it altogether?
Some updates in courts. They're going back and forth about who will be allowed to speak, in the sense that the judge says, look, I overruled the defense wanting to exclude Mia. So what about who the defense wants to call in? It seems like the judge is going to allow the children and a Dr. Johnson, this Reverend doctor, to speak as well. He's going to be thinking about the others. Okay, got a super chat question. Thank you so much. Super chat question from Free. I'll go to you, Aaliyah. This is from Free. Does Diddy get to go last with the video and the letter? So will he make the last statement and provide his letter or his statement as well as this video that we've been playing in the background?
As we've been speaking before, I'm not sure that the video actually comes in as far as the sentencing is concerned. I think the judge saying that he received it and reviewed it is probably as much as we're going to.
Hi, Ms. V. Jackson. Thank you for coming in this morning. I'm going to be dropping this thumbnail in just a little bit, but welcome to the live chat of Diddy sentencing. And now I have been asking questions for anybody else that just came in as well. How many years? Now, I started this last night during my live. So I asked everybody, let me hear what he's saying right quick.
Post verdict and going into sentencing. As to the objections, the defense says acquitted conduct cannot be considered, meaning regarding all the conduct that supported the racketeering conspiracy case and the sex trafficking charges. There is no guidance from any court on this, the judge says. We don't know what the jury was thinking, but it's about overlapping conduct, and it only impacts the advisory guidelines range. That's a good question here, right, Joe? What can the judge consider here? Can the judge consider the beating of Cassie Ventura in that 2016 tape? Did it really support the jury's findings with respect to transportation to engage in prostitution? You asked me, it seemed that it was more about, was that sex trafficking? You know, the transportation to engage in prostitution felt, was Sean Combs transporting sex workers and these victims for the purposes of sex work? If there was a money trail, voice notes, text messages, you could prove that case without even the 2016 video. But should it be considered for purposes of sentencing?
Yeah, I mean, that's what's really, really interesting here, because I believe there's overlap between the crimes that they were trying to convict him of. So even though you're not supposed to have acquitted conduct considered, if you're considering Mia's statement, if you're considering certain things that really went towards the other crimes for which he was acquitted, how is it not arguably acquitted conduct? It's things that would.
Go ahead and put down how many years, if you would like. Everybody's been putting their, I got 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 8 total of how many, 8 people that gave me in the chat, 5 this morning, and we did 3 last night in the live. How many years do you think Diddy would get, or would he would he be walking out for time served with an ankle monitor, or what? What do you think? Put it in the chat. All right. Thank you.
Conduct for which he was not convicted. And so it's an open question. Certain things aren't supposed to get in, but there's so much crossover and overlap. I think there's gray area, and I think it can be muddy.
Sierra, we got a question from Dungaroo TV. What do you think the repercussions will be for Sean Combs after all of this blows over? I guess the question would be, putting aside the sentence, let's say he's released, you know, let's say he gets 14 months and he's released, or let's say he gets 2 years, he's released. He comes out. What are the repercussions for him? Because he could still lead a life. He still has a career. He still has businesses. He's got over 60 lawsuits he's got to contend with. But what are the repercussions in your mind after covering Sean Combs for such a long time?
I think that this is such a good question, right? It's really why all of us are interested in the case in the first place, because to see the downfall of someone like P. Diddy, who prior to his arrest was literally receiving the key to New York City, where we are right now, and now he's behind me in federal court. I mean, it's a major fall from grace. And that begs the question, what's going to happen? I mean, he's already been in jail for more than a year at this point. Whatever happens with sentencing will happen. He'll serve his time, he'll get released, whatever. But I think the big question here is what's next for his career. I mean, we know that P. Diddy is undoubtedly very charming. He, charms the masses with his huge music career. On top of that, we're talking about some of the brands that he had in regards to alcohol. Then there was his clothing line. And since all of these allegations came forward and some of these civil lawsuits, he has seen a bit of issues as far as the business side of things. So I guess that's really the question. Will he be canceled from all of this? Will his career be completely gone? Honestly, I don't think so, because just being down here at the courthouse, there are still supporters for Diddy. There are still people who say, yeah, Diddy is a father figure to me. Diddy is a mentor to me. All of these things. So I think some people will make up their minds and say, I'm done listening to it. I don't want to hear anything he puts out. I'm never going to buy another Sean John item ever again. But then some people who are the diehard fans will help continue to perpetuate the future of his career. I think it's kind of a wait and see situation.
That's a good point. So again, the judge is considering whether or not acquitted conduct could be considered for purposes of sentencing. Judge said acquitted conduct can be considered. He cites a Second Circuit case and other cases. Even matters that cannot be considered for the guidelines can be considered under a specific legal statute. Now, the U.S.'s objections, they argue for the criminal sexual abuse guideline. We'll learn a little bit more about this. Aaliyah, how does he tackle all of the civil lawsuits that he's facing?
Well, he has a reverend in the courtroom. Maybe he should pray about it, because that's probably the only way he's going to get away with all these civil lawsuits. As we know, in civil court, the burden is significantly less than in criminal court. In criminal court, you have to prove that the prosecution has to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. In civil court, that is not the same. That is not the same. It's a significantly lower standard. And I think the evidence that has been proffered and has been presented in criminal court will undoubtedly be the foundation and the support for these civil lawsuits going forward. I think that he should call his reverend and call his accountant, and that's all I've got for that, because he's going to be fighting these for a very long time.
Look, he's trying to battle it each case at a time, or several cases at a time, basically, motions to dismiss, or saying, how can we fight against people suing him anonymously? If you can convince a court that they shouldn't proceed anonymously under a pseudonym, those people may decide, hey, you know what, I don't want to make myself public. I don't want to go further with the case. That might end it. So it's a tricky battle, and it's a lot of cases. Question, Joe, from Dropping the T. What's everyone's thoughts on what he may get? So I haven't even given my perspective here, but I'll just tell you, Joe, I'm curious your thoughts. I don't think he's getting 20 years. Okay, I don't think the judge is going to go well past. But I also have to say something that really needs to be considered here is the fact that he did this multiple times. I think that's a key point, that it wasn't a one-off. It was a pattern of doing this with sex workers, payment. It became a system. And I think whether the judge considers the use of violence or considers the use of drugs, it's how many times he did that, which makes it aggravated, and why we may see something closer to maybe 5 to maybe even 7 to 10 years. I mean, is that totally outside the realm of possibility, Joe?
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility at all. Diddy was a tyrant, man. He did some things he shouldn't have done. He done them over and over again. I've said to you a million times, I'm still trying to figure out how he didn't get convicted 20 years ago with the Shine situation. And back then he goes through what he goes through. He does a religious album, and and I've learned my lesson, and all. We've been through all this before. We've seen. I already know what all of this is like. So there's a possibility that the judge is a little less sympathetic because of what happened and how habitually it happened. And we all kind of know that the fact that he had the resources between that and the prosecution really overshooting this thing is really how he kind of escaped. Regular you or me probably wouldn't have gotten off from these things. Okay. And so, literally, the judge can see there is a path. I can see a path where the judge could be pretty hard on him, because not only was he convicted of 2 crimes instead of 1, but there was, to your point, this redundant, repetitive thing. He acted lawlessly. And does he really learn his lesson if he walks out before Christmas this year? This becomes this soap opera telenovela story with this happy ending. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Cassie and everybody else are scared to death. Their lives are ruined, destroyed. They've had to completely rebuild. There's something that might be unfair about that in the eyes of the judge. And so therefore, he could deviate up from the guidelines. We'll see what happens, but I certainly see a path for it.
There is some more updates from the court. Judge says there's little precedent on what type of threat is required, but bodily harm makes the most sense. Concrete harms. To force Jane and Miss Ventura to engage in sex acts, does this conduct establish the convicted conduct? There was the flight from Cannes. Judge says, did that meet the requirement of bodily harm threat? There was evidence of that in the case with respect to the hotel nights and freak-offs, but in light of the constitutional questions raised, the court declines to apply the cross-references. Since I can consider it, it does impact the sentence. Next, Mr. Combs' marking of pads as legal. That was troubling, but the intention is not clear. The government should have pushed to clarify it, so I will not apply the enhancement. It's a lot of back and forth about what the judge considered here regarding the sentencing. I think the legal pads were with respect to what was found, I think, in his jail cell. But it does go to a larger question here. Sierra, as someone who covered this case and covered this trial, there are those who will say this is a victimless crime. Transporting sex workers for sex work? Who was harmed as a result of this? I think the judge is kind of talking about that in a way.
I mean, this is really tricky, right? Because all the things we've been talking about so far on the live stream, the allegations that we had as far as, racketeering conspiracy, all of that was he was acquitted on those counts. But we still have all of that kind of in the back of our mind with the testimony from some of those victims. When we're talking about Cassie, Mia, Jane, I don't want to come out and say that this is a completely victimless crime. However, I do feel like that's what the defense is saying in all of this. He's done his time. Let's give him 14 months. So he only has about a month left here at this point. I mean, that's their argument here. But then when you take a look at all of the victim impact statements, we heard the drama today about Mia, but of course we have Cassie Ventura. When you take a look at those things, I mean, it's really hard to ignore that it does seem that there were victims in this case. I mean, that is what they were even called as far as, the court transcripts, victim 1, victim 2, victim 4, all of those things. And so I don't know, it's very muddy. And I think that's why we have this sentencing hearing today, so that we can hear from both sides, because that's really what it's all about, right? Hearing from both sides about their arguments here. We ultimately do have a conviction here. There has to be some sort of sentence. I don't know that I can say it was victimless. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Well, it's interesting. We just got this update from the court. The judge says the government objects to the probation department not considering Jane and Miss Ventura as vulnerable victims. I overrule this. What made Combs' coercion effective was their condition. Anyway, the court would reach the same conclusion. Now, Mr. Combs' objections. Okay, Aaliyah, that's interesting, right? So first of all, as I mentioned before, the probation department recommended 7 years. It seems, if I'm reading this correctly, I like to think that I am, if I'm reading this correctly, it seems the judge is characterizing the victims in this case in a certain way. And that could be a sign of where the judge may be going with this sentence.
I think so as well. I think just from the court of public opinion, a lot of people deemed Cassie to not be a victim because she received a check, right? That was a lot of the testimony. That was a lot of the cross, rather, when we were in the trial. Oh, Cassie's fine. Cassie received $20 million. This other individual, Jane Doe, she's fine. She's receiving benefits of travel and lavish and luxury. So in that sense, it kind of feels like the judge is like, well, yeah, they're victims, but kind of, but not really. But if he keeps this same idea in mind, I'm expecting to get a sentence even less than 5 years. It kind of seems that the judge is like, well, yes, there's a conviction, and yes, there was sex work that was prostitution and transporting across state lines, but these victims were kind of coerced, but kind of not.
By the way, I mean, I got to tell you, sometimes this happened during our live streams. The court almost answers the questions we're getting involved in. It's kind of shocking to say the least, but Joe, update from court. The judge says, Mr. Combs objects to characterizing Miss Ventura and Jane as victims. That is overruled. Mr. Combs also objects to the escorts were characterized as victims. That is also overruled. They were transported for the purpose of engaging in commercial sex. And by the way, what anybody thinks about it, it's still a crime. It's still a crime, and it's a crime that he was convicted of. And it's one of the reasons why it seems the judge denied the defense's motion to throw out the conviction. So the fact that he's like, no, they are considered victims. They are victims under the law. Does it tell you anything, Joe?
Well, it's a difficult thing because on the one hand, Diddy's got this apologetic letter and he wants to be able to make a presentation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But at the same time, his attorneys are doing what they have to do, saying that Cassie's not a victim. Like, get your head wrapped around that. Like, here's Diddy. I'm sorry, but they're not victims. There's an argument that that's not a good look. And if I was his attorneys, I'd be doing the same thing, et cetera, because that's what they're doing. But technically speaking, the best way, he's taking responsibility. A week after getting a decision that says that, no, these are crimes that you should have been convicted of, and there was plenty of evidence here when he said that there shouldn't have been. So he's got to talk out of two sides of his mouth, and he's constantly doing it even now. But it does suggest that the judge is not necessarily going to be easy on him, or at the very least, the judge is saying, yes, these are victims. For our purposes, this is not a victimless crime.
Sierra, before we take a quick break, for anybody who doesn't know, you're outside the courthouse. Any movement, any activity? What are you seeing out there? What's the scene like? Because again, all eyes right now are on that federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan.
Yeah, Jesse, it's interesting. Since the beginning of our live stream just about an hour ago, I said things seemed pretty calm out here. I mean, there's a crowd, there's reporters up and down the street, but I was basically saying it's pretty calm. It's interesting that as we've been talking over the past hour with Aaliyah and Joe, all of a sudden I'm starting to hear cheering behind me. I'm starting to see more and more people. I feel like every time I turn around, the crowd behind me outside of the courthouse has grown bigger exponentially. So the crowd is getting bigger, as the day goes on. And I think as we're talking about everything that's going on inside the courthouse, everybody wants to know, okay, well, what's going to happen? What's everyone saying? When's the sentencing coming down? And so you can kind of feel it in the air. People are cheering. People are excited. We want to know what's going to happen.
Yep, that is exactly what we want to know what happened. So before I sign you guys off, Aaliyah, I'll start with you. What do you think we're getting for a sentence?
I'm still standing at my 5 to 7. I think that unless we consider the sexual assault guidelines and those guidelines, if those are any type of enhancements that might be considered, I think 5 to 7 sounds about right. We're splitting the baby. We're not letting him get off easy. We're going to give him time served, but he is going to go to jail and serve more than 14 months.
So as the judge is looking over this pre-sentencing report that was prepared in anticipation of the sentencing, Joe, I go to you. What
Guys, now you all can see me.
I think he's going to get something similar, but I think he's going to lean toward a higher side of that. So I think he's going to get six or more. I'm pretty certain he's not going home today. I'm pretty certain he's not going home in the next couple of years. But at the same time, I think this judge will acknowledge precedent on some level. And so he won't deviate too far from the sentencing guidelines. But I think he'll land on the higher end of it. So maybe 6 years, maybe 7 years, 6+.
Okay.
Leah Roberts, Joe Richardson, thank you both so much for coming on. Sierra Gillespie.
We are here, guys.
We're going to bring on Alexis Rosenberg. We're going to bring on Tyler Bailey. We are live right now with full coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing, and we will bring it to you here in real time. Stay with us. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back right after this.
Okay. Sure enough, we are in the house. Let me see what they're asking right now. What kind of sentence do you expect Diddy will receive? They said no jail time, less than 5 years, 5 to 10 years, and 10 years. Okay. I say, looking at their thing, I had said last night 4 to 5 years. So it would fall in, no, because I said 5. So mine would be, so if I'm looking at this, I said no less than 4 to 4 or 5 years. No less than 4, but 4 to 5 years. So it would not be the top one that says no jail time. Less than 5 years, no, because I said, I said 4 to 5. There'll still be less, but right now, 5 to 10 years. I said 4 to 5 years. Oh Lord, this is a tricky one. 10 years. So guys, look at this here. Look at this. Okay. Which one do I want to pick? 5, less than 5 years. Well, that would be, or no, mine would have to be here again, because that's still 4 to 5. Okay, so I did what I did. But y'all know what I'm hoping, right? You know what I'm hoping. Let me put my lotion on my hand. Y'all know what I'm hoping, right? Y'all know me. Lotion up these hands. Y'all know me, right? Y'all know Pinkie, hope my best hope, my top number one recommendation, if it was me handing down that sentence, I would say 11 years, 3 months. I'll do the 11 years, 3 months. That would give all the victims that without getting out early. No, getting out early for good behavior. That I would make sure I stipulate that have to spend the entire sentence, serve the entire sentence. But now, if you want to act up, you can get more years if you want to act a fool. If you want to act a fool, of course, then you can get more years. Okay, but that's what I said. Let me go put this lotion back. That's what I said. Let me get. Oh, I got some markers already here. Come on, Chair. Don't roll from under me. Let me. Now, this is not muted. There's nothing muted around here. They're just not talking. Okay? They're just not talking. We're going to see what another outlet is saying, but we'll keep our eyes on Law and Crime Network, and then we'll keep our eye. Let me just go back to the other one and see. Guys, it's a mess. It's a mess. Okay, let's go back to the. Let me see. I try to keep them here so we'll know where they are. Well, both of them got the same thing. They're doing the same thing. So now this is USA Today. You can see they're doing the same thing, right? They got the same thing. I'm eating my grits. Oh, my grits have gotten hard. What happens when your grits look like this after sitting for a while? Then just got hard like a rock. Okay. So, well, at least my lemon water is still good. Somebody worked there because they got their lunch bag. A grown man and his wife packed his lunch because he got a cute little bag. That's the man that got a wife there, or girlfriend or fiance that packs his lunch or help him out with getting his food ready in the morning. Okay, let's see what else is going on now. Oh, let's look at the. I don't think nobody else is going to be going in and out anytime soon. This is. See, that's refreshed and still the same. Let me turn to the. Oh well, we need to put this up so we can go over this right quick. Let me try to get it. Okay, let's see what they're talking about. Let me enlarge it first. Okay, they says this is 10:11 a.m. And guys, every time you see this little red box, this is from Inner City Press. Oh, well, y'all better be reading it while I'm talking to Inner City Press. Okay. Judge just received the defendant's reply memo on October the 2nd, and the letter from Mr. Combs. Well, let me pause it for a second because all we're going to see is just them standing outside. Sean Combs is brought in white shirt. He puts his papers under the table, leans back, and blow a kiss to his gallery. His mother, Brian Steele, standing next to him, whispering in his ear. Okay, so he got on a white shirt, guys. I don't know what color pen. Just got to remember this is coming from Inner City Press, and that's Matthew. A man don't get it all into he got on this, his hair is this. Men don't get into all that. But maybe somebody may ask and he may elaborate a little more. Let me see. Okay. Judge, since I can consider it under 3553A, it does not impact the sentences. Next, Mr. Cone Mr. Cone marking. Let me read it from this side because I swear I can't see that small writing. I'm trying. Oh, no. I forgot. Boom, boom, boom. Zoom with the zoom. I got my glasses. Zoom, zoom, zoom. These, my Jimmy Choo. Jimmy Choo. Okay. Now, I had to look at the box because I didn't know. Because I got so many glasses. But these are the perfect ones for getting just because I can't see. Well, don't worry about it. Okay, when a person wears glasses, that means they can't see something. Okay, whether it's far away, up close, or something. Okay, so now here it is because I can't see. You got to remember these are big screens. Okay, but to me, I'd say I can't see it. Okay, we just put it like that. Next, Mr. Combs marking of pads as legal. That was troubling, but the intention is not clear. The government could have pushed to clarify it, so I will not apply the enhancement. Okay, I don't know what that means, but let's see. Was it inner city scope? Judge, I received the defense reply memo October the 2nd. In the letter from Mr. Combs and the video that the defense plans to play here in court. I appreciate the letters. I received the government's letter from Mr. Ventura, Miss Ventura, that's Cassie, and others. I appreciate them. Okay, that's the judge is speaking. So they're talking about this is what Inner City Press mentioned in that little short video he did, that it was a video in the letters. He talked about the letters. Oh, I hope he take the letter of Cassie very serious. You can't trust the letter, in my opinion, that the Diddler sent to you. You can't trust that letter, so trust the letter that Cassie sent to you. This is my lemon water. I had a spoon in it because I was, let me show you. I got my lemons in here. See those good lemons? And I make sure I eat my lemons too, but I can't suck them up through the straw. Okay. Let's see what else. Okay, right now, the sentencing hearing right now is in a quick coverage break. Okay, so they on a break, guys. Okay. I'm going to drop my what do you call it? Link. Oh, let me make a phone call right quick, guys. Let BT know I'm live. I don't think she knows. I'm calling her right now. Let her know I'm live. Okay, so guys, it says live now. 10 a.m. Sean Combs is brought in. Okay, we already saw that. So let's get caught up now. I'm going to go ahead and refresh this and catch us up.
I mean, up and down the streets, we have cameras, we have reporters from everyone. I mean,
have to go back a minute and catch her when she first come out, because she is really talking, guys. Y'all know I want to catch when she first walk out the door.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Law and Crimes live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing at a federal court in Lower Manhattan. I'm Jesse Weber. Thank you so much for joining us. So we are bringing you in real time updates about what is happening in that federal courtroom. Now, again, there's no cameras there, but we are letting you know what this whole day may look like. This may be a 4 to 5 hour sentencing hearing. We believe multiple people will be speaking. There have been multiple arguments right now about even what the judge is supposed to consider with respect to sentencing. And let's not forget what's going on here. Sean Combs was convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, namely transporting sex workers, men, and victims in this case, Jane and Cassie Ventura, across state lines, international lines, for the purposes of sex work. Now, he was acquitted of racketeering. He was a racketeering conspiracy. He was acquitted of 2 counts of sex trafficking. But one of the big discussions today was, can the judge consider acquitted conduct? So conduct that supported the charges he was acquitted of, can he consider that for purposes of sentencing? The judge is allowing it to a certain extent, a limited extent. We found out earlier today that Mia, who had testified in this case, saying, remember, she testified in this trial that Sean Combs had sexually assaulted her multiple times. She is no longer making a statement in court that the allegations were she felt pressured, she felt bullied by the defense team because of their letter to the court. They were objecting to her testimony, and she did not want to go there in public and make that statement. But by all accounts, her letter will still be in the record and still be considered by the judge. The judge has a lot of letters to consider. Letters from family, inmates, people who testified in the trial, a letter from Sean Combs himself. There's also talk about whether or not a video of Sean Combs, this montage that was prepared by the defense, that will be heard by the court as well. So as they work through these preliminary issues about what will be considered and what the sentence should reflect, and as the judge reviews this pre-sentencing report, what will Sean Combs be sentenced to? Prosecutors are asking for 11 years in prison. Defense is asking for 14 months. He's already served 13 months behind bars right now, so he could effectively be released immediately. Now, the probation department that did its own evaluation has recommended 7 years. This is a really big range, and it's going to all be up to the judge. There's a lot of unknowns here. We don't know exactly what the judge will decide, but I want to bring in my panel. And by the way, we're taking your questions on YouTube. So if you have any questions about this case, submit them here. We'll answer them in real time on air. By the way, Elizabeth Milner, Queen Elizabeth, she's in that courtroom. She's going to come out later, tell us about what she saw and what she heard. But I'm joined once again by Sierra Gillespie, Law and Crime's very own, who is outside that courthouse as we speak. I'm also joined by trial attorney, federal litigator Alexis Rosenberg, and criminal defense attorney, civil rights attorney Tyler Bailey. Thank you so much for coming on. Sierra, I go to you. Just paint a picture of what the scene is like. And also, by the way, if you can, Sierra, I got to say, one of the big things that came out as we're leading up to this sentencing, all of those letters from the inmates, people who have spent time with Sean Combs, that he changed their lives. Can you just summarize a little bit about what those...
I got to pause this and say, them letters from the inmates, it's just a ploy that he is doing. He got them people to send those letters. I read what those letters said last night. Those letters ain't nothing but a bunch of jibby jash. They just saying it just to save face. Lord of mine. Don't y'all believe that? You got to remember who's sending those letters. The other inmates. Y'all believe the inmates mean anything that they say when it comes to Sean Diddy? Hell no.
Those letters were like.
Now, y'all know I love me some Jesse here. So Jesse is just my opinion. I love myself some Jesse and Elizabeth. Yeah.
The judge may consider them, but what is the scene like? And just talk to me about those letters too.
Yeah, Jesse, here in the Southern District of New York, it's an interesting scene. Let me just say that. I mean, this is the big day, right? We've all been following the case of P. Diddy probably since November of 2023, when that first lawsuit was filed by Cassandra Ventura who later would go on to testify as the government's star witness in the courthouse right behind me. I mean, we've all been waiting for what's going to happen today, and it shows here. I mean, up and down the streets, we have cameras, we have reporters from everyone. I mean, AP, CNN, Good Morning America, here, Law and Crime. The best of the best are here to see what's going to happen. And across the street from me at the courthouse, there's a pretty sizable crowd, I would say, where people are gathering, you know, reading tweets. I'm sure watching some of our live streams to see what are the updates going on inside of the courthouse. And generally, it's pretty low key, I will say. In the past, when I've been here reporting during the actual trial and the verdict, you know, deliberations, people were rowdy. There was screaming. We've talked about, you know, the baby oil and lube that was thrown around at the courthouse. I have not seen that yet today. So far, it's pretty low key. But again, we're still so early, only about an hour into the hearing. The next question you had for me, Jesse, was about some of the letters. And this is pretty interesting, right? Of course, we're going to hear from both sides. We've talked a bit about Mia and Cassandra Ventura, or Cassie, who brought forth the letters. Mia has a bit of controversy today, but some people who say, yeah, I was abused all at the hands of Sean P. Diddy Combs. But then, of course, something we've seen really as a through line throughout this entire case is that P. Diddy does have a lot of support. I mean, people, the court of public opinion, rather, sometimes say P. Diddy's canceled. But then when you take a look at his family, who has consistently been showing up for him in court, his supporters, his friends, I mean, there's a lot. And these letters are saying, you know, Sean Diddy Combs changed my life. He's been a supportive father figure, or a father. You know, he's been a very good person, not only in the way of a businessman, but he has shown positive changes. There has been reform. He's been in jail at Brooklyn MDC for, you know, more than a year now at this point, and he has changed. He's sober. He's better. He's learned his lesson, and he shouldn't have a lengthy sentence, you know, to be handed down today. So it is interesting to hear from people who say, yeah, Diddy, you know, he should face X amount of years, you know, more than a decade behind bars, when there are some who say, you know, he should be let out pretty soon.
By the way, talking about people in support of him,
I wonder, is this the video of him shaking people's hand and hugging people? Is this the video that they put out? Because I don't know who else will put out something like this. This little poll says, how you feel, how you feeling as we wait? Anxious, angry, hopeful, here for the drama. How do you think how we feeling in the chat? They got 4 answers. How we feeling in the chat? Are you feeling anxious, angry, hopeful, or here for the drama? If you hear for the drama, just say it. Ain't no harm, y'all. Go say how you feel. Let me tell you how I feel right now. I'm not anxious. I'm not angry. I'm hopeful. I'm here for the drama. Because ain't none of them saying what I feel. So I'm going to just say I'm here for the drama. Okay? Let me go ahead and...
we got a question from Christina Lester, a super chat question. So thank you so much, Christina.
They're trying to make him seem like he's...
Do we know if Kanye is present today? Kanye West appeared during the course of this trial. Is he present today?
Kanye did show up that one day, right? Elizabeth Milner saw him here in the flesh. I have not seen Kanye today. I mean, I guess it's still possible. Anything's possible, right? He could waltz down. This is, you know, a court of the United States. He could go in, maybe get in an overflow room. But I have not seen Kanye West here today. There's still time.
There's still time, and you're going to be there. Elizabeth's there. Okay, I have to get into some updates from the court. Tyler, I'll start with you. This is interesting because look what we're trying to do. We're trying to see if the judge is giving us signs of what his sentence will be. So the judge said earlier on that Sean Combs has challenged his factual guilt full-throatedly and has even done so after the trial. Judge says there was Jules and Paul and Cabral, Jules, Reggie, and Rico. Again, I think he's referring to these, you know, purported sex workers. As to coercion, when something, if voluntarily, it is uncompelled. That is from Black's Law Dictionary. It's a broad concept. The threat to release videos into Jane's home, that's coercion. Mr. Combs says he was paying for time, not sex. That is That is contradicted by reality. He has not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. Combs has challenged his guilt full-throatedly, including after trial. By the way, I don't think I've ever said that word in my life. Just put that aside. Mr. Combs wants to apply the 0-point offender provision from 2023, but 2024 on other issues. That is not possible. Under Second Circuit's one-book rule, Mr. Combs objects to the $5,000 assessment under the statute because there are no victims. That is denied. I have the forfeiture order. Is this your signature, Mr. Combs? Combs replies in court, yes, sir. Mr. Steele, this is Sean Combs' defense attorney, one of them. Did you review it? Combs' attorney, Tony Garagos, goes, I did. Judge says, I incorporate the order into the judgment in this case. Judge says, all remaining objections are overruled. Combs' attorney, Tony Garagos, says, although you say some points don't impact your sentence, it might impact his eligibility for low categorization if you impose an incarceratory sentence. Judge says we can address that. Combs' attorney Alexander Shapiro says, I'd like to make some more points. We briefed extensively. The judge says, well, 380 pages. Shapiro says, we raised due process, the fairness concerns set forth by Justice Sonia Sotomayor. We believe militate for our interpretation and preclude the court. This is some legalese. Then there's a question about what they want to preserve for appeal. The judge says, I'll hear from the government. The government says, I'd like to respond after the defense as well. Today is about accountability and justice. For 15 years, the victims' lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. I say all of that, Tyler, and that was a lot, but I say all of that. It seems to me, goes back to something we talked about earlier. The judge is making very clear that these are serious federal crimes and that there were victims here. And the fact that he's basically interpreting that Sean Combs doesn't show remorse for this or doesn't accept that he actually did wrong, I mean, I think that seems to be what he might be suggesting. That might not be good for Sean Combs.
No, not at all. It seems like the judge is putting it out there that Mr. Combs is not accepting accountability here, that he's challenging the facts of his guilt, even despite him being convicted of those charges, and that Mr. Combs really should be accepting some more accountability in his filings. I understand that his defense lawyers are arguing to try to get him on the lower end of the sentencing guidelines, but that seems to be right now backfiring with the court because the judge has said that he's viewing this as full throttle, I believe, challenging any responsibility for his actions, whether it's coercion versus paying for time. And it seems like Mr. Combs, his team, should really take the hint here and try to roll some things back when it's their time to argue. And I think Mr. Combs is going to fall on that sword. We've already heard about his letter. I'm pretty sure his words to the court would be more so accepting accountability and not challenging the facts.
Yeah, so he's not going to receive any adjustment to his sentence based on him accepting responsibility based on this. Alexis, we got an update from court. Prosecutor really hammering home. They're asking for 11 years here. Prosecutor Slavic says this is not just a case about freak-offs and hotel rooms. This is about victims, hard about a man who did horrible things to other people. His currency was control. He weaponized it. All of the 3553 factor point to at least 135 months. The defense accuses us of seeking 135 months so that the court splits the difference. We think probation's recommendation of 60 months does not account sufficiently for the harm to Cassie and Jane. Remember, they were asking for about 7 years, the probation department. What do you make of that, Alexis? I mean, look, this is the prosecution's point of view. It doesn't mean that the judge is necessarily going to accept 11 years. But they're saying, even though he was acquitted of the most serious charges that could have seen him spend 20 years to life in prison, racketeering and sex trafficking, even though he was acquitted of that, it can't be overshadowed what he was convicted of.
I agree with the prosecutor, and I think that the court is also agreeing with that based on what they have been saying, that we do have victims that were severely damaged in this case, and that asking for basically a walk away. I mean, the defense is asking for time served, more or less. And I don't think that the judge is leaning, based on what you just read, towards that at all. The prosecution is correct. People were victimized in this case. There was testimony and he was convicted related to that.
Mm-hmm.
Tyler, the prosecutor says the defendant tries to argue this is just sex, drugs, and rock and roll lifestyle. And by the way, when they say the defendant, they also mean the arguments that were put
Not
forward by
everybody.
his defense attorneys
No.
in filings leading up to the sentencing.
I
But
don't-
this is a case about transportation for prostitution and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at trial. The defendant's respect for the law is lip service. That's a key component of this, which I wonder if the judge is going to consider here, that it's not just one isolated moment of transporting a sex worker across state lines to have a girlfriend have sex with that person, that it was the amount of times that this was done. And now, based on what the judge said earlier on, he may be considering the violent tendencies that Sean Combs engaged in as a characteristic, as a symptom of the transportation to engage in prostitution. Are you thinking right now that Sean Combs could get 5 years, 7 years, 11 years?
My prediction is 3 to 7. I think that the government asking for north of 11 is high. I mean, they have overcharged this entire case. I think the defense asking for 14 months is extremely low. And I think the probation recommendation for 7 is a little bit more of an independent view of it, with using the sentencing guidelines. And I think the judge should somewhat split the baby. And I think the judge will give some weight to the acts of violence, but the judge can't overrule the jury who acquitted him on the most serious charges. So I don't think this will be a situation where the judge lays a heavy hand down with the violence for charges that Mr. Combs was acquitted of, but he's certainly not going to ignore it.
I told you that this was an unpredictable day. I didn't know this, what I'm about to read to you. So Prosecutor Slavic and Sierra, I didn't hear this, maybe you did, just said Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. That is the height of hubris. He did this for 15 years. He was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak offs.
Wait now. Did y'all just hear this? Now, I know he got a tour set up and everything. And the tour is set up. Did I write it down anywhere? He got a tour set up, right? He's talking about looking at Sold Out Vineyard. But he got speaking engagements set up next week. Like, he really think he's getting ready to go out of there today. He thinks he's going to leave with his family today. Guys, I'm not going to say a word. I'm just going to say sometimes a narcissist fills their head up with stuff, and we can't figure it out how they come up with the things that they come up with. That's
and a lot of hotel nights, he knew it was illegal. I didn't know that, Sierra, because that would signify he thinks he's getting out.
Mm-hmm.
If that's true.
I did not know this either, Jesse.
Jesse, I did not know that either. Did y'all know that he have booked speaking engagements all for next week? Did y'all know that? Did anybody in the chat know that? Put it in the comments if y'all knew that. No, I'm just taken back. Let me have some lemon water on that one. I guess we all are shocked.
Okay.
Not shocked. We shook. Shock is like, oh, I'm so shocked. No, shook. That's called shook.
I'm very shocked about all of this. And I guess as you're going through, I'm reading this update in the same time that you are. And I'm thinking the math isn't quite mathing for me, though, because if he was arrested on September 16th of last year, it's early October, we aren't quite at the 13-month threshold. And his team is asking for 14 months. So then if they're asking for the 14 months, it doesn't make sense if he was to.
No, that is true. He was arrested September the 16th, 2024 on a Monday, right? September the 16th just passed last month. We are in October now. They did ask for 14 months. So if he asked for 14 months, it's not 14 months. So if you think he's getting out today, that's why he got all these speaking engagements all set up. It doesn't matter because he'll still be in jail. I guess he's thinking he can walk, he can do like Epstein did. Epstein did do that. He was still working, running do what he do while he was supposed to be spending time behind prison. He was let out every day to go do his job. This was the first time that he was locked up, and then come back. Did he think? I guess he thinks he's going to do an Epstein. No, you're not. Epstein didn't supposed to do what he did. He only did it because he had them rich people behind him. You know, Diddy, you ain't doing that. He's so arrogant. Yes, he is. Yes, you're right, Sharon. He is. This speaks to the man. So you can't let him out. These victims will be harmed, in my opinion. They'll be running scared.
This in Miami for next week, is that showing that he's very confident he's going to get out even in less than that 14 months? I mean, I'm shocked by this news.
I'm curious what the defense's response to that will be, that allegation. One more thing, Sierra. We have a poll up that says, do you think Diddy will speak publicly after sentencing? So that's assuming, of course, that he gets time served and is let out immediately, which we don't believe is going to happen because he still has to be processed from the MDC. But the poll says 38% say yes through a lawyer, 32% say yes immediately, 30% say no. The question I have to you is, have you heard anything about what we can expect post-sentencing? What the scene is going to be like afterwards? Do we know if there's going to be any press conferences from either attorneys, prosecutors, defense attorneys, victims, anybody? Is there anything set up outside the courthouse for that?
Thank you, sweetie.
You know, it's interesting that you say that, Jesse, because right before you talked to me, I was literally thinking that what is our contingency plan for what is going to happen? Now, we do have, right where I'm at, we've got our camera, you know, I'm coming to you live. Across the street, though, we're taking a look at it right now. We have that camera completely set up. Now, there's always that podium there every time I've been here in New York, just kind of ready to go, whatever could happen. So I guess there's a couple of answers for this. Number one, do I think that P. Diddy, whenever he's sentenced, you know, whenever he himself has the availability to speak, will he? Yes, I personally do think that. I mean, we know Diddy. We know he's pretty charismatic. We know he has, you know, his story about everything. And I'm sure he wants to share his feelings about all of it after keeping relatively quiet. I mean, he didn't testify, of course. They didn't call any witnesses for the defense. I know Diddy's going to want to talk. Will it be today? I'm thinking probably not. I guess we'll wait and see. However, for the defense and prosecution, I would not be surprised if we have some sort of press conference after all of this. Again, we are ready to go if that does happen. I haven't heard anything definitively. I think a lot of it depends on what sort of sentence is handed down, but we're definitely ready for it.
Or if he's going to be speaking in Miami. I mean, Alexis, that is, if that's true, I mean, Alexis, that says something, doesn't it?
Well, it says that he appears to continue to think he's above the law, that he can just, you know, basically get away with these crimes.
It says on this poll, what's next for Diddy? It says total cancellation, a rebrand and quiet return, business as usual, who cares? I would say total cancellation. Okay. And let's see what everybody got. Okay, total cancellation is 27%. Rebrand and quiet. I didn't get a chance to see it. That's okay then.
Crimes, not have to serve any additional time, and go on his merry way. And I do agree, he, as soon as he can, he will be talking. But I think this is also consistent with the concern that the judge is having, that he is not showing any sort of remorse. He doesn't think, it appears, that he has done anything wrong. He appears to just think he was railroaded and everything he did was correct. These speaking engagements, if true, are very disturbing. And I think they're going to have a major impact on the judge's decision with regard to sentencing.
Well, I wonder if I'm totally off by this, Tyler. Could the defense use this to their advantage? And hey, listen, this is very consistent with what Sean Combs has been saying in his letter. You know, that he's been doing good on the inside, speaking to inmates, trying to better their lives. There's nothing he can change about the past, that it's all about his future. Yeah, he's got a speaking engagement in Miami because he wants to warn people. He wants to educate people. You know, he talks about how his life will never be the same after he's been in the MDC.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they're going to own up to it. Am I totally off by thinking that?
I don't think you're off at all. And I don't think the judge is really going to give that too much weight.
Well, Jane,
every defendant wants to be free. Mr. Combs wants to be free. And he booked a speaking engagement. For all we know, he could be speaking to children about staying away from a life of crime, staying away from drugs and excessive lifestyle, as he said. Now, the prosecution is clearly going to say this is a man who has ego that's beyond, human nature, and he expects to walk out of jail immediately. But I don't see there really being any much to this. It's really a nothing burger. I think the facts are what the facts are. The sentencing guidelines are what they are. And I think the judge is smart enough to stay on track when both sides try to pull him one way or the other.
Hey, Tyler, can the judge ask Sean Combs, like if Sean Combs provides a statement to court and it echoes a lot of what he's been saying, can the judge say, Mr. Combs, can I ask you about this booking engagement? Can he ask questions to him during the course of this sentencing?
It's a judge's courtroom. He can ask questions.
George
Alexis, update from court. Prosecutor Slavic says even in cases that decline to apply the cross-reference, significant sentences are handed down, including in this district. I guess the bigger question here, Alexis, is what realistically could his sentence be if he was acquitted of the more serious charges? If you couple transportation to engage in prostitution, if he was convicted of racketeering conspiracy, he was convicted of sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution, that's an enhancer. That's an aggravator. It's part of an overall story. But it goes to this idea also, like, there are people who say he wouldn't have been prosecuted if all the government had was prostitution charges. They wouldn't have gone they wouldn't have filed the charges against them. They would have prosecuted him. So if he was acquitted of those serious charges, I do wonder, in and of itself, transportation to engage in prostitution, what could he be looking at?
For the transportation, it's up to 10 years per count. So we're talking 20 years is the max that of what he's looking at. But I don't think he's going to get anywhere. We've got probation coming in at 7. We've got prosecution only asking for 11. But also we have to focus on the fact that just because he wasn't convicted of those charges, remember, there was testimony with regard to support, for instance, the violent aspects. Specifically that video. So, which he did, admit in the public that he did do that. There was that whole video where he was responding to, the video in the hallway at the hotel, which was one of the things that the judge did look at and consider with whether he was going to release him post-conviction. So, when they're saying that, like you were saying, the crossover, that the fact that he was acquitted doesn't take away from some of the allegations supporting that violent aspect.
Now they're talking about comparable cases and all that. Here's my question, Tyler. You remember the apology video? Remember his apology video that he put forward right after CNN had published the 2016 tape of him beating Cassie Ventura? You couple that. I'm going to play that for you, and then you couple that with what he's saying in this letter to the court and what he might say in court. Where he describes his reading, writing, working out, therapy, teaching.
I was just looking for that apology video right now because I was the one that I did. I was just looking for it because when they get through, I was going to play that apology video. Just thinking a lot.
Course to inmates sharing both successes and failures. Let's compare that to the video, and we'll talk about it.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you got to do that. I was up. I hit rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy and go into rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
Now, Tyler, I'm no psychologist. I can't read Sean Combs' mind, but I can tell you what the law is. And here's the problem. Here's the problem, okay? Problem is, if you listen to what the prosecution presented during the course of the trial, he committed crimes or allegedly committed crimes after that video. I mean, what was found in his hotel room when he was ultimately arrested in New York? Evidence of freak-offs or wild king nights or whatever you want to call it.
Right. Diddy had planned to have freak-offs if he hadn't already had it, but he was planning on having some freak-offs before he go, because he went there to turn himself in, and he thought that he still got time. He didn't think they was gonna pull one of his numbers and just come and get him. He thought he can still spend time walking around New York City, sitting in the park, walking around, getting pictures taken with people and everything else, and hang out with his crew. Oh no, and then do a freak off too? Oh no. They searched that room and yeah, everything ready for a freak off. I wonder who he was gonna get.
There are people who looked at that video and said, I don't believe it. I don't believe he's sincere. So if we're talking about what he can say, what he can do in court to really fight for his life after he's already been convicted, are there lessons from that video? Is that video going to play a role here? What do you take away from it, Tyler?
I think the video will play a role. It's out there and it's in the public domain. And Mr. Combs has said that. And he's essentially saying the same thing now in his letter to the court, where he apologized, take responsibility, said that he's rehabilitated himself. He's in jail doing the right thing now. And I think the judge is going to make a decision that takes all of that into consideration. Now, he has been in jail for 14 months. He just went on trial for his life. So this has not been a cakewalk for him. And being in jail is not easy for anybody. And so I think the court has a tough call to make here.
It haven't been no 14 months. He was arrested September the 16th of 2024. They want him, they put in a petition for 14 months. His team did. And that's why when you saw the other woman from crime standing outside the courtroom, and she was confused when she was saying that Diddy have speaking engagements set up for next week, and that's when I even said, wait now, that means he plan on walking out now, because if you and she even said this had a questionable in her mind like me. If you saying 14 months, you just got arrested in September last year, September the 16th, just passed. No more than what, a little over 2 weeks, going on 3 weeks, 2 weeks and some days. So how are you asking for to walk out, but then your team asking for 14 months? 14 months is not yet, Booger Man. You got some time still left in there.
But I do think that, the letters from inmates, him having an impact on their lives, I do think that the judge is going to say he has some redeeming value in the future of his life, but that doesn't mean that he escapes responsibility. There has to be some sort of accountability, and I think the court is going to be very aware of that in the sentence that they hand out. And I don't think they're going to let this be something where he just walks out immediately after being processed.
We got a poll up. How are you feeling as we wait? 52% say here for the drama. 22% say anxious. 17% say hopeful, and 9% say angry.
I said here for the drama.
Summary of the feelings of this case. Alexis, how much can a defendant's statements in court affect a sentence when there is no pro forma sentence? There is no mandatory, this is life in prison. It really doesn't matter what anyone says. There's a lot of room here. There's a lot of discretion. How much does it matter? How much does it affect what the defendant says?
Well, first, if I was taking the poll, I'd have to say I'm here for the drama too. But secondly, that is taken into consideration. But I mean, some of these statements that he's making, as well as this letter from the inmates, I'm not buying what they're selling with the letters from the inmates. I have a concern that those letters were made because these inmates possibly think that when they get out, there'll be some benefit to them, making that once Diddy is out. So I'm not buying what they're selling there. But the court does take into consideration that. But what they're really looking for from the defendant is that he has remorse, that he acknowledges what he has done is wrong, and that he wants to move forward in a positive and be a productive part of society and not go back out and could reuse drugs and abuse people and do the things that he was previously doing. And with that he's clean, he's in jail. So I mean, that doesn't mean there are plenty of inmates that have gone clean in jail and went right back out, start using again. So that, to me, that doesn't say much either. This speaking thing, as much as Tyler is saying that he doesn't think it's that big of a deal, I think it's a huge deal, because I could turn around as a prosecutor and potentially argue that it's re-victimizing the victims, that he's going to go out and he's going to be living, free, and potentially making these speaking engagements, making them feel unsafe. So, I mean, there's obviously good lawyers can argue both sides of the coin, but yeah, they're going to be looked at, but it's a balancing act.
By the way, Tyler, CNN is reporting that in court today, the judge has accepted that the range of 70 to 87 months, so we're talking about 5 to 7 years, that was recommended in the pre-sentencing report is appropriate, that there would be no reason to deviate from that. Also saying that the guidelines allow a fine of $25,000 to $250,000. He's going to prison. Is that what we're saying? He's going to prison for several years. Is that what we're saying, Tyler?
It sounds like the court has indicated that he's going to jail. I think the sentencing guidelines here and the report that we received from probation clearly showed that he hasn't given the sentence yet. But it seems like he's accepting the recommendation, and Mr. Combs is going to be spending some time in jail.
By the way, we got some commentary about this. In the federal prison system, do you have to serve 85% of the sentence before you're eligible for parole? How does it work? Do you know?
It depends. I do think he'll be eligible for early release with these two counts.
Interesting. All right. We got a super chat question, Sierra. I'm going to go to you. This is from Christina Lester. Second super chat question from Christina Lester. Thank you so much. Has Sean Combs been subject to any drug testing while in jail?
That's a good one.
Christina, this is such a good question, because as we know now, in P. Diddy himself talking to the court, he says, I've been sober for the first time in decades. I've had, reform. I've learned a lot while I've been in jail. So the question mark here is, has he been subjected to drug tests? Well, there's no definitive reporting on that. I think it's definitely possible. But what I will say is, if you recall, P. Diddy trying to make bail, not once, twice, 3 times, he kept going back, wanting to make bail over and over. And multiple times we reported it right here on Law and Crime, it was denied. However, what I do want to note is that Diddy himself offered, when he was making these bids for bail, yeah, okay, I'll take drug tests weekly if that's something that you want, to make sure that I'm sober. I'm willing to do that. So I think it's really interesting that when he was hoping to get bail, he said, I will do these drug tests voluntarily. Now he's saying he is sober. So has he been doing drug tests behind bars? Unclear, but I guess I would tend to believe that maybe he is sober based on his voluntary drug test that he said he would do.
So we got an update from court. Okay, so the prosecutor is really hammering away at Sean Combs and the aggravated nature of this case. Prosecutor Slavic, the video from the LA hotel, we're talking about the Cassie video, was played many times at trial and it never got easier. As to Jane, he punched her, he slapped her a little over a year ago when he knew he was under federal investigation. At trial, they said they owned the violence. Admitting to violence in front of the jury as part of a trial strategy is not accountability. Freak-offs were extended performances of sexual degradation and humiliation. Cassie and Jane did not want to have sex with strangers. Excuse me, he made them do it. Sorry, I have to say this, but he had an escort urinate in Cassie's mouth until she choked. Her victim impact statement makes clear she still has nightmares and flashbacks and the scars on her body. Jane's text makes clear her anguish and trauma. Mia said she got PTSD and anxiety. Deontay Nash said he was caused lasting damage. Capricorn Clark says he blacklisted her once she spoke up. Chef Jordan Atkinson wrote how she was impacted. It was real and serious. So, Alexis, you take all that in mind. We have a question from Rosalba. Does the panel agree that the judge will want to add appropriate time for his rehabilitation because there's proof that he won't offend again? I mean, is there proof that he won't offend again? Is he a changed person from, this conduct that was mentioned, was illuminated during the course of this trial?
Great question. Listen, there's never proof that somebody is rehabilitated. I mean, the name of the game here at the sentencing is for, the defendant to say that, yeah, I'm rehabilitated, I'm a changed person, I'm going to move forward with my life in a whole different manner. Now, being in prison in jail is going to change you. There's no doubt about that. But that doesn't necessarily
Did y'all just see that video? That was the, where is Ava? The little girl that he adopted, Barino. What was her last name? Barino or something like that? Yes, I think that's her last name. But where is she? Somebody need to make sure that's a super chat for Law and Crime Network, $4.99. Somebody needs to find out where that little girl is.
Going to change him for the better. He is, like you mentioned, Jesse, very charismatic, and people tend to at least initially like him. So, I mean, I don't know if he's changed. In my opinion, I would say that he's not a changed person. I am not so sure that he's going to move through life as this quote unquote saint. But proof, we can't have proof. It's not like we can do a lie detector test, and even if you did, that's not admissible as to whether he truly is changed. As well as he may think he's changed, in reality, he's not.
Prosecutor Slavic, he downplays the abuse, calling it rare. It was not rare. Cassie's testimony was that he was violent with her at any time. It was not mutual. You saw no photos of the defendant with injuries. Here's a question for you, Tyler, as we're listening to this. You think the judge has already made up his mind?
I hope so.
I don't think so. I think the judge is really going to do his due diligence to hear both sides here. I think he has an idea where he wants to land, but I think some facts could motivate on how far south or how far north he goes. So I think judges do go to the bench and
bring us up to current. See.
Many occasions with respect to both Ventura and
what I did, I just brought us up to current. Okay.
Prostitution is sex for sale. Because they argued that this wasn't necessarily prostitution per se. They argued there wasn't a commercial aspect to it. He didn't benefit. They made a First Amendment argument. Basically, this was voyeurism. Were you surprised that the judge didn't throw out the convictions? And does that tell you anything about which way the judge may be leaning today?
Not at all surprised that the judge did not throw out those convictions. The jury heard this case and they found him guilty of those 2 counts. And I think the judge will be clearly overstepping if he overruled what the jury found Mr. Combs guilty of. And
let me show you all where we really are in the let me pause this right quick. And I'm not going to pause it, I'm going to let it go. I'll keep running. But I'm going to show you all right now what they're showing outside the courtroom. What they're really showing outside this courtroom. So you know we're still keeping guard. We're still keeping up. This is outside the courtroom as of now. So I'm going to do a refresh. You see it's still live, but nobody's outside yet. Who is that? Somebody is stooping down, a lady, reading over something, or some notes or papers. Y'all see it? She should be glad there's no strong winds blowing. With a hat on her head. I guess this must be a little chill there. She got a hat on her head. Look like I got a hat. I think that hat, is that a hat on her head, or is that, I don't know. Looks like a hat to me. And this is not muted. Oh, yes, it is. Okay. But there's no sound because nobody is talking in a microphone or anything. But you can see where they are now. While they're here, I'm going to go back to Jesse in just a little bit. I want us to talk about inner city press, okay? And see what they got down for us. Okay, y'all can see nobody's coming out. She's running back in. I guess the reception of the phone must be bad inside the building. Y'all let me know because I've never been in that building before. Okay, so I'm gonna drop this right quick so we can look at inner city press, okay? Okay. Inner city press. Give me 1 second, guys. Y'all know, I'm just trying to get something straight here. Okay. So, have y'all ever just finished eating and you're still hungry? That's me right now. Well, I didn't eat all my grits. You can see. Well, you can see them. I didn't eat all of them. I ate enough because they got cold. But I'm still hungry this morning. But yeah, I'm seeking my husband bring me some fruit. A lot of different fruit in here so I can munch on. But let's see what inner city press got going on right now. Oh, wait. Okay. Let's look at this right quick. I have to bring it to you as it pops in, guys. Here we go. This is law and crime. Let's see. I'm going to pause this so I can see what this is. The video from the LA. Let me put my glasses on. That way, maybe you should eat some fruits or nuts. That's what I'm thinking, sweet tea. Have my husband to bring me some fruit in here. Because I still got my fork sitting right here. See that? With those grits are cold and hard. So, yeah, I'm going to have him to bring me something. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have him to bring me something in here. Eat on. Okay. It says the video from the LA hotel was played many times at trial, and it never got easier. As to Jane, he punched her. He slapped her a little over a year ago when he knew he was under federal investigation. See there? When you know you under something, but you're still doing the same thing. and you apologize in a video, but then you still be doing the same thing. That don't make no sense to me. At trial, they said they own the balance. Yeah, they did say he's a violent person. His own team did say that, and they said they own the balance. So I don't know. Okay, Mr. Combs. Oh Lord, here it is, guys. Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. That's what not inner city crime network, law and crime network was talking about. How he have booked speaking engagements for next week in Miami. That don't make no sense. This man is planning on walking out of there. Okay, this is the hype. Okay, he did this for 15 years. Okay, he did it for 15 years. He did it a long time, and he's still planning on us doing that Scooby-Doo on y'all, because he is planning on walking. That's why he wanted street clothes on. Think about it, guys. That's why he wanted he didn't want the prison uniform on. I mean, the jailhouse uniform. He wanted to wear street clothes because he thought he was going to walk on out of there, and he already got on a fresh pair of sneakers and clothes and everything. He probably told them to go buy him this. He want this, or told him what to get out of his closet, what he want to look how he want to look. Okay. He was responsible for transporting many escorts. Yes, he did. Men and women. That's a lot of freak offs and a lot of hotel nights. He knew it was illegal. Yes, he did. If it wasn't, he'd been inviting everybody. Just open, he'll be texting, come on up here, guys. We having a freak off. He knew. He knew as clear as daylight. Okay. The defendant tries to argue this is just a sex and drug and rock and roll lifestyle. I don't know who do that. Lord, please, I hope everybody that's into whatever he's into ain't doing that. Because if you are, that's a crime. You need to go to jail too. Okay. But this is a case about transportation for prostitution and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at trial. Yes. So do you not get any time for time served, but you still get some time? Because if you did it once, you're going to do it again. The defendant's respect for the law is lip service. Oh, Lord, no, he didn't. Yes, he did, inner city. Matthew said that. Lip service. What is this? Dried up grit. Okay. See here. This is not just a case about freak-offs in hotel rooms. This is about victims' heart. About a man who did horrible things to other people. His currency was controlled. He weaponized it. All of the 3,553 factors point to at least 135 months. I hear you. I heard from the government. I like to report after the defense as well. Today is about accountability and justice. For 15 years, the victim lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. Court is on a break. Oh, Y'all can see them. I'm going to enlarge this so y'all can see anybody walking out. Court is on break. Okay. He downplays the abuse, calling it rare, but it's not rare. Cassie's testimony was that he was violent with her at any time. At any time. It didn't matter what day, what time it was. That's it. Okay. It was not mutual. You saw no photos of the defendant with injuries. That is true. Not one injury for the defendant. Not one injury. Yeah. Why is she was all beat up, or the women was all beat up, but no injuries for him? Y'all tell me that. He blamed doctors for prescriptions. He pretended he is the victim. He hasn't accepted responsibility for his criminal conduct. The information provided to his experts was incomplete. He will pose a danger at any time. He choked Jane at 54 years old. Okay. Oh, Lord of mine. Let me bring this up and see whether they whether court is still on break, guys. While they're on break, let me see. This is not just a case of freak offs, but okay, we already read that. So let me. There's something I want to talk about. Inner City Press. Okay, I'm going to bring this up while they're on break, guys. Okay. While they're on break, we're going to talk about this. Okay. Okay. Oh, let me bring it up and share it with you all first. That would make some sense, wouldn't it? Yeah. Okay. Now, this is Inner City Press. Okay. Ooh. I'm sleepy. I'm getting sleepy already. Look, it's 11 o'clock here, right? And it's 12 o'clock there. So break must be, are they going on lunch or just a break? I don't know. Court is on break. I don't know what that means. Is it break time or lunch time? No, but we're getting ready to talk about this Inner City Press stuff. Okay. Let me see. Let's start from the top. What? I just got a text from somebody saying it's over. What? Wait now. It can't be. Let me just check. Let me just check right quick, guys. Because we're current. We are current. Let me just hit this and bring us up to current. Okay, we're current now. I don't know who she is. Or she on. Let me just see. Mia said she got PTSD and anxiety. Done. Okay. He had an escort to urine in Cassie's mouth, admitting to violence in front of the jury as part of a trial. Okay. I don't know whether Somebody is waving to everybody. So, Combs have been booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. The defendant tries to argue this is just a sex, drug, and rock and roll lifestyle. The defendant accused us of seeking 135 months. So what? This is not just a case about freakos in hotel rooms. This is about victims' heart. I heard from the government. I'd like to respond after the defense. Let me just check something else right quick, guys. Okay, 10 minutes ago, CNN Entertainment just posted court is back in session, and the defense team is starting its presentation. Okay, that's so they back in session. I don't know, and this is current. It just still got on break here. But I'm reading from CNN just 10 minutes ago. It's saying court is back in session and the defense team is starting its presentation. The judge is back on the bench. Defense attorney Jason Derulo is beginning his presentation now. Multiple defense attorneys are expected to speak on Sean Diddy Combs' behalf. Defense attorney Jason said he'll be hearing sentencing these parties. Okay. Just 15 minutes ago, Combs gave thumbs up as he walked back to his seat. That was 15 minutes ago. Combs is smiling and nodding, tapping his chest, and gave a thumbs up as he walked back to his seat. Oh my God, tapping his chest. Okay, let me just do that. So Combs is tapping his chest, nodding, and gave a thumbs up as he was going back to his seat. Okay, I don't know what to take into that. The courtroom is packed with reporters, supporters for Combs, and members of the public and the prosecution's
and he can be released, today or in the next month or so. That seems to be a remote possibility. Now we'll see what the rest of the day holds. But remember, prosecutors were asking for 11 years. Is the judge going to go that far? Unclear. And we also don't know how long this day is going to go. We believe that Sean Combs will.
This is Karen.
The defense
what
is providing their arguments to the court. So we're going to provide you real-time updates. We are also going to take your questions. Any questions you have about this case, submit them on YouTube. We'll answer them here on the air. And I'm also going to bring in my all-star panel for this hour. So we have with us Sierra Gillespie, who is outside the federal courthouse. I'm also joined by criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Safa Robinson-Frere. And I'm joined in studio by the former associate warden at the MDC, Dr. Dwayne Hendricks. I want to thank everybody for coming on. Dr. Hendricks, I have a lot of questions for you as well when it talks to what the potential sentence could be and where Sean Combs might actually serve his time.
This is current, guys.
Ultimately sentenced
They're
to
live.
but we have a super chat question that I got to get to first. So Safa, I throw this to you. Super chat question from JRiz87. Thank you so much. Do you think Diddy will take legal actions on everyone that accused him?
Great question. I think that after this case is wrapped up and he's either sentenced or is ultimately released and back out in the community, I think he's going to handle his civil actions that are pending There might be some countersuits with respect to those actions, but I think that he's also just going to be prepared to move on with his life, move on with his family, and try to rebuild his brand.
Okay, update from court. So now, as I mentioned, it's Sean Combs' defense team's turn to raise their arguments for a lenient sentence. And Jason Driscoll's up. Says, I'm grateful, Your Honor, to you being so permissive with the microphone for us today. I'm going to talk about sentencing disparities. A blind reliance on the guidelines can create disparities. So seemingly trying to convince the judge not to follow what the guidelines are. The DOJ has long said that Mann Act prosecution should focus on the commercial cases. Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. The Jordan case, it's not comparable. He served 8 years in Cuba for sex crimes. This was his second chance. Jordan made $1.4 million. Do you know who many sex acts that is? He had over 100 clients. Mr. Combs' offense is nothing like that. 3 of Jordan's victims reported unwanted sex. 1 was raped after being drugged. We'll talk about these arguments more. But I want to go to you, Dr. Hendricks, because this is interesting. You and I were talking about one of the key factors that you imagine the defense is going to be talking about here is, by the way, it's such an awkward shot with my computer, but hey, this is the best we can do right now. Anyway, one of the things that he's going to be focusing on is how he's been helping inmates. He's been teaching them, providing courses. You say there's an interesting aspect of it that might not actually benefit Sean Combs.
Right. Individuals, other than the jail time credit they can garner based on the sentence they get, they can also get up to 10 days a month for First Step Act classes that they take. However, Mr. Combs facilitating these courses, he can't benefit from the First Step Act credits because of the sex crimes that he's been convicted of. So if he's actually facilitating these courses, it would be very interesting to see if the judge takes that into consideration, that he's willing to do something for his fellow inmates that he won't even be able to benefit for himself.
And to be clear, if he's sentenced, let's say, to 5 to 7 years in prison, how long would he actually serve?
He is going to serve 85% of that.
85% of that. Okay.
And minus the jail credit, the 3585B1 credit that he's getting based on the time he's already served. So he's not going to be eligible for any additional time off.
Okay, I go to Sierra Gillespie. Sierra, you're outside the courthouse right now. Paint a picture of for us what you're seeing. I mean, a lot has changed in the last 2 hours in terms of what's been happening in that courtroom, where the judge might be going. What's the scene like right now?
There was a lot of interest about what's going on today, so much so that our reporter, Elizabeth Milner, who is inside the courtroom right now, she got here at 6:30 this morning just to make sure that she could secure a seat inside because, of course, we want to make sure, as there are no cameras inside a federal court, that someone's in there, and it is Elizabeth Milner, so she'll be out later to give us more info. But that just goes to show you how many people are interested in what we have going on right now, that lines were forming even yesterday. As far as what's happening right now, of course, you have reporters like myself lining up and down the streets. We've got cameras, we've got lights, people from CNN, ABC, all of the major players, including, of course, Law and Crime. And then across the street from me, a sizable crowd. Now, throughout the live stream that we've had today, I've heard a lot of things. I mean, I've heard cheering from people. I've heard yelling. There are, of course, people here who aren't even talking about Diddy. For instance, I've seen the Free Britney movement here once again. There are people talking about, politics and things like that. But as far as Diddy, there does seem to be a contingency of supporters for both the survivors and for Diddy himself.
And I'm very curious to see how that crowd changes as we even get, nearer to where a sentence might be. We don't have an indication of when that may happen. More people need to speak. There's more that the judge needs to consider. But as we get closer to the official sentence, that crowd outside that courthouse with what Sierra's seeing could change drastically. Going to you, Saf. We've got a super chat question from Joanne the Genius. Spells it Jenius. I like that. I like that a lot. I may actually use that later on. Safa, so first of all, thank you so much for the super chat question. If Diddy is sentenced and he appeals, will the appeal be heard in front of Judge Arun Subramanian once again?
No, if he ultimately appeals his sentence or appeals the case as a whole, he's going to go up to the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, which is the appellate court in New York's jurisdiction.
By the way, we also have another. Sure. And it makes sense because they're looking to see if there were any errors committed on the part of the trial judge. Another question for you, Safa. This is from Brittany Curry. Jesse, is there a possibility of the judge going over what the prosecution is asking for in the way of a prison term to make an example out of Diddy?
Well, Mr. Combs, he's facing 10 years on each charge for the Mann Act violations. And so essentially he would be looking at 20 years here in totality. The government is asking for 11 years. Could the judge go over that? Certainly he could. I don't think that he will. I think that the judge is going to stay in alignment with the sentencing guidelines. And what they're doing right now, as they're having these dispositive conversations about what the judge is to consider, it actually gives the judge an eye into what the formal statements are going to be from the government and from the defense as he prepares to hand down his sentence this afternoon.
And look, from my perspective, based on what we're seeing in the pretrial filings, the responses from the judge, what we heard earlier today, it seems that prison is a very likely possibility for Sean Combs. And I don't believe the judge is going to go anywhere near 20 years. But the problem for Sean Combs is the judge is allowing evidence of violence, allowing evidence of acquitted conduct to be examined here. And there were so many incidents of transportation to engage in prostitution. It just wasn't one isolated incident, that it seems that may aggravate this and this may extend it. And that could be a problem for Sean Combs. Now, I want to go to you, Dr. Hendricks, because you and I had an interesting conversation about where Sean Combs could actually serve his time in prison. So if he gets
right back
5 years, 7 years, 10 years,
from
where does
here.
he serve it?
Well, he'll most likely serve it at an institution 500 miles from his release residence. As we know from reports, he has homes in Los Angeles, here in New York, and as well as in Miami. So if he chooses Miami, there's a sex offender treatment facility in Marianna, Florida. But if he's wants to release to his home near California, there's a sex offender treatment facility in Tucson, Arizona. But there's also a possibility that he can also serve his time at a facility in Miami. There's a low security facility there that I know that they've held sex offenders as well. So it'll more than likely be at a facility that houses some sex offenders within 500 miles of his release residence.
A lot of people could be surprised and say, wait a minute, he's not going to serve federal prison time in a federal facility here in New York?
No, MDC Brooklyn is a pretrial facility. Now, they do have what we call trustee inmates. Those inmates are kind of like what we call minimum security campers. So, I mean, he could possibly serve his time at MDC Brooklyn, but it's highly unlikely based on his high profile nature and the crimes that he's been convicted of as a sex offender. It's highly unlikely if he gets anything more than 24 months at the sentencing hearing, more than likely he will be going to a federal prison somewhere closer to where he wants to release.
Got an update. I got a question. I'm going to throw it to you, Safa. This is from Too Many Cactus. Why can the judge sentence him based off what he was acquitted of? Doesn't that defeat the purpose of a trial? That's a fair question. Why can the judge consider conduct that he was acquitted of, respect to racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking? Why can he consider that for purposes of transportation to engage in prostitution, particularly if we don't really know what evidence persuaded every one of those jurors?
Yeah, that's been a pretty hot button topic, as sentencing has been looming, and it's certainly been a conversation and a conflict between the government and Mr. Combs' attorneys. So there are statutory provisions that allow for the judge to consider those things, although it is very limited and there are very limited circumstances. I think here with Mr. Combs' case specifically, the conduct or the alleged conduct that he was found guilty of, there's an overlap between that and some of the conduct that he was actually acquitted for. So ultimately, some of the allegations would complete the narrative that support the Mann Act convictions. And because of that, the judge is going to consider those things.
Got an update from court. So his attorney, Jason Driscoll, in John cases, the average sentence is 6.7 months. In this case, in this other case, the defendant texted the victim, "I meant what I said about making a mold of your, let's just say, private parts. The rest of you ain't worth S." The judge says, but there was no threat of violence in that case. Jason Driscoll, Ms. Slavic just blamed Mr. Combs for having a drug problem for 25 years. We think that it's inappropriate. It is a mitigating factor. Let's talk about, and then a very specific case, I believe, in the District of Oregon. The defendant paid for a session with a younger girl. Driscoll says that defendant Riggs got 24 months. It was more heinous than this case. The specific statute they're referencing says to avoid unwarranted sentencing disparities. I've read all 900 Mann Act cases available on Pacer. That's the online platform that we use to look at court cases. His case is different. Judge says, okay, who's next? Miss Westmoreland. Okay, so that's interesting, Sierra, when you think about it, right? The defense, even going into this sentencing, has been very keen to suggest that this is not an aggravating case, that it's not now part of an overarching racketeering case, that it's not part of an overarching sex trafficking case, which we have seen in other prosecutions. There have been those who've said if all he was being charged with was the prostitution charges, they never would have even brought this case. From your reading of everything, what has the defense been arguing? What has the defense been suggesting about why Sean Combs deserves a lenient sentence?
I mean, I think it makes sense, right? They're saying, okay, he was acquitted on the more serious charges. Because if you remember, while we were still talking about the trial, if Diddy would have been convicted on, let's say, racketeering conspiracy, he could theoretically have been spending the rest of his life behind bars. And that, you know, he was found not guilty of. And I think it really is the defense's job to point this out and say, hey, let's remember why we're here. The most severe charge here, our client has been found not guilty of. And this is something kind of a through line that we've been talking about throughout our entire live stream here today, is the interesting, you know, way the judge decided to go, Judge Arun Subramanian, including some of these other instances in regards to what Diddy was acquitted of. You know, when we're talking about the other victims, the alleged violence, things like that, where he's saying, okay, yeah, I am going to kind of include this in considering what to do with the sentence. I do think that the defense is making good points here, again, to remind the judge, okay, we only have these 2 convictions on the transportation to engage in prostitution. Taking a look, I believe it was 900 other cases involving the Mann Act, and comparing them and saying, highlighting what Diddy has been convicted of, how it relates to other cases. Thus, I'm speaking for the defense. Thus, the defense is saying he should receive a more lenient sentence.
Dr. Hendricks, got a bunch of questions coming in for you. So this is a question from Patty Pans. Will Diddy get probation after serving his time? And if yes, what will it look like?
Yes, he will more than likely have some period of supervision. Typically, inmates are given between 3 to 5 years of supervised release. And depending on how he adjusts post-release, he may even be taken off supervision earlier than the full term.
By the way, update from court where Nicole Westmoreland, one of his defense attorneys, says, I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life and on the commitment he made while in the MDC. Mr. Combs was successful. He used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next minutes. And actually, if you go to Sean Combs' letter that he prepared to the court, he really talked about the MDC, his life in the MDC. And he, I'm trying to find the specific provision where he talked about it. But you know, where is it? Okay. So I realize that I'm in a situation where no amount of money, power, or fame can save me. Only God can save me. My grandmother used to teach me that God makes no mistakes and that everything he does is for your good. I believe that a bad situation can be used for good. Although this situation has been the hardest and darkest in my life, good things have come out of my incarceration. For starters, I am now sober for the first time in 25 years. I've been trying my best to deal with my drug abuse and anger issues and take accountability as well as positive steps towards healing. One of the most beautiful things I've experienced is being asked by my fellow inmates to teach and mentor them. They wanted to learn what I did to become a successful businessman. I was inspired by their hunger and desire to learn information in order to not only set goals, but achieve any goal, dream that their hearts desire. I started teaching a 6-week program called Free Game, which I was able to have approved and sanctioned by the Bureau of Prisons. I don't just teach about my success. I also teach about my mistakes and failures. It has truly been a blessing to do something positive in a negative situation. And you know, he talks about how bad the conditions are at the MDC as well, not for sympathy purposes, but to share that he's trying to change, man. What do you take away from that?
Well, I mean, just like all other individuals who are facing sentencing, I mean, he went through the pre-sentencing process, and I'm sure he had an opportunity to sit down with the probation officer who did the PSR report and kind of talked about, you know, taking responsibility for his actions and the things that he expressed in his letter. And yeah, I mean, no conditions in any facility, whether it's MDC
Okay,
Brooklyn or a
guys,
jail in
since they're going to
Maplewood,
be talking,
across the country, no conditions being behind
since
bars
they're going
on
to
a
be
day-to-day
still
basis is
talking,
going to be
I'm going to keep
comfortable.
us updated on.
It's going to give a person the time to
But
reflect on the
I do
things that
have other stuff
they've
I
done,
wanted to
the
show
people that they
us.
miss, more importantly,
Hi, in Petitious.
family and
Thank you for coming
his
in.
children.
Let me pause
You know,
him.
other than
I'm not going to stop him. I'm just pausing. Hi, in Petitious. Happy Friday to you as well. And Petitious saying hello to everyone. Everyone, guys. So what we're going to do while they're still talking, guys, I want to pull up on see what TMZ got, but also I do want to cover what Inner City Press, because Inner City Press is covering it live too today. So they got some stuff that, you know, how you see that little red box on the left side of the screen every time we go and show the courthouse, the live video for the courthouse. And y'all can see what they are talking about is going across the caption at the bottom of the screen.
water, the shower, and the flushing the toilets 24 hours, and then I have more people in my home than the capacity than it should be, then the conditions in the facility are obviously not going to be optimal, and it costs money to upgrade these facilities. And we know that there have been reports of staff misconduct
So
and
what
other
we're going to do,
issues
guys?
since the institution was founded back in 1993. So yes, I face challenges there. But at the end
So
of the
what
day,
we're
they're,
going
you
to
know,
do?
85 to 90% of the staff that go there every day come to take care of business, and they put their lives on the line to keep the American people safe.
Safa, it was a question from me. Curious your thoughts on it. This is from Sunshine Bray. Jesse, do you think AUSA Comey's firing an absence from the sentencing affects the outcome? My answer, no, it shouldn't. I don't think it's going to have any effect. And by the way, she's suing the
Thank you, and Petitions, for being in the house.
It's not going to have any effect, right?
It's not going to have any effect on it at all. Ultimately, you have the United States government against Sean Diddy Combs. The government and its assistant U.S. attorney and assistant U.S. attorneys, they all operate as one body. So it doesn't matter if it's Ms. Comey or any other AUSA that is present for sentencing. It's not going to make a difference in the judge's opinion.
They're really talking about right now in court, this is an update, the defense about the impact that Sean Combs has had. Nicole Westmoreland says, there were not many Black-owned labels. Mr. Combs had the audacity. It sent a message that you can do it.
That little black box up to the live screen, it says, how do you feel that Diddy line up speaking events although he's in custody still? That was one of the things we talked about earlier that we got from not Inner City Press, Law and Crime Network with Jesse there. That Diddy have lined up speaking engagements for next week in Miami. And what you're seeing right now is just a video that Diddy them put together and have released of him speaking and shaking hands and hugging on people. Diddy don't do that. I ain't thinking about that. Okay, but anyway, speaking engagement. So Diddy, the Diddler is expecting to get out like today. That's why I think he wanted to be able to wear his street clothes. And that was approved for him. George granted that, the street clothes. Okay. Let me go ahead and then it's moving too fast. Smart PR, disrespectful to victims, just business. It's disrespectful to the victim. And that won 43%. That was the highest. Okay.
this video, you know, he's a father, he is a good person, he is a runner, he is a singer, he is all of these positive things. But I do think, Jesse, you're right that it has to be in the back of Judge Arun Subramanian's mind that both of these things can be true. He can be a great dad, and also he is a criminal in regards to the transportation to
all that
engage
can
in
be true at the
prostitution
same
crimes.
time.
So both are true.
And, you know, we get this question from Olga. Why is there no immediate sentence, Sierra? The waiting must be so stressful. Look, it is stressful, but under the law, particularly, right, Sierra, when you don't have an automatic mandatory sentence, it's not like pro forma. It's not like a murder case where we say, oh, no, they're going to be convicted to, you know, life without the possibility of parole. There's so much discretion here. There's so much for the judge to consider. The pre-sentencing report,
We're getting
probation's
ready to look
recommendation,
at
prosecution's
inner
recommendation,
city
defense's
press,
recommendation,
but I want to see
allowing
what
so
you
many
got
people
going on
to
because I
write
got a
letters
notification
and speak in court.
from them.
Yeah, it's very stressful,
So I wanna
particularly
see.
probably for Sean Combs,
Okay.
but it's necessary.
Oh yes. Okay. We're gonna switch over to them right
It's
now.
got to be stressful for P. Diddy and his
They're
family.
live.
Of course, they want to know what the
You
answer is
hear
going
what
to be,
they're
right?
talking
But
about.
to your
We're
point,
just gonna be
Jesse,
nosy.
Judge
I
Arun
can't
Subramanian
show their
almost has
live,
weighted the world on
but
his
we're gonna be
shoulders because he
nosy.
does have to
Okay.
sit through so much now.
So I just dropped that, guys, because we're gonna be nosy. If you didn't know, I do tend to be nosy sometime. All right. Now, don't be upset with me because I tend to be nosy sometime. But they are live, and I want to hear what they're talking about. They're talking about, it said breaking, Diddy faces sentencing 10/3/25. We know that. Let me give them a lot. Okay. But we're getting ready to listen. Okay. Here we go.
Who's sobbing? I guess we'll have to wait and find out what that's about.
Are there any cross references on that?
Not on this part. No, not that I've seen.
I mean, anybody.
I'm going to drop my link if anybody want to come up with you. Let me just find.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. New York Times says.
Y'all know I can't.
Nicole Westmoreland broke in
That's
tears while
189.
discussing the mogul's importance.
The
in
lawyer
the
broke in tears?
Yeah, that's what New York Times is saying. Yeah.
What?
Right. Fair. But New York Times has someone in there for sure. Yeah.
New York
Jim,
Times.
start talking so I don't say something I'm going to regret. The lawyer, his lawyer, when he said then there was revolt, and apparently she started crying.
If you go to New York Times has the latest update. Yeah, got it.
Wow. New York Times got the latest update. Let me get
This
over
is
to
not
New
what I
York
expected
Times
from
right
them. Between the video, the moving papers about she's a liar, the 12-minute video. What the hell?
And this speaking engagement.
On the speaking engagement. Oh my God.
People are asking.
Well, I'm sorry.
who
What?
cried.
I'm sorry. I missed
His lawyer.
I missed the context.
According to the New York.
Why is she crying?
I can't even explain it.
We're going to get out of here and I'll go over to New York Times, guys. They just said New York Times got the latest. Justice said, will not work. I hear you, Justice. Let me pull up on New York Times right quick. I already got them sitting here waiting. Let me just pull it up so you all can see too. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, Lord, Lord. Let me see. New York Times. New York Times, this is 3 minutes ago. It had 3 minutes ago when I was pulling it up, guys, okay? So the information from any of my videos that I'm using for this live will be down in my description box below my video under credit. You see credit? Oh, it shows the family walking hand in hand, the twins, the brother, and then the other sister, Chins. They all look nice. Okay, let's see what the New York Times is talking about. And I'll see whether they got a video. Let me see, do they have a video? Oh, no video, but they give you the latest. Let me look at it right quick, guys. Live updates. Prosecution calls for a significant sentence in Sean Combs' prostitution case. The hip hop mogul was convicted on charges of transporting people across state lines for prostitution. The defense asked for less than 14 months, and the prosecution sought more, like 11 years. To be exact, they want 11 years and 3 months. That's what they want. Okay. Here's the latest. Sean Combs, okay, we just read that, who created a business empire based on his personal brand, appeared in court on Friday. Manhattan will be sentenced. Okay. Wait now. I didn't pause any of these, but I'm getting like a sirens going off. It must be on one of the lives I left up playing. Oh, it was. That was on US Today. Sirens. And I see the yeah, sirens was playing, going off. Wait. No, he's going over questions from the chat, from the live chat and the poll and stuff. That's Jesse on Crime Law and Crime Network. Okay, let's get back to the times. Okay, let me just see. That's just pinned. This is 6 minutes ago. Another lawyer for Sean Combs, Nicole Westmoreland, a Black woman, broke down in tears while discussing the mogul's importance in this community, his entrepreneur work in television, fashion, liquor, and music as a writer, producer, artist, and labor owner. Mr. Combs wearing all of those hats, she said. Sends a message that you can do it. You don't just have to be signed to a label. You can be the label. Oh my gosh, she broke down in court in tears. Nicole. That's one of his attorneys, Nicole. Let me drop my breakdown in court. What the heck? What the heck is going on? Is that so they can have sympathy? Is she trying to play some sympathy role? Is she doing a role for a movie or something? Two more about cases coming up right after this, starting November. Okay, yeah. Two more ABC cases on the way. Court date has been set. All right. Oh my God. Okay. Drop my link if anybody want to come up and say something, you can. But please, let's be thoughtful of everybody else, because we do have a lot of people watching. It may not show it, but I'm looking at my analytics. Okay. So what's shown on analytics is different than what's shown on my page. So be respectful and please no talking over each other and stuff. But I did drop my link. Anybody can come up. Who is this? Oops. I ain't got time for this phone right now. Okay. She breaks down in court, guys. That's another lawyer for Sean Combs, Nicole Westmoreland. She's a Black woman, a black attorney. She breaks down in court in tears. Now they got in tears while discussing all the stuff that Sean is. Oh my God. Somebody help me right now. Somebody help me with, whew. I'm going to breathe. Okay. Mr. Combs wearing all those hats, she said. Okay. Let me see what else. There's no question that the facts of this case are usual in the scope of Mann Act prosecution. Sean Combs was convicted of arranging travel for men, some of them hired doing an online escort service to have sex with his girlfriend while he watched and masturbate and sometimes film. Can't tell me he was filming all that. He don't do it sometimes. This man film everything. If he does this every day, filming every day, he got this stuff, all that on tape. There has been a disagreement between the prosecution and the defense over how Mr. Combs can be characterized in the traditional lexicon that applies to prostitution. Was he best classified as a John or a customer of prostitution services, as the defense argued, or was he most akin to a pimp? A pimp called Slick Back, but they didn't say a pimp called Slick Back. They said akin to a pimp because, as the government argued, he exploited and controlled women. Asked by the judge about the dispute, the defense replied that Mr. Combs cannot be compared to a pimp because he did not make money from prostituting women. A pimp called Slick Back. That's what everybody been calling him. A pimp called Slick Back. Pimp called Slick Back. They're playing the role. The realtor told them what he thinks, and they got to work it. He probably told that woman, while he was talking to him, I need somebody to cry. Well, if y'all men want, one of y'all men judges, lawyers want to cry, you can. But I need one. I don't care who cry, but somebody needs to start crying up in here. Somebody needs to feel it for me. Show me some feeling. Really got them all working. Cassie's letter to the judge was great. It was. Pimp called Slick Back. Diddy don't want to be recognized as a pimp, but that's what you did. Pimp called Slick Back. That's in my opinion. Pimp called Slick Back. No, he was the pimp that was watching the whole act unfold. Some pimp just send they women, and the men and the man comes, and then the man paid the woman. But what Diddy was doing, he was in the room, but the man got paid. So instead of man coming in and paying the woman paid the man. The woman gave the money to the man because Diddy gave the money to her. So Diddy don't want to. He did let somebody else do his dirty work or the heavy lifting. So although the money ain't heavy, but it's a lot of it. So it could be heavy money. Now you pay him. He already gave her the money before the John even walked through the door. Yes, he did. Can't nobody tell me. Guys, y'all got me going crazy. Let me see. Okay. It is not the defense time to argue that Sean Combs deserves a sentence allowing for his near immediate release from jail. They want to go like now. That's why he got his clothes on, Judge. That's what he's trying to tell you. That's why he asked for his street clothes. He don't want to have to go back to that prison and change clothes. And he probably thinking to himself, everything in that prison jail I don't want. He probably tell the people. He probably already told them, when I walk, everything in here y'all can get. Take it. But wait until y'all hear me making my speech in front of the podium. When I get ready to go up to all the mics and sit down and make my speech, that's when y'all can take my stuff, okay? Because I got my street clothes on. I don't need nothing that's in there. Matter of fact, I don't want to take that stuff to my big giant mansion. I don't want to take it. But if he walk, can he go home to Miami or California? Home is to Miami, or do he have to stay in New York? because I don't think he's going to walk. Okay. Jason Derillo, one of Mr. Combs' lawyers, started by trying to position his client's conviction under the Mann Act on the lowest end of the spectrum. The lowest end down here. Right down here. No, right down there. They're trying to take it as low as can go, okay? The Mann Act. Everybody know that Mann Act ain't nothing but a racist. Well, we're going to leave that out of it. Act. What makes it a federal crime to transport people across state line for the purpose of prostitution is often used to prosecute defendants who profit from commercial sex operation, exploitation, minors, or transported vulnerable women, such as undocumented immigrants. How in the hell we get to undocumented immigrants on this thing? How did we get to there? Huh? How did we get to there? He was directing those tapes, directing the lawyers. That's what he's doing. He directs. He used to directing, so they need to fall back. Just said, paying for pimping was a good feeling in his shorts, not cash. Yes, love. Gas to him. He didn't need the gas. He just wanted to jump off. Sharon, he told her to cry, hoping it would win him sympathy from the jury. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, my Lord. Yeah, I don't believe the judge will fall for it. I don't think so. I think you got this man, Judge, and he's young. He's young. He ain't falling for that stuff. He said, no. And then Justice 50 Cent letter to judge was dangerous. But Diddy, oh Lord, 50 gonna eat him up. 50 probably already eating him up. But right now, I don't mean eating him. I'm talking about clapping back, the clap back. Okay. Let me see, is anything happening? I'm looking at it right now. No, they still talking on law and crime. He still got his 3 panelists up there. And then if I go to USA Today, they're live. They're still showing the courthouse front doors. I'll let y'all see what they're showing right now. Okay. So you know where we at. I'll let you see what's going on. What's going on? Okay. And this is live coverage. You can see, even if I refresh, you're still going to get the courthouse doors. See? This is live. Nobody is coming out yet. Nobody. You don't see a diddler at the mics. No diddler at the mics. Okay? So they still got it going off. Okay? Let me see. Now, let me see what who is this thing mean? Oh. Today. Just as I got your what you sent me. Ooh, I tell you. I'm just checking, guys. Give me a second. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Let me see. The Mann Act makes it a federal crime. Okay. We did that one. Then the next one, this is all under the New York Times, guys. This is under the New York Times. Let me see what else they just said. Go back. I just missed one. Okay. A surprise appearance in court this morning. Virginia Hahn, a former girlfriend of Sean Combs, known as Gina, who was referred to as victim number 3. I didn't know you're supposed to put their full name in here. What do y'all think about that? I read it before I realized they're using her full name. She's victim number 3. We didn't supposed to give victims names. That's why we're still calling them Mia and stuff like that. And Jane Doe. You know what I'm saying? But it's too late. They got it on paper. And I'm just reading it. I read it before I thought about what I'm reading. Okay. Okay. So that was a surprise appearance in the court this morning. Gina is there, guys. Gina is in the courthouse. Did anybody know she was coming? Put in the chat if y'all knew Gina or knew that she was there today. Gina is there today in the courthouse. Surprise, I guess nobody knew she was coming. Surprise, surprise. Y'all know who be saying surprise, surprise. We're gonna see whether he's gonna come out and make a statement or anything. You know, if let me just tell you, if Diddy gets let go today, can't nobody tell me that man ain't gonna walk up to those mics. He's in his street clothes. He's feeling himself right now. He's gonna walk up to that mic and start talking on break. The dealer's lawyer made to apologize to victims, calling them liars and etc. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Okay. I'm trying to figure out who is all these people coming out. And he's want to videotape all the people out front, I guess, or himself. You can see what passes by. There's a yellow truck passing by. Look like a food truck. Okay. Well, I'm going to keep my eye on that, guys. Keep our eye on it. Let me see. Okay, that's USA Today. Okay. And let me. Okay. TMZ got their live up too. Let me let you see what TMZ, they're not really, everybody just doing the same thing. We all are waiting. And there's laid back waiting. They're doing a laid back waiting. Y'all see that? They're doing a laid back. They laid back, just waiting.
So done. So we're kind of in this position where we got to shoot this interview, which will take about 5 minutes, and then we'll come back to Diddy. You guys want to endure that or not? Or will you endure that? No, they have a choice. Click.
It's a deal. Someone said deal.
Well, I'm asking you to help us out here.
We need a solid.
We're going to talk a lot. We're going to talk a lot about sex. Does that help?
Let's talk about sex.
We're going to talk
baby.
as much Diddy as
5 minutes and then the rest Diddy.
Yeah, we're going back. We're going back to Diddy as soon as we're done. But we got to do this 5-minute thing.
85% of what we do today is going to be Diddy. 90.
So
We got to get these.
So will you give us 5 minutes?
Sure,
cross out
sure.
those other
5
segments,
minutes.
Kyle.
Okay.
Yes, I will endure.
Okay, that's
Thumbs
all we're
up.
asking.
That's it.
Oh, that's a 10. Oh, we got
We
like
got some minutes. You got time.
anything.
Okay.
You're speaking. It's pretty.
All the kids are speaking.
It's 6. The 6 kids that are there are
You wrote a
speaking.
book.
You've got. So Christian has spoken. A lot of them have been calling him superhero, looking up to dad.
Oh, we're interested in this. What are they saying?
Yeah. So here, I'll give you all of it. So Quincy said his father was transformed. He will not jeopardize his freedom again. His children, we all wish to heal together. Justin Combs asked for his father to get a second chance. My father is my superhero. Always told me to believe in God. I talk to my father every day, every other hour. Christian Combs says, I am the one who most resembled my pops, my mannerism, my whole life. I studied my dad up and down. He's my superhero. He told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. I see in his eyes as his twin that he has changed.
Hold on.
Yeah.
He told me to treat women like a queen.
And I do. Yeah.
Oh my Lord.
Again, it's like, how do you say that?
Wait, now I got to pause that. We need to talk about that one, guys. Then I'll bring us back to current, because they got to do a 5-minute interview anyway. And then they're going to come back and talk Diddy for the rest of the thing. Okay? So he said his daddy taught him to treat women like a queen. That's like saying Umar Johnson, Dr. Umar Johnson is going to treat women like a queen. If you don't give him money, he cussed you out. He had talked about his baby mamas, all 3 of his baby mamas, like crazy. All up under their dress, called women smelling like fish tanks, like the ocean and everything else. He got all these baby mamas. And I'm sorry, guy. He got all these baby mamas. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna let y'all listen to them.
When you've seen the Cassie video.
Yeah.
I mean, again, it's like,
it's okay, they hung up.
This is a performance by both sides. And when you coach these people, I know
right, he's coaching these people. But how are you gonna coach somebody in a jailhouse and you don't even accept responsibility for what you did? To cast in all those other women. And then your son getting ready to make a mockery by him saying that statement. That's no more than a slap in the face to everybody. And then it makes them realize that this is hypocritical. They are lying. There's nobody in the world that's going to believe that lie. It's going to make them go back and think about all the stuff that you did again by signing that one little statement that his dad taught him to treat women like a queen, and he do. Hell to the no. He don't treat, none of them treat women like a queen. They have, oh Lord, they got me. This and just hit a nerve, struck a nerve right now. I need to calm down. Judge objecting how attorneys speak on the victims. Somebody need to do something. He called that treating women like a queen. Really? That's what I'm saying. Oh my God. I hope I never see what. Oh yeah, we do know how you treat women once they fall from that queen ladder that you put in those hotels to do freak offs with. Those are queens. You treat them like queens. But I hate to see the women that's not treated like a queen. I guess they get pneumonia. If you don't, they fall from that ladder that you call a queen, they get pneumonia.
He says, no, they're supposed to just say what they, you find out what they're going to say. Maybe don't say, he told me to treat women like a queen, because then you see, then the prosecution is going to stand up
Who
and
said
say, his son, Justin, Christian. So the prosecution is going to stand up and say, a queen, huh? Well, look at Princess Cassie.
Right.
I mean, you're just giving them this opening.
I mean, but Quincy's speaking as a father-son relationship,
Right.
right?
As a do as I say,
But
not as I do.
although he's speaking as a father and son relationship, everybody know he treats women the same way his daddy treats them. His daddy died when Ridley was 3. How he taught him anything right or wrong. Oh my Lord. This is just trigger. Let me put that trigger warning up, because it's a trigger for me right now. See, I'm getting triggered by that statement. Ooh, Lord, you got me kind of tissed off.
Situation.
Certainly.
I'm just saying, is that the way you want to go when you're?
I mean, he's
at the mercy of a judge.
He's there testifying to his character, right? That's it. He's a character witness.
These people get edited. All the witnesses get edited by both sides. What are you going to say? How are you going to say it? And
so he should leave out anything that has to do with women.
Well, not women, but when you say he told me to treat women like a queen, that's a rough statement when you have seen the Cassie video.
It is now. He is correct. Harvey is right about that. That's a loaded statement. That is a horrible statement to make. That is nonsense. He says he's like that because his daddy was and taught him lies for sympathy. They bringing in all the cow's mess. They bringing in the cow in the courtroom and letting the cow just poop cow manure. We ain't got no flowers in there. So I don't know why they crying. Ain't no flowers that you can sniff on and remember the good old days, because the cow is just pooping. That's cow manure. We don't have a garden in the courtroom unless they throwing it all over themselves, rubbing themselves down with the poop, the mess, because this is a loaded statement. That is nonsense. He should never said that. It's probably everybody on all their different lives are talking about that one statement.
Well, they're not being cross-examined. Like, no, they certainly wouldn't do that in a trial because
it's not about them. It's what the prosecution can say when they stand back up. Your Honor, look at this Cassie video. Does she look like she's being treated like a queen? She's being treated,
at a point
Your
that
Honor,
feels like
human
you're
garbage
retrying.
by one Sean Diddy Combs. I mean, that's the response.
Someone said not a very smart comment, but what do you expect? It's his son.
Well, I'm just saying these things.
The kids aren't going to say anything about their
It
dad.
gives
They
the
don't want to see
prosecution
that.
a Mack truck opening.
I see where. I see.
But that's wrong. They should never said that. They can say there's so many things you can say, but why say that when you know it's a known lie? You know everybody can see that video. It's just like we everybody is watching January the 6th. The whole world is watching January the 6th, right? We all are watching it. And then in the middle of January, the next day, they tell you that's not what you saw. You saw a peaceful ride, a peaceful demonstration. You saw people with flowers, red roses, hearts, giving them away, candy packages of cards. You saw people singing "Kumbaya" and saying, "Why can't we get along? Why can't we get along?" And nobody broke in. There was no break-ins, no windows broken, nobody got smashed through the door, no police got smashed like a pancake. Nobody got unalived. No woman was trying to climb through the window. And when she got in the building, no police officer was running. You didn't see that either. You didn't see a noose hanging up. You didn't hear anybody say, hang, you know who. You didn't see none of that. Y'all didn't see none of that. That's what they're trying to tell you. That's what the Diddy, the statement from his son. Y'all didn't see nothing that y'all saw. All this stuff y'all saw and heard and read, y'all didn't see any of it. That's a slap in everybody's face.
Yeah. Sound up for Liam.
Jesse Combs spoke about the death of her mom, Kim Porter, crying while talking. I remember my dad sitting us down. It helped me survive when I just wanted my mom. Then Chance spoke, said her father has changed. He speaks with a clear mind. And Delilah spoke, is talking right now about their 2-year-old sister can't grow up fatherless. That's the latest.
So, one of the underlying themes of the defense is that Diddy was a major drug addict / alcoholic, and that until he got to prison, he was in that cloud for many, many years, and that now he is sober.
Yep.
And sees things differently and feels that remorse, and that is a point.
There's a point. I wonder if does the judge look at that and go, I mean, look, people can only do what they can do, but you could also look at that and say, well, of course he's sober now because you can't readily get all the things he was having. You can't get booze and those drugs and you can get some.
See, that's why, if this is true about the speaking engagement, it's like, how serious is he about anything here? If he's going to, oh yeah, I'm sure I'm going to get out and I'll start speaking next week. If he's not serious about that, is he serious about sobriety?
No.
As he said.
I mean, you start
is
questioning
he as serious
everything.
as he says, right?
You just start questioning everything.
All of a sudden he is reformed. Bullshit. He will go back to his ways soon as
Oh my God, did y'all just hear that? Did y'all just hear that? Somebody said, I should have put the caption up right quick so y'all can see it. Let me put the caption on. I can't do it right now. But the person said, bullshit, that he's reformed. Bullshit.
Questioning everything.
all of a sudden he is reformed. Bullshit. He
Y'all
will go
heard
back
it.
on. He will go back to his ways soon as he's released. He knows this is serious. He's fighting for his life. He probably doesn't even know what to do. No sympathy.
Can I stop you?
Yes.
He knows this is serious. Does he know it's serious if he's booking a speaking engagement next week?
Well, it was like the previous comment that we had a few minutes ago. Maybe he was doing it with good intentions to show that he is reformed.
That makes no sense to me.
Me either.
It makes absolutely no sense to me. Oh, there's playing the video?
No.
Oh.
There's 12
Your
minutes.
Honor.
Hey, come here for a minute, Corey.
Yeah, that's the
Let me just
video
show you a
they
little of this
been
video.
playing. Okay.
Here, don't come over to my computer quite yet. Let me pull this up.
I've got it right here if you want it.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
Well, here's the advantage of doing it here. I can sit.
It's honest.
Okay. I don't know what Harvey doing. Whew, guys. That's some bull. What he said, that's some bull. Did he
This is a
go
little
through
of it.
withdrawal?
What you giving to the world? I don't think you know that, man.
Wait.
By the way, putting music on it, I don't think helps.
Know that
Let
you
me
mean
watch
something.
this so y'all can see it.
Know that you mean something to people. Like you live somewhere in people's heart.
Thank you. You wear it?
This country and this world we live in may have plans for y'all. I didn't listen to that. I don't want y'all to listen to it either. And I'm happy to say this is our third school we have opened. This official.
He can be around my
Come together
kids.
as a people. Nothing
You
can
may be
stop.
trying to find him one to take home.
What I want to do with my freedom is, make sure that I can make change. You will change the world.
I've been to hell.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna make it.
You gonna make it, that's right. I got something for you. I told you I had a present for you?
Yeah. Ooh, ain't that pretty? Oh.
This is a heart, because you my heart.
Oh,
Is that all right?
okay.
You my heart.
Kim Porter, who shares 3 children with Sean Diddy Combs, has been found dead.
Now I'm a full-time dad, and I'm gonna be there for you through everything, all of y'all.
Thank you for loving us. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for inspiring. I've looked up to you and admired you outside of you just being my father, just you being just a great human being, a kind human being. I love how you inspire me to keep going, to never stop following my dreams, always believe in myself.
See your butt, put in that middle part.
I wanted to tell you how much I love you, how much I care for you. Thank you for being so supportive of me and my siblings' dreams, for always encouraging us to go for whatever we want. We love you. We can't wait to make more memories with you. Just want to thank you for everything you do for us. And good luck. More than you think.
I love you.
I love you so much.
I love you so much. I love you so much.
Hi, Daddy.
This video is going to piss off the judge. This video is cringy. He's a puppet master. He's an idiot for this video. This isn't a halftime show.
I mean, putting music on it too, just.
I didn't know I was muted. They trying to make him look like, they trying to make Diddy look like Diana or somebody, or Queen Mary or somebody. Like he said, that video gonna piss off so many people. That video, that's what he said it right, and I agree with that.
The dramatic music, yeah.
God, that big flourish at one point when
At
they
the
start
end,
saying, I love you. Oh,
I know.
Acting like a savior, God complex.
Oh, he
Feels like a
said it.
trailer.
He's acting like a savior. God complex. Oh, that was good. That was good. Unmute yourself. Thank you, sweetie. That was good. He did go through withdrawal. Did he go through withdrawal? I think he did. But that God complex, that's what's the problem right there. He acting like he's a savior and a God. I'm just repeating what was said here.
For a movie. Nope, not buying it.
I will say this. Mark Agnifilo, Tenny Garrigus, it is a formidable, it's a formidable team. And they won the trial. I mean, they kicked the prosecution's ass in this trial. This surprises me. This surprises me. I think this video is tone deaf.
Yeah,
it's tone deaf. And if this is true about this speech, whatever the judge was thinking, he ain't going to go down from what he was thinking. If anything, he's going up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and I think this could actually push him up. That speaking engagement.
And the judge got to know. The judge got to know that this man scheduled next week speaking engagements. And if he feel the way they feel and everybody else feel about that video that he just made, made and put through yesterday, it's probably going to piss him off. And just like the guy said, that's a God, he is God complex. And then said, I forgot what he said. But anyway, that's crazy. He probably thinking he haven't learned anything. He haven't learned anything. The God complex, that's a narcissist right there. And I'm not even a doctor. I'm just a housewife. And that's just my opinion.
You're telling the judge, you're a sap. Prove me wrong.
Calling it. They're calling it so cringe.
The video?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
totally tone deaf. This video should not sway the judge in any way.
Well, it may.
And the wrong way.
Yeah.
Piss him off. Like, come on, bro.
Can you imagine the judge is going to say, I was so moved by that video that.
Hey, what is
there any version of
No, personally, no. Personally, absolutely.
Oh,
not.
they
And on
hating
top of
that
like
video.
you said, the speaking engagement
The
thing. that's on the judge. No,
TMZ
I'm
team
pissed off.
is hating this video. They hate that video. I guess he thought he was going to have his team to put together and go get the videos from his family and friends or whoever got them and the children, and let's get together a wonderful video of me showing I'm Captain Hero. I want to save the world. I want to save some people. Oh no. Oh no. That just showed them who he is.
Now I'm just, you think you're taking this as a joke. You think like you said, did you call him you think I'm a simp? Like you think that I'm just going to be, yeah, no, it's a slap in the face. The speaking engagement more so than the video for me.
This speaking engagement, I'll tell you, they better address this.
In a week? That's crazy. Like
next week.
Yes, I'm saying, you mean to tell me that you're
today's, and by the way, today's Friday.
So not even, I'm like that more so than the video for me.
Yes, today is Friday.
Yeah.
He's talking about speaking next week, guys. That means that's why he got the street clothes on. He think he's going to leave.
Judge won't be messing around.
No, not you see. Victoria got her ears pierced.
Throw popcorn out the
She had some
screen.
big diamonds.
I think this video and just got under their skin. That video and just pissed them off. That video got them not liking it. And then the speaking engagement, once they saw the full video, they didn't like the speaking engagement. Then once the video showed, it's like, oh, hell no. Hell to the no now.
Pull about thoughts on the video. Give us a few moments and we'll see what
91% terrible, I think.
He said 91% terrible.
And by the way, I think the way you guys view this matters. If this is overwhelming, and I know.
How do you all, let me ask everybody in the chat, how do you all view that video? The video and the speaking engagement set up for next week. And today is Friday now, but he got this set up for next week. How do you all view the video? If you think just speak on it. Speak on it. Drop it in the comments for me. Drop it in the comments, guys. If you in the bushes, step out for one moment, and you can do it with a emoji. Thumbs down, thumbs up. 100% good, 100% bad. Gone the wrong way. Monster face. The demon is out. His true colors are showing. Whatever. Let me know.
No, it's gonna be
Tone deaf, not a great idea.
Oh,
Tone deaf, they saying.
I mean, 5 years, 5.5 years.
Yeah, the
So
video showed he still has a God complex and hasn't changed at all.
See, I think he's going to go on the low end. He may go on the low end of the discretionary sentence, the guideline, just because, again, judges don't like getting reversed on appeal. And the case is distinguishable, the one that they raised. It is distinguishable because of money, because of some of the things that were said. So it is somewhat distinguishable, but there are exacerbating factors with Diddy too. So I don't know.
The video is for Trump to see, not the judge.
No, that's what I'm saying. If Diddy jumps up at the end, if he realizes I'm screwed, and he gets up and he says, Your Honor, I just want to say one thing, that I understand now what President Trump was talking about, where the federal government weaponizes a case against you, because ultimately you've gone into my bedroom the way the feds did with Donald Trump and Stormy Daniels, that they are very similar. And I now have appreciation for what he was talking about, and that the Justice Department should not be weaponized, and Trump this, Trump that. Donald Trump forgets like that when
Yeah.
somebody starts complimenting him. J.D. Vance called him the American Hitler, and he's vice president. And so you can turn it around with him with compliments, and compliments get you everywhere.
Yeah.
And if he's feeling threatened where he realizes this is going to go bad, do you throw the Hail Mary? Would you throw the Hail Mary? That's actually a poll. If you were in his shoes, would you play the Trump card?
Okay.
But remember, Trump already said that he's not going
He
to.
didn't say that. He said probably not.
Okay, so yeah, with that,
Stand by. We're dropping the poll now.
do we see?
Yeah, I want to hear this.
Olivia.
Would you play the Trump card if you were Diddy?
Oh, of course he's gonna play it.
I know it sounds crazy, but it may be his best chance.
1000% try, especially if you feel like you said that you're done for, you're toast. 6 years, he doesn't want to do 6 years. He doesn't want to do any
He doesn't
time.
want to do any time.
Anytime. So
I mean,
yeah,
he's clearly
of course.
thinking, I'm going to get out because I'm doing a speech next week. So if
That
now
part.
he's thinking, wait a minute, 3 more years in prison?
Yeah, I'm especially.
And this is my only chance to do something.
Yeah, and he's already said once that he would consider it, and then he said maybe. So you know that he's already. The train has been turned.
Right.
In Trump's
And what you're saying is,
1000%.
I don't really care what the judge gives me, because what I'm banking on now is a pardon.
Yep, I'm going to. Yeah.
He's not going to, the judge isn't going to change his mind based on what Diddy says.
I don't think the judge is gonna be lenient.
What are they saying?
It's closer than I thought it would be. It's ticking up. Would you play the Trump card? 58% say yes. 43% say no.
But what I'm interested in, are the 43% saying it's bullshit and you shouldn't do it? Because I'm not saying whether it's a good thing, like morally or whatever. I'm just saying, if you were him, would you play the Trump card?
JLo 5. I think it's stupid for him to bring up Trump.
Why?
Karen said, "I can't stand Trump. To save my own ass, you bet you
There
bet."
you go.
I can't stand him, but to save my own ass.
There
yes.
you go.
You want mic down?
I don't know yet. Yes, mic down.
RV mic down. All right.
Still nothing?
What's our status here?
I'm gonna guys watch the video. I told her to wait 5 minutes because she's
Okay.
about to join. She's waiting. She's ready.
Mm-hmm. All right.
She has to leave soon.
Real quick, I just want to make note for those asking. Jackson is out today, so it is Corey behind the camera and myself reading the comments. Jackson will be back Monday for those who are missing.
Jackson's
Jackson's
partying.
He's doing what
Good for him, which
he's
he
doing
should.
what a young guy should do.
I mean,
On a big
I would say a young guy could do it on the weekend, but anyway, whatever. It's fine.
Friday 10
Not the
a.m.
weekend.
Hello.
So we
Yes.
we told you guys we got to take just a quick break, a little Taylor Swift break. We're going to talk to a Taylor author about the new album, Life of a Showgirl, and break down some of the songs, including pretty racy, for Taylor Swift anyway, pretty racy song about sex life with Travis.
Well, some of the lyrics are.
I mean,
Okay, guys. I'm going to stop showing them right now. Okay. Until they come back. But guys, I cannot believe it. Oh, that video was a train wreck. And then his son gets up. Hi, Justice. How you doing?
I'm good. I was at the beauty shop texting you. And I didn't
saw
want that.
that.
Yeah, I didn't want that noise to interfere. That's why I didn't come on.
Okay. I hope you got your hair looking beautiful. Or
I
your
do, but
nails.
it's been a rough morning. You know, my special need grandson that I raised, and the day, you know, that full moon affect those special need children in
Yeah.
an odd way.
Yeah.
And so I went through hell this morning, but God is good.
God is good. A blessing to your grandson.
Yes, ma'am.
I
But
hope he go ahead.
yeah, but we are in full throttle on the diddler.
Oh Lord. This video. And then his son statement. He
I
got
told you yesterday he was gonna do a video.
Yeah, but that statement.
Yeah.
He said his dad said treat women like queens. Oh, that backfired.
Oh yeah, it did. They just see what they doing is trying to. Yeah, they're trying to influence the judge, but what they doing is showing him what a liar and a manipulator he really is.
And that he haven't changed at all.
No, because how you gonna plan on going home when the judge makes the decision whether you can go? So you saying he ain't in charge? I am.
Mm-hmm.
And the judge ain't going for that. You ain't gonna make him look like you running nothing.
Right. That's exactly. Diddy is trying to insert his control over that courtroom.
Yes.
In the trial, trying to insert his control, and the judge has to take it back and let him know that this is his courtroom.
Yeah. Diddy is putting on a show. This is a movie he making right here. That's all he did was make them tapes and stuff. He making a movie right here. How I overcame the judge. How I overcame the feds. That's what he doing, making a movie.
Right. And I think Diddy must probably got somebody that did a payoff to make sure he walked today, because he didn't want no suit or anything. He wanted his street clothes.
But
so
he wanted to look good for this movie. See, this is the props. He wanted to look good for the movie, but he ain't walking. He ain't paid nobody off. He ain't walking. He not walking. No, he gonna be crawling back to the back tank. That's where he going.
Well, he is laying it out. He is laying it out thick. Got everybody saying what he want them to say. He's controlling his team.
Yeah, he doing it. He doing his thing. He doing what the diddler do. The diddler is doing the diddler. But when the judge open his mouth, he gonna do the fed.
And I think he got somebody behind the scenes and offered money somewhere to somebody I'm not saying to the judge, because judge
Yeah.
don't look like he play that stuff.
No, he ain't playing that.
For him to walk.
But he can't walk. The judge is the one who make the decision.
Right.
So
Right.
that don't matter who he gave his money. Look at all them lawyers he paid millions of dollars to, and he's still in jail.
Mm-hmm. Wait, something is going on. Let me see who this is right here. I don't know who this is right here. Let's see. I'm going to unmute and let me see what they're saying.
You can always find them. Spill the beans. Tell us what happened.
I mean, guys, to call it heartbreaking, gut-wrenching, absolute understatement. There's not a dry eye inside the courtroom right now. We just heard from all of Diddy's children. They took the podium together, arms around each other, and gave, it was crushing. They all were talking about not only, of course, how Diddy's a changed man, but how much they miss their dad, but how it's personally affected each of them. And that was all followed up by a video, which I'm sure that you've seen at this point because it was entered as an exhibit. That was a montage of Diddy's entire life, showing him helping his family, helping others in the community. And Diddy was doubled over. It seemed like by the end of the video, which also touched on Kim Porter, his late wife, he was tearing up, especially when his daughters were speaking. They couldn't get a word out. They were crying so much. And like I said, the family that was sitting in the pews, the reporters, people from the public, everyone was tearing up.
Jacob, so I get that the family would be emotional at seeing that video. I get that Diddy would be emotional. There was a moment shortly before they played the video, where his attorney started sobbing. What was the context there? What happened? Why Nicole Westmoreland started sobbing?
Yeah, frankly, I was stunned by this, and so was a lot of people that I was sitting around, because it started off with Nicole kind of almost listing off Diddy's accomplishments like a Wikipedia page would. And then as she got more and more into it, and keep in mind, Nicole Westmoreland is an African-American woman, she started talking about the impact that he was making in the Black community. And as soon as she started talking about Revolt, which was the TV channel and media company that Diddy created, she started weeping. And from then on, she even got more emotional when she talked about how Diddy had greatly affected her life, because she is a advocate for criminal justice. 8 years ago, went to a conference that Diddy was speaking at, and she said she was so touched by his words and was crying about it, and that led into the kids who came to the podium.
Did she work at Revolt? I don't know. Maybe.
No. So she said that as an attorney 8 years ago, she had a dream of advocating for the criminal justice reform. And she went to a conference in DC, and unbeknownst to her, Diddy was there as a speaker. And he started talking about the impact you can make in other people's lives and kind of words of encouragement. But she said that had a profound effect on her, and so much so she started weeping.
Talk to us about when prosecutors said that Diddy booked a speaking engagement next week. What was this about? Give us the full context of it, and whether anybody said anything in response to that.
There wasn't a response to that, but I, of course, had my eyebrows up, as did everyone else. And it was to their point that he's not remorseful.
Right. But what did they say? What exactly? I want. It's a huge point, at least the way we see it. Exactly how was it said?
You know, I'm just coming out of court right now. It had to do with the fact that Ms. Slavic was going over how Diddy claims that he's remorseful and how he feels bad. He's not, because he's already booked an engagement to speak in Miami this upcoming Monday.
Was there
But
wait,
it did
Monday?
not specify.
Monday?
It didn't specify what this.
Yeah. Do you all hear that?
Yeah, that's so funny. He just put his foot in his mouth. He just put his foot in his mouth. You gonna book an appointment when you're asking the judge for mercy? Well, let's find out if he's gonna give you mercy before you decide he already gave you mercy.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, he just put his foot in his mouth, Pinkie.
And today is Friday. He planning on going home today, get us and get us on Saturday and Sunday. Have his the people come in and do his hair, shape it up, dye it up, get that beard dyed, shaped up, get a facial, get his nails cleaned up,
Get a massage, have a good freak
massage
off,
and body wash and
have him
everything.
a good freak off with some baby oil.
Right. Get a good freak off and then get ready for Monday. So
But
he
you
can
know
be
what?
ready and
Just cause he booked an appointment, that's to say it in the court. But once they give you time served, you ain't got to keep no appointment. You a free man. That's bull gone. He ain't finna do nothing. He finna go on one of them 3-4 day binges. Soon as he can get out of there, he need that pink stuff.
Right, you know, and oh yeah, he'll be calling in his man, his
That's
fellow
right,
fisherman.
Ray J
Yeah.
and Stevie J.
Ray.
Uh-huh.
Who knows? He may even send young Miami
Yeah,
out to go get him some.
Thank you,
She
thank
used to
you.
be one of
And
his
then he
people.
gonna be calling his goons. He gonna be calling his goons to get everybody back who testified against me. I want them to have pneumonia.
Pneumonia. And
Yeah.
he probably already got the list. And
Yeah,
tell
he got
him
the
to sit
list.
down and take notes. He
Yeah.
gonna name them all.
Yeah, that's what 50 Cent wrote to the judge. Say, Your Honor, we've been having beef for years. But I want you to know, as big and as strong as I am, I fear for my life. He's deadly. Yeah, yeah. So that ain't that booking an appointment don't mean he was gonna go to one. He just trying to convince you to let him go. That's all.
And you know that he already got a stadium set up for his tour. He's planning on going back on tour.
Yeah, they using the word tour in front of the judge, but that's gonna be a white party. You know, that's gonna be one
a
of the parties.
huge party.
Yeah, they finna have another party. That's all.
Right. But he's saying it's a sold out arena.
Yeah. If you remember how he rented those mansions, Pinkie, well, you can rent an arena, and you know he gonna put the cameras in there. He gonna put his own locks on the door. Oh yeah, they gonna have a good time if the judge let him out. But I'm finna tell you something right now. Say it, put it on the record. He ain't walking. He ain't walking. He making trying to make points, but he don't know he making the judge look like it's a fixed deal. Judge ain't going for that.
That's what everybody's looking at.
Yeah.
It's a fixed deal.
No, it ain't fixed. He crazy.
He got this. He rented. Somebody got paid off somewhere. I don't think the judge is part of it.
No, judge ain't part of that.
Paid off and calling the shots for him because he got his street clothes on. He got all his kids up there crying. Got his attorney crying. Got everybody crying.
It ain't gonna work, Pinkie. I'm here to tell you it ain't gonna work. This judge here is a no-nonsense judge. This judge here, you ain't gonna buy this judge. Oh no, ma'am, it ain't gonna work. He's a fool. He doing everything he can. Yeah, he doing everything he can to try to sway everybody. So even if he don't get out, it'll look like he had one hell of a trial. That Diddler did his thing. But baby, he's not gonna walk. No, no, ma'am.
This is
No, ma'am.
This is too. I didn't expect all this today.
Yeah, this is real manipulation.
Huh?
This is real manipulation. This is how he got all these people to do that dirty work for him.
Now he expects everybody in that courtroom to bow down.
Yeah, and he probably promised the black attorney woman up there faking her crying with onion on her fingers. Probably punished her. If you can get me out here, if you can make it look good enough, you gonna get a bonus, 100,000. Just crying for that paycheck that's gonna come if we get him out today.
Right. And the people that had the tape of Cassie, they better run. They better make sure you got your car packed and everything. You better be ready the minute you hear that sentence go down. If he walk, you better be running. You make sure your car is packed. The house is already loaded to be gone. Gone. Because you know he coming because he thought he got the tape from you and y'all tricked him.
Yep.
Y'all had another copy of it.
Yep. Yep. He got a lot of people, and all of them people, homies that was at the party that didn't even call, didn't give me no money, didn't speak out for
Money
me.
on his books.
Yeah, I'm coming for you.
I'm
He
coming
already
for you.
told him he was coming when he first got arrested. Where you at? Where you at, Jay-Z? Where you at? That's what
He
he
was
said.
calling all of them.
Yeah.
All of them.
So he got
They started
revenge
running.
on his mind right now. He got revenge. He up there plotting. If I can get out here today, it's gonna be some pneumonia tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. He getting ready to. Everybody better make sure y'all take y'all vitamins. Make sure y'all go get your flu shot.
Get your mask on.
Pneumonia shot.
Put your mask on.
You know, I haven't had a pneumonia shot before.
Oh, me too. I have
I
too.
took the flu shot and the pneumonia shot. Matter of fact, we swapped and went just last week. I need to go get my flu shot.
We need to get one talking about him.
Mm-hmm. Ooh,
Just
Lord.
talking about him, you'll catch pneumonia.
Ooh, he make your blood pressure go up. You know
I'm
what?
trying to tell you.
I have never had high blood pressure in my life. I don't even take no medicines for nothing like that. But he will give you blood pressure. This is making my blood.
Yep. But he ain't gonna walk. Don't worry about it. God has already took care of this. This devil finna pay. This demon is gonna pay. He is not getting time served. No way, no how.
Let's see what else they're talking about. Because I tell you, this is a bunch of buffoonery. It's
Yeah, that's all he's doing up there, clowning, putting on the show.
What do you call it? Is it buffoonery or buffoonery? Wait, I wrote it down one day.
Buffoonery. Buffoonery.
Buffoonery. Is it buffoonery? Wait, now I wrote it down one day because I wanted to make sure I know how to say that word.
Yeah, he's bamboozling people or something.
Bamboozle. That's it. Bamboozle.
Yeah, bamboozle. He bamboozling folks, but he ain't bamboozling that judge.
No, that judge is steadfast. He knows what he's doing. And first of all, the judge don't need no money because judge already got money.
Thank you. And early on, that's what I had texted in your chat. They was up there, the lawyers talking about this fake witness with a fake name and all that stuff, talking about and the judge made them apologize.
Right. Because
that was a synonym. Yeah, that was a synonym.
Right.
It wasn't fake.
People use synonyms in the courtroom all the time for trial.
That's right.
Especially
and the
when
judge
you got
made
a
him
demon
apologize.
When you got a demon hiding in a human skin, crawling up in your face. Remember that video I played about the demon?
Yeah.
Right, hiding in your face, right in your face.
Yeah, them devils is doing everything they can do, but honey, no, it's more with us than more with him.
That is true.
It's more with us. God said that. He said it'd be more with you than be against you.
Yeah. Oh Lord, I tell you, this is something else.
And that letter he wrote, he said in his letter to the judge, he said, Your Honor, I have put the gangs together and it ain't no more violence in there where I'm at. I got them getting along with each other and learning.
You know what he did? He doing the same thing he do to the people out here, out in the real world. That's what he's doing. He took control of that prison, got people under his control through intimidation and threats. That's why everybody is laying low. They just got to lay low until he get his butt in the prison house. That's what they doing. But let me go ahead and play this.
Engagement was there was no follow-up question to when this was booked. So it started.
Was there a reaction in court, like an audible reaction?
Or the judge?
No, there wasn't an audible reaction. The people who were sitting next to me and I kind of looked at each other confused.
Did you say Monday? Did you say Monday?
I believe it was Monday.
Holy smokes. I mean, that's breathtaking. Wow. That's what was your take? I mean, it's interesting. You may have a different take than we did. What was your take on both sides' presentation so far?
Well, the prosecution, their take honestly sounded a lot like their opening statement, and essentially their thesis is this is not just a transportation of prostitution charge. you need to look at everything. And a huge piece of what we've discussed over the past few months is violence. And that's something that we need to take into account for. And they went in on all the examples of Cassie being beaten in the CNN video, of her being beaten at the hotel, about times that it was only a year ago that Jane claimed that when Diddy was under investigation, he broke down her door, was kicking her, hitting her. So with that, they say we need to be looking at all the evidence. And this is something that the judge pointed out too, although I know it's more of a nuanced point. He said that we can review acquitted material.
Right. That was a big deal.
Yeah.
What was the judge? I mean, our take was the judge was kind of leaning toward the prosecution in terms of the way they were viewing sentencing. What was yours?
It's hard to say exactly where the judge is leaning, because it seems like whenever the prosecutors or when the defense make a point, he kind of leans towards their side. My projection is that he's just going to keep it the way it is. But really the defense's whole strategy here is just to lay on the emotions thick. And it started off with Jason Driscoll, who we know as a lawyer on Diddy's team, who's by far the most reserved, kind of a nerdy guy. And he takes the podium and was, acting very confident, speaking very loudly, argumentative. And then it followed up with Nicole Westmoreland, which we just described, followed by the family and the tribute video. But we're going to hear a lot more from his attorneys. We still have Brian Steele's going to talk. We're going to hear from 2 other of Diddy's attorneys. And then we're going to hear, I believe, from a pastor. And there might even be another person after that. So what time is it right now? I think it's 1:30 Eastern time. This could go to Monday.
Oh, you think?
They did say that was a possibility. Wow.
Well, he's got a speaking
that's going
engagement
to ruin
Monday.
a speaking engagement.
Really? I mean, what's going to happen there? I gotta say, Jacob, we had a really different view of that 12-minute video. It was cringe-worthy the way, with music and.
But what Jacob said is that the family was upset, and you expect that.
But
what was the reaction from everybody else in the court? I understand that the family and people on Diddy's team were sobbing. What about just the general?
It's interesting to say that. I think if you just saw the video independently, I could see how you maybe think, okay, a little cringefully. But the way that they rolled it out, I thought was pretty perfect. And like I said, by the end of it, we saw Diddy was tearing up, and really everyone was already just so emotional after hearing the kids talk. It was kind of the perfect kicker, in my opinion.
Huh. Well, wait a minute. You say kicker. Who are the new people? The new people are called by whom? Prosecution or defense?
Defense.
It's the.
I meant as kind of a right. We just went into lunch. It was the perfect kicker going into lunch to really make everyone feel bad for Diddy.
So it's like it sounds like one of his pastors is going to speak,
right?
And then 2 or 3 of the lawyers, and possibly, Jake, they said a re-entry officer who would basically talk about how Diddy's been rehabilitated.
The big deal, Jacob, is the judge said right at the jump that his sentencing guideline was like 5 years plus to around 7 years. And that's way higher than what the defense was arguing. And this whole thing came up about, there were other cases where people got that. And then the defense was saying, well, that's distinguishable. But it sounds like the judge believes that his range is around 5 to 7.
Well, exactly. And that's smack dab in the middle of what the defense and the prosecution want. The prosecution want at least 11 years. The defense is asking for around 2 years. I think he's trying to meet them both in the middle.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know that Diddy's going to feel like 5 to 7 is in
I
the
don't
middle.
think he's going to see it that way.
No.
What do you think the chances are, based on the way you've heard it, that I know that Diddy submitted a letter that
We've seen this video.
We see the video. Will he talk?
Everything feels like it's on the table right now. I have to say the most powerful thing of all of today was the kids talking. And Diddy has been poker faced throughout this entire trial, and he couldn't even contain himself. Christian started talking about how his dad taught him to treat women well. I saw Diddy getting visibly emotional then. And then when the twins and Chance started talking, he was just a wreck. And I mean, the kids, like I said, they couldn't even talk. And speaking in a courtroom with a ton of people, it's absolutely packed right now. A ton of Diddy's family. They have 3 rows all to themselves, way more than usual. I mean, it was just a really moving moment.
Okay.
All right.
When are they going back?
About 20 minutes.
Gonna go grab a hot dog. What are you gonna? What's for lunch?
So they're on break now.
Ain't no rest for the wicked.
I mean, there's food for the wicked.
So they're on break right now. And whoo, guys, this is just too much. This is a lot. This is a lot. Okay, let me tell you what we know now. Okay, what we know. Let me hit refresh on everything to make. I'm gonna mute them and hit refresh on them as well. Okay, let me see. Okay. I was trying to see whether TMZ got anything new they're talking about. Oh, something else. But I just did a refresh on Inner City Press. Let me see that whether he got anything. It says wait now. Is this all clear? Okay. This is I guess when they first was doing things like this is from Inner City Press. It says, as Combs' lawyer Mill around, he's has still not been brought out as U.S. Marshals brings out a big shelf of papers and a red book, picks up the chair to search underneath. All clear. I guess they want to make sure before they bring Combs out and everything that everything is all clear, that nothing is there for him to make a breakout or record anything, or no phones or shanks. I'm just kidding about the shanks. But you know, prison people and jail people, they make them shanks. Y'all know what a shank is, right? I never seen, well, on TV I've seen a shank before or anything. So, but let me see. This is Justice. You coming back up, Justice?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay. You want to put your avatar back up?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Okay. Want me just put you down until you get it back
Yeah,
up?
if you can.
Okay. All right. And so y'all know what a shank is. They use it. But let me show you what's going on outside the courtroom, so y'all know we ain't gonna miss nothing. If Diddy decide to, if he gets what he's asking for, the walk, y'all gonna see it right away. Y'all gonna see it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you, Justice. Let me just
Yes,
show
ma'am.
what is going on right now. Show everybody we're caught up. This is a live going on. This is with Law and Crime Network. This is live, so there's nobody out making any speeches in their street clothes. I'm gonna hit it one more time so y'all can see nobody's outside making no statements in their street clothes because oh wait, I hit the wrong one. Oh, here it is right here. Because the podium is empty. the mics are empty. There's nobody up there, so you don't see a Diddy. They may got a dog out there just in case Diddy try to run and grab somebody's child and start running. So they got the dog out there just in case. And they got it out there just in case if somebody want to bring him some of that pink stuff.
That's right. That's right. I was just my phone went dead, and when I finally I made it home. I was driving. When I made it here and got it hooked up, I saw one of my sources say that the reason why the attorney was crying, say she was the black lady, say she was saying that she went to an event one time, and she didn't know that Diddy was gonna be there, but he spoke about justice for black people, and it just touched me, Your Honor. It just touched me. How many of us, like she said, how many of us in this courtroom can say that we have affected people, so many people like he did? The lady was acting it out.
She getting paid that. She's getting paid.
Yeah.
So she's gonna no, I'm quite sure she was probably was thinking about, should I fall out on the floor crying too?
Yeah.
Or
He
do
told her
one
what to
of
do.
them
You know, he the director. He told her stand straight, but just lean and cry. You got some onion on your fingertips, rub your eye, and then that'll bring the water out.
Right. Oh, and then one that ain't holding her, what she doing her little crip walk up.
Well, now he gonna have to speak. Now he gonna speak too.
You know he's gonna speak.
Yeah, he got to. He the star of the show.
Right, and because he figured my kids already brought it home now.
Yeah, and when he get through speaking, he gonna be saying to himself, "An Oscar. I want an Oscar with this."
He know how to give people awards.
Gold records. He trying to get him an award.
Yep. But oh my God! But we're all caught up on all of them, guys, and y'all can see we're just sitting in front of the courtroom. That's on US Today, and then I'm going to show you the other one, which is I'm going to show you all of them. Well, let me just put it up here right quick to let you know we're caught up. We're not missing anything. The minute somebody come out, that's USA Today, but all of them, we're caught up. So don't worry, we ain't gonna miss nothing. We didn't miss it last time he was in court, and when that sentence came down while we was live and on Law and Crime Network. I think it was Elizabeth speaking of somebody. Let me see what they're talking about. Oh, they're laughing with somebody on TMZ. So we can wait. Let me go ahead and go over Inner City Press right quick. No, it was CNN. When they said CNN, one of them, who did they say had the update? No, it was New York Times. New York Times. I know it was one of them. New York Times. And I just did a update on New York Times so I can see where they are. Let me see.
Did you hear about what his son said?
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the biggest things I think that really just got a lot of people up in arms.
And he got and while you up there talking, you got charges filed on you. While you up there talking, there's a case coming up where you charged with your daddy.
Right.
You being sued with your daddy.
Right. So yeah. But that's the same thing like a Krishan, but Krishan had a warrant out on her when she went up there in the courtroom to be and bringing the baby to be blue face, and then she gets arrested herself. So you never know. You never know. They probably already looking at people. Ooh, my God. But let me see what they're saying. Wait, let me pull this one down and get. I don't know what they're talking about, but I'm getting ready to find out.
Roger.
TMZ.
Wait a minute. Are we doing Tim today?
Yeah.
Where?
Oh, and F.
Then what's this going to be?
I don't know.
I know this
Okay.
doesn't make sense.
Until they, I'm gonna.
What's his
No.
name?
Let me see. Can I put the caption on? It don't give me that
Thank you.
option during his
Hey,
life.
Paul.
Wait,
Love the shoes.
I'm gonna
Love the
just
shoes.
mute
Nice
it until they start talking about. But in the meantime, wait. Let me just see. They're talking now.
In your window.
Yeah.
Yeah, Richard Jewell. Yeah, I
Yes,
played that guy.
that
What a
was-
sad story
But
that
that
was.
was a great flip.
Yeah,
That was great.
yeah. I got to be in a banger.
That was really good.
Yeah.
That was.
This is.
I've gotten to do
But
some
you're a
cool
comedian, and
Okay,
that was a.
that ain't
different
nothing.
role,
So
man.
we're gonna drop that. Let me go ahead and go over the stuff with oh, I keep forgetting. I got so many up here. New York Times. That's it. Go ahead and go over the stuff with the New York Times right quick. Before we get, who knows? They saying this may run until Monday.
Yeah.
This missing. And if so, that means the Diddler ain't gonna be going nowhere.
Thank you. He ain't going nowhere. I bet
No.
you he was doing so many rituals out at midnight last night.
Woo.
I bet
Had
you
a
he
whole
was.
had everybody at his home or somewhere.
Yeah.
They was
Yeah.
doing the jump, the move, and
That lady say probably him, the rats, and the roaches was doing rituals last night.
right. Everybody, probably everybody in the prison and everybody at his house and everybody. You know, you don't put nothing past him. I don't. Okay. Let me see. Do I have this? Let me take this down because I got the New York Times out. Let me see. Let me just see. This is in the last 9 minutes ago because I did a refresh on this. This is the last 9 minutes. Let me just turn this over here.
They probably got to come back from lunch.
Yeah, I just flipped it to the courtroom doors. So just in case. Okay.
They having lunch.
Okay. It's a minute to 2 there. It's a minute to 1 here. So they got a minute.
Okay.
Yeah. They may be coming back. It says this 10 minutes ago. Now, 10 minutes ago, this is from the New York Times. It says it feels notable that after weeks of testimony by the alleged victims in the case, with Sean Combs' defense team calling no witnesses of their own, the sentencing hearing today is tilting dramatically in the other direction, other than the relatively brief statement by a prosecutor this morning. I guess that's the one. Was that the one that was crying? A potential rebuttal may come later this afternoon. We are hearing at length from those defending Mr. Combs' character and insisting he's a changed man. How the hell can a man go from that in 1 year?
How you gonna take 20 years worth of crime and kill it all in 12 months?
I don't know.
And why are you in there killing crime?
Unalive.
Yeah, well, getting rid of unalive behavior. You're using people's call cards. You faking like it's them using their own phone call. You paying them to use it. You calling up witnesses and threatening them. So how and when did you change?
Yeah, when did he change? I guess last night.
Must have been last night in the middle of that ritual.
He did a big shift. Now, it says after lunch, that could continue for at least a few more hours with remarks expected from 3 more defense lawyers.
I bet that judge is tired of this.
let me read this. More defense lawyers and Mr. Combs himself, with other supporters possibly, defending the judge discretion. Now that's Sean, that's in his good old days. That's when he was hanging out, doing his thing, being able to do whatever he want to do.
He
Now,
probably was high right there.
hmm at the conclusion of Sean's Combs trial, one unanswered question was what had happened to Virginia Hahn, a woman who was referred to as victim 3 in the indictment against Mr. Combs. What, but was not called as a witness. In a letter to the judge ahead of Mr. Combs' sentencing, Ms. Hahn, a former girlfriend, explained her account of her role in the case, divulging the ideas that she had been a victim at all. She had been a victim at all. Wait a minute, that the idea that she had been a victim at all, although prosecutors have concluded that she had been sex trafficked, she wrote she did not agree. Okay, whatever. That's the one that never showed up in the courtroom. They was
Yeah.
waiting on her for the longest, and she never showed up and found
She
out
she also the one that gave that interview to Tasha K
yeah,
about how he knocked that BABY out.
right. He stomped it out of her. Right. She been allegedly, and also in my opinion, she was paid off. She was gotten to by the Diddy camp.
What she doing is keeping her rent paid. She still living in one of his houses where he paying the rent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Inside the courtroom, Sean Combs appeared solemn while his children spoke in support of him. He mouthed, "I love you" at one point, while one of his daughters was at the podium. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Doing the showing of an 11-minute video. 11-minute video showing him hugging people, being nice and shaking hands and all that things. Oh my God. An inspirational reel recounting his life and career. That didn't show nothing about his career. It showed him just shaking and hands and stuff. I guess somebody else is putting their mic on the up on the while the other mics are. Somebody's changing one of theirs out right now. Mr. Combs was sobbing, his hand covering his face and his body waving. Oh Lord, that's okay. Now this is 53 minutes ago, still within an hour. The Senate's hearing is breaking for lunch until 2 p.m. So it's 2 p.m., 2:04. So they just come back from lunch, guys, when more of Sean's lawyer and supporters will speak. Mr. Combs is also expecting to address the court. So they're already back from court lunch. So I'll leave it right there, and I'm going to go and we're going to see what's going on. I'm going to pull this down for a second so we can see what's going on. Okay. Any thing you need to say about that before I pull up and see what's going on, Justice?
Just that they said that his children, they all got into a circle like a huddle,
Okay.
like a football huddle, and they just crying and just saying how much he taught them and how much they loved him and how he had never did anyone wrong. He has built up people all his life. He spent his life building up people. And I'm saying to myself, now you using your children to lie.
Mm-hmm.
That in itself, when you have the victims up there testifying just what they said just then, let the court know that you will make your children lie for you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's all I want to say, Pinkie.
Okay. Thank you. Let me put this part up.
And they have been hurt by this. Don't hear me as saying there is not something real and dramatic about a child being deprived of connection with their parent for a substantial period of time. That's horrible. And I think the judge was acknowledging that. I just really don't see it impacting the sentence.
So,
One
Dante,
thing that
I pray not.
oh yeah, Dante, I was just going to ask you about something about this, about your reaction to this, but also I should note what we can expect, right? What we can expect for the rest of the day. We understand that 2 more of his lawyers will be speaking. Sean Combs will be making a statement. A reverend's going to be making a statement. I'm not sure if the prosecution's going to be calling anybody, or they may just read letters into the record regarding maybe some of the victims. But your reaction to what Rich said, and also what we can expect for the remainder of the day. What are you looking out for?
Yeah, sure. I mean, kids certainly give a perspective, and I think it's an important one because who they're dealing with and what they've described is, hey, we've seen our own father change, be more patient, more guidance, more present, even though not physically present, but perhaps more emotionally present and giving more sound advice than the entertainer and the person who was zipping across the world for these sexcapades or freak-offs. So I think it's important that their perspective was heard. At the end of the day, I agree with Rich. I'm not sure how much it's really going to sway the court because there's many defendants who come before a judge who have kids and all kind of family obligations, and they still get sentenced to long and hard time. So I don't see that as being determinative of the sentence, although it's something that will be taken into consideration. But will it impact it? Probably not. And to go to what you said earlier, or what was said in terms of there's a year and a half or 17 months, if you will, of time difference between the bottom range and the top range for these charges. And as being someone who's visited clients in prison, being somebody who's represented clients in these cases, be it in state court or federal criminal defense cases, every day in custody is equivalent to 1,000 days here in the free world. So we talk about numbers, we talk about months, we talk about years somewhat cavalierly. But when you're facing that time and you have to do that time, all of those days, months, years, hours, and minutes and seconds count. And it's something not to be taken lightly.
Now, Justin, I'm going to have you jump in on the conversation, but I also want to read you something. I want to read you a paragraph from Sean Combs' letter to the court. He may echo similar statements when he provides a statement to court today. For over a year, I've been locked in one room with 25 other incarcerated people, sharing the same one room. In this room that I share, there are no windows. There is no natural clean air. There's no sunlight. We all live in one room. We eat, sleep, use the toilet, take showers, and prepare meals all in the same room. The conditions that my actions have placed me in are inhumane. I don't tell you this for pity or sympathy. I'm simply sharing my truth and the truth of my fellow incarcerated people. We have no clean drinking water, and we boil our drinking water. We all share one washing machine, which is broken. I am surrounded by drugs, and I live every day with the constant threat of being stabbed or losing my life.
He's surrounded by drugs.
He probably having some sitting up in there himself.
Oh, Lord.
And if he's surrounded by drugs and he was a drug addict when he went in there, okay, you high now.
So, surrounded by drugs. An addict. Like you said, just an addict. That's why he's keeping telling people, you can take a, I can take a urine test, because he know they ain't gonna do it because he volunteering to do it. He know they ain't gonna do it, and they can't just do it right there anytime. He want people to. He like a narcissist, daring you to do something.
That's all he doing.
Doing what a Martell would do.
You just took that out of my brain. I was just gonna say. I was just gonna say Martell 2.0.
Oh my Lord. He's surrounded by drugs. See, he's
Well, I thought that you said you made a big difference in there, that you got people to change their lives.
Right.
That's what I thought you said.
That's what he said.
But it's surrounded with drugs.
So no clean water, and he talking about the people have found. Oh Lord, he's saying totally different things now. He's telling off on himself.
Yeah. You ain't did nothing then.
Again,
you ain't changed the people's life.
Your sympathy, but my time at MDC has changed me forever. I think that last line is the key there. Why he's saying that, right?
There's no doubt that it's changed him. And I can tell you that experience in MDC, where hundreds of people in our community have served time, is unlike any experience in a minimum security camp or a low security prison, right? It is
different. And that year should count for something. I think to Adante's point, it is hard to be in prison. It is harder to be in that facility. Most people would say I'd rather endure 2.5 years in a minimum security camp, 3 years than 1 year at MDC. I think that accounts for something. To the comments about children, I'm hopeful that the judge does look at the collateral consequences that follow for his life. Because whether he gets 70 months, 87 months, or 14 months, or the 11 years, this is a lifelong stain that he needs to work to overcome, indeed for his children too. So I'm hopeful, because I don't think justice is served if he gets 70, 87 months or 11 years. I think we send people to prison for far too long. I'm of the opinion there is certainly a consequence here. He's enduring it. He could be an asset to the community. So I don't think it should be measured in the length of the sentence, but what can he contribute moving forward? There are collateral consequences for the children. And I think the video and these letters can be impactful. And that's what good mitigation should do. Address all of these collateral consequences. Because even if he walks out of there today, there's more trouble ahead for him. And that's why success for him would be getting that 70 months in lieu of the 87. I think the 11 years is too long of a request. That could perhaps turn out to hurt him. We saw a couple of days ago, Charlie Javis was sentenced. The government asked for 12 months in the 12 years in the Frank JP Morgan scam. Her lawyers asked for 18 months. The judge gave 85 months. Sometimes too long of an ask, too much of an overreach could actually work to the defendant's benefit. We'll see, I guess. Got to express the consequences.
By the way, we have questions coming in. Please submit your questions right now. We're going to be live basically all day until the sentencing is wrapped up.
I wish I could ask him a question.
Please shoot them in. This is from Sydney Sexton. Adante, I'll throw this to you. Just for comparison purposes, what would the max sentence be for these charges? What would the maximum sentence be for these charges in New York State court versus federal court? And can that be taken into consideration for sentencing? I mean, I'll preempt it and say, I don't think that there's a transportation to engage in prostitution charge in
See
New
whether
York,
anybody else got anything else on.
Yeah, I don't know whether there's a corresponding state court charge, because the Mann Act is about transporting people across state lines, okay, into different states, versus if it was a New York-based state court or state law-based charge, it would be about transporting people for prostitution within the state of New York, I would think. So I'm not sure what that is. I can tell you that, under these charges, I believe it's 20 years, 10 years apiece for each charge if he were sentenced to consecutive sentences. So, he's facing a ton of time, and there's a lot of people out there who think about 10 years, a decade, potentially 2 decades of someone's life for, if you look at just the 4 corners of the charge, paying money, and then you look at the facts around that particular charge, paying money for other people to cross state lines to have sex and essentially be a voyeur. I'm of the persuasion, if you will, that that's a heavy price to pay for that particular conduct. However, there are just as many people out there who consider everything he did reprehensible, despicable, and that he's earned every minute and hour of his potential charge. But from my perspective, having been in a courtroom and see people charged, sentenced for a lot less time for what I think are much more serious or much more violent crimes, and even less violent crimes, I think all bets are off. But I'm happy to see.
Let me
in my opinion,
change
looking at
gears
11
for a
years
moment.
for this particular.
Okay, let me change gears. Justice, while I get it set up, if you want to say anything, you can, because I'm getting this is CNN News 18. We haven't saw them today. So I'm bringing them up. They're live too. Y'all can see this is live. And we'll see what they're talking
So
about.
the judge has been very consistent in terms of his thoughts, in terms of where we are going to keep him. We're going to keep him locked up. So I do think that we are looking around the 5 to 7 years, which is what the mandatory or the sentencing guidelines have called for. Again, these are not mandatory sentencing guidelines. They are suggested, but the judge has said, I do not deviate from that. So I expect this sentence will be handed down somewhat consistent with those guidelines.
So then how does that factor into the defense's arguments that these were not violent crimes that he was charged and convicted of and with, and that he has no priors?
That's a very great question. And look at the sentencing guidelines that you may take into consideration acquitted behavior, which would be consistent of the violence. Then the sentencing guidelines changed last year and stated that is not an issue. However, the judge has looked in the records and looked at a lot of evidence that has been submitted to him, and the judge has agreed that he may take into consideration the acquitted behavior, which is the violence that we have been discussing, and the fact that Cassie has stated repeatedly, I am terrified of this man. He has changed my life with this violence. He is manipulative. He is not remorseful. He has been violent his entire time. I do not see that changing. So considering that the judge may allow that, I do believe that the judge is going to take into consideration the fact that he has been consistently violent, has not shown any remorse, and that will be allowed and factored into that. Which the defense is saying, no, I don't want you to consider that. But the judge is saying, no, we may consider that. So he is going to take that into consideration, in my opinion.
That's right.
Elliot Williams, one of our legal analysts and contributors, described what Sean Diddy Combs said both in writing, which I would imagine was heavily lawyered up, and if not written by his lawyers, I'm sure edited by them, as well as apology adjacent. Essentially saying that I have made mistakes in the past, I've learned from them, I'm a changed man. The judge should focus instead on people getting second chances at life, and that he's learned a lot of humility being behind bars, but he hasn't owned up to or confessed to the actual charges. How does that sit with a judge?
Well, that's very interesting from a legal perspective, because Sean Combs has said, I am going to challenge my conviction. I'm going to seek an appeal. So he has to walk that very thin line in terms of admitting the behavior, which would have taken into consideration, I am guilty of using violence. I am guilty of using threats and coercion in this trafficking of prostitutes.
Guys, I'm checking to make sure nobody is got anything big reporting coming out of there. Just going back through the links that we been watching to making sure I got the refresh done, looking at and stuff to make sure nobody is reporting anything that we don't have. So they all are waiting too. You see the courthouse doors; they all are waiting.
That Diddy must take into consideration when writing that letter,
she just came
which
out.
was,
Let me pull this down.
What she's saying is that the reason why he won't say, I'm sorry that I did this here, that I was violent toward these victims. I'm sorry I did it. And it's so that if he don't get what he wants, then he will not have said he did it. He will not have admitted that he's guilty of it, and he can try to get himself an appeal. So that's why he's not saying I did that and I'm sorry, but he just saying while I was in jail, it changed my life. You ain't saying that I look back on seeing how I hurt these people and I'm sorry for what I did. He ain't admitting he did nothing.
No, he is not.
And if you can't admit you wrong, then there is no right in you.
Right. But he's focused on everybody else. And
Yeah.
Okay. This is Law and Crime. She's out of the courtroom. Let's see what's going on here.
And now as the day is going farther and farther along, it seems like it's a lengthier sentencing. More people are coming, more people are interested. And that's kind of something that we've seen. The crowd is getting bigger behind me, almost as if we're on the precipice of something happening. People are cheering actually right now, just for a moment, right behind me. So I know that people are following along with what's happening. And I think it's interesting that we've seen so many speakers in the way of the defense. It's almost as if people are getting antsy, wanting to know what's going to happen. Is this being dragged out for some reason, or will we have a ruling pretty soon? I mean, that's just kind of the vibe as I'm seeing it right now.
So one thing I want to ask you, Sierra, I mean, we put up a poll. It says, what outcome would surprise you the most today? 50% say no jail time. I think that's pretty accurate. 43% the max sentence, 20 years. Diddy speaking emotionally in court, 7%. We get this question from Young T from the UK. Have lots of people who've been convicted of this crime and are first-time offenders who face so much time in prison or any prison time at all. I think there's a question here about the seriousness of these charges and what is a potential sentence here when we're talking about transportation to engage in prostitution when it's not coupled with a conviction for racketeering or not coupled with a conviction for sex trafficking. What can you tell us about this?
As far as the maximum sentence that P. Diddy could face, he could spend 20 years behind bars because he has two convictions on transportation to engage in prostitution. And the maximum sentences there is 10 years per. So, 10 plus 10 is 20. So
I wish
20 here. I'm not expecting to see that. It sounds like via our poll, a lot of our viewers aren't either. And I know a lot of our guests that we've been talking to today don't tend to think, especially with this being an initial conviction for P. Diddy, that he will actually spend the 20 years behind bars. Now, the prosecution is hoping for around 11. That's what they were asking for. The defense, they were hoping for around 14 months, which theoretically, based on time served, he could be released very shortly. I mean, we heard from the government today that P. Diddy allegedly already has a speaking engagement set up for next week. So it does seem that the defense is putting their eggs in that basket that, yeah, maybe he really will get out. It sounds like the other recommendation is around 5 to 7 years. And I know I've heard from a lot of our guests today who believe that's likely the sentence that he will receive. And that's something that I'm thinking too, probably within the 5 to 7 range would be my guess. But I mean, the max he truly could face could be 20.
Yeah, that's interesting. And by the way, we have an update from court. Brian Steele says the jury has spoken. We have been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. Sean's father was killed when he was 3. He was raised in Harlem in the 1970s. It was different. His mother had 3 jobs, moved them to Mount Vernon. A lot of the statements from the attorneys today have been talking about his life, talking about his career, talking about the work that he has done. Justin Paperny, I'll go back to you on a lot of this as we're listening to this. What's interesting about this is, I'm sure it's important for the judge to understand the circumstances of the defendant's life and talk about what impact he could have outside of prison. Do you think that there has been situations during the course of the filings leading up to sentencing and comments that have been made today where it seems there's a lack of appreciation for what he was convicted of? I mean, Sierra reported about it too. We talked about it earlier. He booked dates to appear in Miami next week? That would signify that he thought he was going to get time served and get out today.
So I have several thoughts. I'm not sure if I'm not 100% buyer on this event in Miami. I don't know who could have organized that. Because even if he got sentenced today to time served, he's still going to be on some form of supervision. And as a guy that's been on supervision, I know you have to report to a probation officer who's going to approve work, travel, certainly a speaking event. So I'm not 100% buyer, or it was a mistake if that's true. Let me put that out there. Look, his lawyer, who I know is doing what he's supposed to do, asking the judge to take the totality of his life into consideration. To Adante's point earlier, let's acknowledge there are people who have endured great trauma and loss of parents who did not go on to break the law. And certainly that's what you could expect the prosecution and judge to consider. The win could be the judge considers it enough to sentence on the lower end. I am convinced the only reason he gets the shortest sentence possible is if the judge is a believer and buyer in the work that he's begun to do over the last year of helping other people in a measurable, documented way. And if he's convinced, despite this letter from Cassie, which is devastating to read, if this judge is convinced he will never return to another courtroom, and in my experience, judges tend to depart in part if they are convinced this defendant won't return. And time will tell. I'm only concerned with what he does. That is what moves me most. And I'm hopeful the judge considers as much of it as possible at the sentencing when he gets sentenced today.
Yeah, I'm reading a little bit of this letter from Cassie Ventura, Dante. During my time with Combs, I was in a constant state of hypervigilance, as I always anticipating demands for sex acts, otherwise fearing retribution for any perceived slight. My descent into substance abuse was directly correlated with the increased control over my body. Spent the last 7 years of my life slowly rebuilding myself, physically getting clean from the drug abuse Sean Combs forced and encouraged, and mentally understanding how to live with a seemingly insurmountable level of trauma. I still have nightmares and flashbacks on a regular everyday basis and continue to require psychological care to cope with my past. His defense attorneys claimed he's a changed man and he wants to mentor abusers. I know firsthand what real mentorship means, and this disgusts me. I hope that your decision considers the many lives that Sean Combs has upended with his abuse and control. Does a judge weigh the statement of a victim more heavy?
I'm glad that Cassie wrote this letter and everybody else that wrote letters too, because I don't want something to happen to anybody that went up on the stand. Cassie now has 3 beautiful babies, okay? And she's married. I just pray she can just go on with her life and not constantly. But when you got a narcissist on the loose, you're going to look over your shoulder every day. Even when you step out on your own property, going to the mailbox, or just pick up a package off your porch.
Yeah, every time you meet a stranger, you don't know if he sent them.
Right. Even a stranger, even when you open your door and just take a package off the front door, you never know who's waiting, or who's walking behind you, or who's sitting outside your front door watching everything, recording everything. Or you never know whether somebody may put some flu stuff on you.
Or snatch one of your children.
Right. Or even give one of your children that flu stuff.
That pneumonia.
Yeah, that pneumonia. You never know. They may get a poke because they have to have vaccines. That may be a pneumonia vaccine. Just to say, I got you.
I got you back.
Right. So I wouldn't, if I ever get sick and I was linked to him, ooh, Lord, I would let my doctors know at all times. Just if you see me sick or any change in me, let me know. Take it
just in case he get released. She moved. She moved out of her house.
She have or she?
No, she moved. She moved her family out of that house.
Oh.
Where she was staying at. Yes, just in case he get released, she moved her family.
That is good, Ken.
Yeah.
And I hope she don't. Knowing her, she probably haven't told everybody where she lived.
Oh no. And you know she got security too.
Right, she got security.
And the good thing about it, he paying for it. So if they wind up unaliving him, he paid for it.
Right. Wait now, you talking about out of that $30 million?
Yeah.
Okay. Not direct. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, she's able to go and live anywhere she wants in the world.
Amen.
And everything, and still have security.
Her mom and dad wrote a letter too.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah.
I'm so glad these people are standing up.
Yeah.
Because having somebody on your back like that, or always
living in fear 24/7. If they don't feel good, if they had a bad day with somebody else, you might get beat down. Or if you walk in and they don't like the color you got on, you might get beat down.
Right. Or they may think your clothes too tight.
Yeah. Or you looking at somebody and they think you trying to go with them. You get beat down. You just living, you don't know what to do, what not to do.
You're looking too good that day.
Yeah.
And when he looks at you, oh, you look too good. Where you going with that on? Go pull that out. You don't need. And then next thing you know, he's ripping your clothes off you and punching you all at the same time.
Did you remember when she had one side of her hair cut off?
Yes, he made her do that.
Yeah, and the guy said they sitting there at a table having a good time, and this clear woman walks in with her hair cut and say he looked up there. He said, "That's cool. I want you to cut your hair." And say he asked her, after he left the table for something. What you think about that? He talking about you got to cut your hair. She said, whatever he say, I do it. And the
Right.
next day her hair was cut out.
Right. When I heard that and saw that, I said to myself, that is so sick.
Yeah. Yeah. Control. You love the power.
Right.
You love the power you got to make. When he told I forgot which one of those persons he told it to, but if I can make a man do this, I can make a man do anything.
Anything, yes. Yes. Now that one been around for a long time. And men still do it. And if we heard it, they know about it. Still do it to today. They bend those knees and bend that waist over. That is so sickening. Yeah. Basically, the only thing they're doing is selling their soul.
That's all. That's all. That's all.
Yeah.
And you see, Ray J say he's the new GI. He's the new Diddler.
Yeah, he loves to say that.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm going to say this, and I've been noticing this, and I'm glad. I'm not going to say his name because I don't want to taunt his brand or anything. I'm not going to say his name, but probably a lot of people probably know who I'm talking about. He's a young guy. He's a screamer. And he is huge. He's really young, but he is huge. And I watch him all the time. Matter of fact, I was watching one of his video, party video he had partying in his house, right? At his house. And it seems like the people keep trying to throw that Diddler party in. And they come
they're trying to get him in. They're trying to get him in.
Right. They're trying to get him in. Certain people, I mean, no matter who he gets lately, it seems like ever since this Diddler thing and ever since he been going through trial, and they are trying to get that on attached to him. So last night somebody said, I think twice, two different people said, it's ain't no party like a Diddler party. And he gave that look and trying to tell him, don't say that, don't say that. And then somebody else said it again to him. And he keep telling him, don't say that. Don't say that. And then on a lot of his lives, I see people come in shaking his hand because they are invited guests, and they'll say that. And Ray J was trying to, and Ray J said it, and then when the person, I'm not going to say his name, shut him down, letting him know, don't say that here, don't do that. He accidentally keep trying to do it.
It's like the word been put out that we need to bring him in, break him in.
Right. And he was at an award show. And at the award show, there was this two women standing by each other. One of them, her job, and I said it was her job by the way she was acting. She's a Black woman. And it seemed like she was trying to rope him in to go to this after party. And I said to myself, he is so smart beyond his years, because he know what they're trying to do, get him at one of those parties. And he was, when she kept telling him about the party, and when she turns her head and looked back at him while he's looking down at the phone, her whole expressions of her face changed.
Shift shaper.
Right. I mean, it was like,
that spirit manifested itself. That demon manifested.
Right. When she's talking to him, her face is one way. The minute she turns her head, the look in the face tells it all. Because he was looking, pretend. He got somebody's calling him, texting him. He's trying to do all this, and everywhere you go, they video. He's recorded everywhere you go. They got caught on that camera. And I was saying to myself, I am so glad that he know what they're trying to do.
Well, he better be very careful, because it's a whole lot of people said no, but they got that all put on them, or something put in their drink,
Right.
And when
That
you wake up 3 days later, you're a whole nother person.
thinking about that, there was one person at his party. Last night I was watching the video, right?
Uh-huh.
This young girl. I don't think she was black, maybe Hispanic or
Uh-huh.
maybe mixed Hispanic and black or something, or white, whatever. But she didn't just look like a black woman. But anyway, she was heavy set. And she had a bottle, thing of Red Bull or something in one hand, and then she had two of them shot glasses, no taller, they was
Yeah.
about this tall, but they round, two little shot
Yeah.
glasses filled with something. And her main job, running all over the place, trying to get him to take one of these shots with her. And he didn't know her. And she became, to me, she was like a pesky little fly. To that woman for nothing. He told him, I don't care how many different ways, over 10, 20 different ways. No, he ain't gonna drink. He had his one limit. He did one shot for doing his party. He ain't gonna do another shot. Not right now.
It's almost like they got a thing out, like a reward. Whoever can break him or bring him in, I'm gonna give you blah blah blah.
Right.
Because it's too many of them trying the same thing. Why? Right. Why is it important to all these people? It's like a reward been posted in their little cult or little group or whatever the heck you call it.
But she kept trying. I think he stood there probably about 10 minutes trying to get out of it. No matter how he tell, she kept telling no, and she had it out. They was already in black. It seemed like she was trying to give him one of them. And he kept telling her no. He had to just run, just take a run, and then he run over to somebody else and greeting them and talking to them because he was going around his party greeting everybody. He looked up and there she is again, trying to give him that shot. And he's talking about greeting this guy, one of his friends or something. And they're having a conversation and she's still talking to him in the midst of him talking. And just interrupting, just still talking. And then she kept telling them to take the drink with her, take the shot with her. And so his friend just grabbed the glass, their little shot glass out of his hand and just did it like that. And the guy, the one that she's trying, he looks up at her and just stares like, I can't believe you drink a drink from somebody we don't know. And then she just kept talking about the other one, trying to give him the other one. And the guy just took that one and did it like that. And then, but she didn't leave. She thought that would be the end of him. She just stayed there and just kept talking. So he just took off running again. Everywhere he go, he look around, there she is again. She is trying her hardest and done this to get him to drink something. And then she did have that Red Bull in her hand too.
That's scary.
And I was saying to the whole thing while I was watching out, please don't drink that. Please don't drink nothing from this woman because she is too persistent. And you don't know her from a can of beans. Ooh.
Yeah, and she don't know him. So why are you trying to give me something? You don't even know me.
Right. You don't know me. That is true. I'm gonna let me see what they're talking about right quick. I'm bringing them up to current and see whether anything broke.
Carl Scruggs, he can speak. He's by the phone now.
Okay. Oh, here it is. Let's see.
But I go to you, Justin, on this.
So she's the one reporting from the courtroom.
Do you believe, based on what you're seeing and hearing, oh, by the way, one more update. Brian Steele says October 6th is not a speaking engagement. So referring to the Miami thing. October 6th is not a speaking engagement. It is that people realize he is different. He can speak about drugs, about putting your hands on a woman. He can change people's lives. It's not a speaking engagement. It is a healing. So again, that Miami event is not a.
But he still got it set up.
And speak and thought he was Do you think?
We don't care what you call it. How you gonna make an appointment for something and don't even know if you're gonna be free?
He will be.
Yeah, that's what I was. You took the words right out of my mouth. How you make an appointment for something?
You tell me.
And you don't even know.
I do.
Whether you're going to be free to go or do that. But how can you speak on something and you just been grappling with it yourself for the last couple of months?
And I do think, regardless.
And
of
you
but the thing for me is, how you gonna speak on something that you've been practicing doing for 25 years?
It can be an opportunity. agree. For him to
Right.
say,
How
I
do you
made bad
stop
decisions, I was
an
held
addiction
accountable, and
that
as
you've
a
been
result
had
of
for
this going
25
through the
years?
system, I want to
Mhm.
continue to build and show how I'm part of
And
the
you're
solution.
still
That's why I started from
manipulating
a difficult
people as
environment
of
in
this
MDC,
this
where I read how a lawyer
Yeah,
argued
you
afternoon
was going to
doing
right
be
now.
shanked and killed in prison,
everything he say
despite
he
being
delivered
in
of, he doing it
control,
today.
building and
Right.
contributing.
He's
So
in
I
full
suspect
action.
he will
Yeah.
continue to do this work, whatever the sentence is, not just as a strategy to maybe get out of prison earlier or have more liberty on the other side, but because his children are watching and they shouldn't pay the price forever because
Oh
of
no, shut
bad
up.
choices from their father. So I think he truly gets what's
All these
happening.
women he done beat when he
From his
beat
prison,
Mia
and
underneath
he can
that
build
car.
it.
Her
So he'll be
children
building the
shouldn't have
rest
to
of his
pay,
life.
knowing that
Rich,
their mama was beat like
update
that.
from court. Brian Steele says Sean doesn't care about the money. He wants to go home to his family. I don't know
We
who
don't care
among us
about
would
the
trade
money. Then give
places
it
with
away.
Sean
Give it
Combs.
away.
As we're listening to this and we're
Prove
hearing
it.
different
Give it
sides,
away.
because the prosecution came out earlier and talked about the aggravating circumstances of these crimes, what makes it so egregious, focusing not just on transporting people, but the violence of it. The judge is weighing all this. You wonder what the judge is going to say. You wonder what the judge is going to rule. What do you think a sentence would look like here?
If he ain't gonna give those people back their catalogs he stole,
yes,
then money is important.
Well, I think like most people, I think it's going to be in that 70 to 87 month region, because that has been recommended in the pre-sentence report. The judge has already acknowledged that that seemed to be the appropriate range, because that's in the middle of what the defense is seeking and what the prosecution is asking, because that seems like a serious sentence, but not too serious. And you do have to take into account that this case by the government was an effort to put Sean Combs in prison for the rest of his life on some very serious charges. And on the most serious charges in this case, the government lost. The prosecution found him not guilty of racketeering.
That jury was
found
set
him
up
not guilty
because
of
that
trafficking.
jury, they
And I
was
think the
Looney
judge has
Tunes.
to consider that and can't impose a ginormous sentence on him in substitute for the counts in which the defendant prevailed. I don't think that would be. One other comment I'll make just on something you just said, Jesse, I don't know. I think there might be a lot of people who would do 5 years in prison if they came out with Sean Combs' money and power and fame. I actually think that line would be pretty long. So it is a significant sentence if that's what it is, but he still is in running to have the life he has or something akin to it.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I mean, again, that was Justin. That's what Brian Steele said. He's passionately advocating for his client, even saying just now, some of the media have called Sean a disgrace, an outcast, like a leper. These people are wrong. I know Sean personally. He's a great man who's being sentenced, but he still has done things that I would dream of doing. He's punished himself more than anyone will ever be able to punish him. It will stay with him for the rest of his days. He's off the drugs. He's a different person. The drugs affected his thinking. Is he pushing too much in a way where, again, will it appear to the court like they're disregarding what he was convicted of and what he was accused of and what the evidence presented at trial?
Certainly you could argue there could be a little more focus on the victims and the impact on their life. It's an interesting dynamic because he's essentially saying, I accept responsibility while still maintaining the right to an appeal. And the judge commented on that. Arguably, probably maybe get a shorter sentence than even the guidelines if he said, I'm not appealing, seeking a new trial or an acquittal. I'm just all in. I made bad decisions, Your Honor. I am fully responsible. That certainly could have moved the needle. This lawyer is doing well what lawyers are paid to do. They're paid to focus on the virtues of their client, mitigating factors. The only thing that's helping Mr. Steele make this argument is that I believe Sean Combs has actually begun with evidence. He's begun to do some of this work while in a very difficult setting. If Sean Combs had not done any of this teaching, mentoring of other prisoners,
I want y'all to
avoiding
see this
problems,
here.
but more so showing
Well,
that he
I
can help
just
people
checked,
there,
make
these
sure
arguments
that
would really fall on deaf ears. It would be very, very bad.
I just checked to make sure that was nothing that would nothing is coming out. Nobody's coming out the courtroom doors or anything. So I checked that before I decide to show this right quick. I'm gonna show it. This is CBS News. It's short. It's 7 minutes and 28 seconds. It's a new video of Sean Diddy Combs filed in court. Paints himself as a family man and a role model. I want us to see that video from somebody else's angle. Here it is right here. We're going to, let me just do this. We're going to go ahead and watch this right quick. I want to see it from somebody else's angle. Oh, let me give them a like. Here it is.
Race music mogul Sean Diddy Combs sits inside a New York City courtroom to hear his sentence following 2 months of bombshell testimonies against him. Combs was on trial earlier this year for a number of federal criminal charges. The jury found him guilty of the lesser charges in that trial. He will be sentenced today for 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. He was found not guilty on 1 count of racketeering and 2 counts of sex trafficking. There's a live look outside the courthouse right now. We expect that sentence to come down very soon. Combs already made a last-minute plea for mercy ahead of today's hearing by submitting a 4-page letter asking the judge for leniency. CBS News senior coordinating producer for the crime and public safety unit, Anna Schechter, joins me now. Anna, thank you so much for your time today. We know there are no cameras in the courtroom, but can you walk us through what is happening right now and what is at stake for Combs?
Well, sure, a lot is at stake. This is the day that it is up to the judge to determine how much time he serves. Now, his defense team has asked for no more than 14 months. So that would, if the judge goes along with that, see him walking out, essentially out of jail next month. But the prosecution has asked for 11 years, more than 11 years. So you see this great discrepancy between what the government is asking the judge to do and what Combs's legal defense team wants. Take into consideration, Combs himself has submitted the letter, you just mentioned that, asking for leniency from the judge. His mother has also submitted a letter. His team wants to have his children speak in court today. That's in negotiation right now. The judge is deciding exactly how this is going to play out. It appears that one of the victims who was going to speak is now no longer going to speak today in court. So that could change how today plays out in court. But no matter what, by the end of the day, we expect to hear the sentence coming down from the judge, the very same judge that presided over that 2-week trial that we covered, in which he was acquitted on the more serious charges, but was convicted on these 2 prostitution-related charges. Mugo.
Yeah, Anna, earlier today, CBS News obtained a copy of the video that Combs intends to play for the judge. We want to show you some of that footage right now. Now, this video was filed by Combs' legal team. We should be getting to that video shortly. The documentary-style video is a montage of home videos showing Combs' family and some of his past charity work. And as we mentioned, Combs has already asked for leniency from the judge. We're seeing that video playing out on your screen right now. So, Anna, I guess the question here is, what's the goal for Combs? And just how much does a video like this affect sentencing?
Well, this was a big play by the defense team. They're going out on a bit of a limb here. What they want to do is portray Combs as a family man, as a contributor to the community, giving to charities and the like. You see him interacting with his family out in the community, raising awareness for causes that are important to him. So what they're trying to do is show this other side of Combs, which is in stark contrast to what the prosecution laid out for the jury and also for members of the public who saw somebody who wanted to maintain control of people, moving them around, essentially forcing them into sexual acts against their will. And so this video is really in stark contrast to that. What they are hoping, what his legal defense team hopes to do, is to change the hearts and minds of the public watching this to have a different perception, but also to influence the judge. So that is a bit of a gamble. It's unclear how the judge is going to react to them putting out this highly produced video that you're seeing on screen. So like I said before, remains to be seen. This is all up to the judge right now. The jury has already spoken. He was convicted on these 2 prostitution-related charges. Now it's up to the judge to decide how long he spends in prison. Is it going to be that 11 years that prosecution asked for? Is it going to be just another month like what his defense team is suggesting? Or is it going to be something totally different? It's really up to the judge. The 2 prostitution charges that he was convicted on could carry 10 years in prison each. So it's really a big range. I suppose the judge could even decide that he could walk out tomorrow. So a lot is at stake here, and his defense team really put a lot out on the line releasing this video. We'll see if it had the desired effect that his defense team wanted.
And let's talk about his ex-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura. We obviously know she was a key witness in the entire trial, and she asked the judge to deliver a sentence that reflects her, quote, experience as a victim. She says she fears for her life if he is released. So do victims have any options here? Do they have any say in this?
Well, it's a great question. There are nonprofit organizations that provide support for victims of domestic violence, domestic abuse. And it's likely an organization like that would potentially have to be the ones to step in and help, because for her, you know, she can go to the police and say she feels unsafe and try to get a support system around her. But there are some support groups that can help with that. And then if a person has means, I suppose she could herself step up security. That is very expensive for an individual to cover. So this is really an issue that society is grappling with. Domestic violence is an issue that is widespread. Between 500,000 and 1 million people in America every year report being a victim of domestic violence. So, you know, that's a lot of people. So there are groups that do help them, but she's in a tricky spot because she's so publicly participated in this trial, and she's scared about retribution, according to that letter. So that she's got to be sitting at home and watching this as well, she and other victims who have spoken up.
All right, Anna Schechter, we'll see you throughout the show today. Thank you so much for your time. Happening right now.
Okay, guys, you all heard that. You heard that. Okay. Now, let me stop this. I know I can just imagine how Cassie is feeling right now. I just can imagine how she's feeling right now. She's probably keeping an eye on this thing as well. If she's not keeping an eye on it, maybe her husband or a family member trying to tell her what's going on. You know, she probably don't want to look at it. She probably got someone there just to keep her in touch on what's going on, the developments of everything. Because, you know, to me, well, just to me, the man is a monster. I'm serious. I don't just be meaning, just saying that just to be saying it. You know, that's in my opinion. You know, everybody got their own opinion. Somebody may think he's this and he's that. But I would say just like the food, that food on Love and Marriage Huntsville. I hate to say it. He was a fool though. But But I'm going to go ahead, before I get into any other thing, we're going to finish this New York Times thing. Terry said, remember, she just had a baby. Yes, she just had a baby. And matter of fact, thinking about that, she just had a baby. She's probably going through mood swings. You know, everybody knows when you just have a baby, you may be going through a lot of different changes. You're up and down and everything. You're not just up and down with the baby, but your emotions and everything. You may be having postpartum or whatever. And she got enough to deal with. She got 2 other small kids plus her newborn baby. She ain't got time to deal with no foolery. And it's a good thing that she did write that letter, because otherwise, you know, you never know what this seems like. They want to let him out. Who wants that? So she have to monitor her kids. The kids can't go outside or anything. You never know who's stalking around your house. You never know whether he didn't put the word out because he thinks he's going home anyway. That's why he asked for his street clothes. That's why he wanted to wear those and book events and everything. Yeah, because he's testing the waters. That's what he's doing. He's testing the waters. He don't want to speak to them people. He ain't got nothing to say to them. He's just trying to win back people, but he's testing the waters at the same time to see what all he's going to have to do to gain whatever he had before back. You know, let's see what's going on the other channels. You all would not believe this. TMZ, Harvey is still laying down in his chair. He's not laying down, laying back in his chair with his feet up in his other chair. And let me see. I honestly, let me just tell y'all something. I honestly thought this was going to be a slam dunk, that they're going to come in and everything. To be honestly, I didn't even think it would last this long. You know, well, I guess if this is what's happening right now, and this is current and live, okay? So it's already up to date and everything. So this is what we still got going on. And right now it is getting ready. In 2 minutes, it's going to be 3 o'clock in New York, 3 o'clock. And they still haven't got a sentence ready, because he still got all these people popping in and popping out. Harvey looks fragile to me. Oh my God. Let me show you Harvey right quick. Let me just put Harvey up right quick so y'all can see what Harvey is up to. So you can see what Harvey doing. Let me see. Can I find it? Here it is, right here. Let me see what they're talking about.
Okay.
I'm done. I get it. I got it. Now you got him all.
Harvey is beginning to get that lean over. Harvey, you better stand up straight. I guess he said he'd be looking down so much.
I saw that
Telling me
my
earlier.
sandwich is here. We're going live.
Oh, they getting ready to go live.
Oh, really?
Listen to what Liam's saying.
What?
It says any moment Diddy to speak. So
what?
I don't know where they're getting that, but yes.
We want you to interrupt as
Okay.
soon as he's done.
Well, I mean, he hasn't started.
No. Well,
just that.
Oh, yes.
If we're 8 minutes in and he's still talking,
sure.
In fact, as soon as you get your first bulletin, stop us and say, Diddy's speaking. Here's what he said. Sure. And each time you get a new one, jump in again.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah.
We'll hijack it.
Did y'all hear that?
I told
Did
you.
you hear that?
I told you we would do this.
Diddy is getting ready to speak.
Well, now that we'll see that, yeah.
We're going to hear what he's saying right
Yeah.
as he's saying it.
We got it.
Hi, Lisa. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming to the Pink House.
Well, wait a minute. We don't see the
Good
clock.
afternoon,
Oh, there it
chat.
is.
Hey, we might want to do it. We might want to do it this way.
I'm concerned. Maybe.
Well, we can. No. We're going to look at the 10:25 down.
I will, Terry.
We're okay.
All right. All right.
We're okay.
Diddy is getting ready to speak, guys.
Not 10 minutes. 10 seconds.
Okay, I'm put something up. But Diddy is getting ready to start speaking. Okay. Oh, no, not that one. He's getting ready to start speaking. They're getting ready to go live. Let me show you. You see they getting ready? And I don't have this muted. They got themselves muted.
Welcome to TMZ Live. It is Judgment Day for Sean Diddy Combs. As we speak, there is a sentencing hearing going down, and Sean Diddy Combs is going to find out his fate. Will he get out of jail this weekend, which apparently is something he believed, or is he going to spend several years in a federal prison?
Think about it. That is the most stunning thing that has happened as this
Absolutely.
hearing is going on. That Diddy clearly, and his attorneys have acknowledged it now, was thinking that he would be out and available for a speaking engagement on Monday.
This is shocking. Hear that. That Diddy planned a speaking engagement for this coming Monday. And it came out because prosecutors said, look at the hubris of this man to think that you are just going to let him loose, that this is no big deal. He says he's contrite. He says he's regretful and remorseful. He thinks you're just going to say, yeah, fine, just walk out.
Yeah,
Unbelievable to me.
So the prosecution brought this up, and when they said it, my initial reaction was, that can't be right. That can't be right. But his attorneys have since
they acknowledge
it. They want to speak more about it to add some context. But at its core, this is one of the most disrespectful things you can do at a sentencing. The judge has all the power, and the judge throughout this proceeding has been firm and rejected a lot of Diddy's motions, but always respectful and always showed appropriate decorum in doing so. Now for Diddy to slap him in the face and say, even though it hangs in the balance, I'm going to plan something for Monday. That means you walk out of court today is really going to offend the judge.
His attorneys did essentially ask for that. Like that was the best case scenario, is that he would get time served.
But to think, therefore, it's going to happen.
And the attorneys are now that the prosecution's brought this up, his attorneys are now speaking to the court. And what they're now saying, they're sort of leading it up to this point. They're saying, we want, in a perfect world where he will be, is out doing good for the public, doing speaking engagements, undergoing counseling. And so there's now starting to say he was doing this, planning this, because his life that he foresees is one of helping people.
Sorry.
Even if it was
I got it.
conditional.
He may want to help people, but he's saying to the judges, you're a paper tiger, and that's the way I see you. Yes. That you're not going to sentence me. This has got to piss off the judge. And we talked on our live stream, which we do every day, earlier about this. And I was saying earlier when we found out that Diddy is going to have to now speak to the judge because he's in such a hole.
Yeah.
And now we're hearing, and
That
during this segment, that may actually happen because we're hearing he may speak.
Right, that he may speak.
And now, the question is, what does he say? Does he throw a Hail Mary and say, I'm reformed, or does he start playing for his pardon because the ball is rolling down so much?
We're going to get into that. There's a video that we got to talk about.
A 12-minute video that Diddy's team produced, and they submitted it to the court, and it was actually played in court during the hearing this morning. I don't know how to say this. When we watched it, it felt cringeworthy. We'll see what you guys think about this, but this was intended. Here's a little bit of it, and the point of this is Diddy is a good man, a family man, and a pillar of the community.
You gotta give her a bottle then. What I want to do with my freedom is, make sure that I can make change. You will change the world.
Kim Porter, who shares 3 children with Sean Diddy Combs, has been found dead.
Now I'm a full-time dad, and I'm gonna be there for you through everything.
This is the part I found so cringy when he said, now I'm a full-time dad. It's almost like I'm gonna Kim. I'm gonna help Kim let you know in my mind. I'm just speaking, just my opinion, and she's gone now. So now I'm gonna take over. Oh, I found that so eerie.
All of y'all. I wanted to tell you how much I love you, how much I care for you. Thank you for being so supportive of me and my siblings' dreams, for always encouraging us to go for whatever we want. We love you. We can't wait to make more memories with you. Just want to thank you for everything you do for us. Yes, and I want you to know that you're loved more than you think.
I love you.
I love you so much.
I love you so much. Love you so much.
Hi, Daddy.
So I got to say, there is music that's on. There's a music bed on this that
can hear the
rises to this
swell of-
crescendo
yes.
at the end. And look, what they're trying to show is that, you know, he's a family man. He's done good things. He does charitable work. But
And
here's
all that is true, by the way. That's not to say that he wasn't those things.
It's just
but
so
that's not
produced.
what you're in court for
and
today.
what we need to say now is this: the judge, and this was a huge point. The defense wanted to say to the judge, and did say, you shouldn't consider any allegation of violence because he was acquitted on the charges that involved violence. And the judge got on the bench and from the jump said, I'm considering violence.
Huge point, by the way, because the judge said, I can't consider violence in this crime because he was acquitted of the charge of violence and furtherance of a conspiracy. That would have reduced the sentence because you don't have much at that point. All you have is transportation across state lines, which is really, we all acknowledge, sort of a low-level offense. Once you introduce the fact that violence can be used as an aggravating factor in the sentencing, you're in a much different ballpark.
So the judge is very specific, acquitted for violence. So during the trial, the violence discussed that he was acquitted for those two charges, the sex trafficking and the RICO, he is going to consider. So all of that testimony.
So the judge said that, well, the defense said, give him 14 months, which with time served, he'd just get out.
Yeah.
The prosecution went at 11 years. The judge said, I think my range is now between what?
5 years and 10 months and 7 years and 3 months. So a massive range.
Hold on.
That's
Just to be clear, he didn't say he thinks his range. He said
based on
the
other
guidelines
cases.
now recommend, based on my findings of this time. Now he can go lower or higher.
But he talked about aggravating factors.
He did.
It seems odd that he would go lower than the minimum guideline.
Now, well, he talked about aggravating factors, but now Diddy's counsel is arguing why there are mitigating factors. That's what their entire presentation is about. He's a pillar of the community. He's unlikely to recidivate. All of these things, and now the judge is going to have to consider that. I think you're right. It'll likely end up in that range, but judges aren't by any means held to that
They're
range.
not bound. They have discretion. But
So we have somebody in the courtroom.
Right. Jacob Wasserman is in court for us. We spoke to him earlier about how that video played with everyone in court. What was the reaction? And also, what was Diddy wearing?
Not a dry eye inside the courtroom right now. We just heard from all of Diddy's children. He took the podium together, arms around each other, and gave, it was crushing. They all were talking about not only, of course, how Diddy's a changed man, but how much they miss their dad, but how it's personally affected each of them. And that was all followed up by a video, which I'm sure that you've seen at this point because it was entered as an exhibit. That was a montage of Diddy's entire life, showing him helping his family, helping others in the community. And Diddy was doubled over. It seemed like by the end of the video, which also touched on Kim Porter, his late wife, he was tearing up, especially when his daughters were speaking. They couldn't get a word out. They were crying so much. And like I said, the family that was sitting in the pews, the reporters, people from the public, everyone was tearing up.
So we are waiting now for Diddy to see if he speaks. There is word that he may well do that. So I want to throw this out at you. Suppose Diddy says this. Your Honor, I just want to say that I understand what Donald Trump has been talking about, being targeted by federal prosecutors, where the justice system is weaponized. They went into my bedroom just like they went into the bedroom of Donald Trump and Stormy Daniels.
You're not going to do that.
What if he does that?
Why, Charles? It's a Hail Mary. And it's the best
I know it's a
play
Hail
to
Mary,
flatter
but
the
you guys,
president.
we've talked all week about the fact that part of this for him is also rehabilitating his image in the community. If he does that, I get it. You're saying you do whatever you can to reduce your sentence or to get a pardon, but that's not going to play well in the community that he's trying to rehabilitate.
But it plays well in a new community.
Yes. Well, hold on.
Well, then fine.
Hold on
Maybe
now.
he moves to
There's
that
two
community.
risks. Number one, it doesn't necessarily play well in the community of fans that he had. Number two, it risks pissing off the judge even more. If you say this whole courtroom is out of order, the prosecution's out of order,
essential, and the judge will
so
know.
you are putting all of your eggs in the Donald Trump basket, and Donald Trump is many things. One of them is predictable as not.
But he's also filled with the ability to forgive. You're right. But he now is thinking, crap, I was going to get out, I thought, this weekend, and now it could be 5.5 years.
I got it.
So does he throw the Hail
I
Mary?
think he throw the Hail Mary because I disagree with you. I think the judge has not shown himself to act in a fit of pique. I think he has been sort of offended throughout this, but he's always maintained his decorum. And I think for Diddy, it's nothing lost.
I think he becomes. I think if he does that, he becomes Joe Exotic, which is pounding the walls for his pardon for the next 8 years of his life, which he's not.
He's got no other play.
So here's where we are right now. We are live right now. Diddy has not yet spoken, but if that happens, check our website because we are going to be all over it.
All right. When we come back, the life of a showgirl. Taylor Swift's new album is out, and boy, she is saying a lot about Travis Kelce.
Okay, we're gonna remove this one here, and oh, guys, this is taking a long time. I thought this was going to be a slam dunk, just a few hours, and we'll be done. We'll be knowing what's going on, what's happening, but it's not like that, guys. It's not like that. Okay, and the chat is going crazy. Let me go on. Let me just show you all this. It was going crazy just a minute ago. I mean, it was but then just stopped. Isn't that strange? And okay, I just hit refresh. Let's see what he's
There's
talking
certain
about.
things that they put in as part of their calculus to say, based on the sentencing guidelines, normally someone winds up here, and that's why we hear 5 to 7 so much. But then there's a question as to whether and what facts actually have P. Diddy either going higher than the sentencing guidelines or going lower than the sentencing guidelines. And then, of course,
I think after that video, and then that after that video, and then after the that video, and then all the stuff that, especially the stuff that his son said, that statement his son said about my dad taught me to treat all women like queens. To treat all women like queens. The way he's treating women, both of them. Hi, Miss D. Thank you for being here. And we're trying to get in. We're trying. They're holding up on that the sentences, what he's going to be sentenced to. I don't know why. Thank you for coming. But I think he messed up with that. I really do. That video, it was a mockery. And then what his son said is even show that this man thinks he's in control because he wanted to wear his street clothes, and he got a event set to speak next week on Monday. So he think he's running the courtroom. Judge said, "Hold up, boy."
That's where all the argument is, right? Because the defense wants time served, the prosecution wants 11 years. So everybody piles on the things that they think should make us deviate away from the guidelines to the north or away from the guidelines to the south. But the starting point that everyone deviates from on some level is the guidelines themselves that are based on a formula. And that formula, the starting place, is often, they don't stray very far from it. The judges don't, but they can. And the question becomes whether this is a unicorn that allows the defense to get a much lower sentence or allows the prosecution to get a much higher one.
So it's interesting. Xavier Donaldson says to the court The court's in a difficult position, I think, if I may say that respectfully. You find yourself, I think, saying you have two people here. Who's the real Sean Combs? I like to believe that the real Sean Combs is in the grain of all those letters you read and what you heard from the family. Interesting point to make there. Sierra, you're outside that courthouse. You've been our eyes and ears about what has been happening there since the start of the day, as we're now coming towards the end. So now as we're coming potentially to a sentence, an official
316
sentence.
in New York.
So has the scene changed?
Yes and no. I mean, what's interesting about today is everyone has been relatively low key. And I mean that in the way of, yes, we are in the Southern District of New York. We do hear sirens,
Okay,
honking,
give me one
people
second.
yelling and, general commotion. But by and large, today is much more calm than it was the day of the verdict back in July when it came down. And I mean, that was a pretty shocking verdict, right? The fact that there was a partial acquittal and we only had these 2 convictions on the transportation to engage in prostitution charges. So I think it was a huge surprise then. There was the baby oil and lube that people were squirting and yelling. I have yet to see anything like that today. I will say, though, more people are starting to trickle in now that we're getting closer to the end of the day. Maybe it's that people are getting off work early. It's a Friday. They want to see what's going on. Or maybe it's really that people are just getting extra antsy. They want to see what is going to happen. And we're inching closer and closer to P. Diddy, Sean Combs himself, speaking, so we can hear about that, hopefully. And then additionally, when the sentence finally does come down. So generally, it's pretty calm, but there are a decent amount of people who are here.
Yeah, when is that going to happen? It's going to be very interesting to see. Serena, for Xavier Donaldson says, I spoke to chiefs of police in Miami. I spoke to superintendents of education in Miami. Everyone said this is something different. Let me close with this. People like me are supposed to be here to show that we can do it. He goes also here in the SDNY, we've had U.S. senators prosecuted here. I dare anyone to say anyone else in the past 30 years did what he did in the MDC. The true Sean Combs came back. Talk about how he's helped so many inmates behind bars. Big question is, did the judge already go in today? I know what I'm going to sentence him to. And it's been changed potentially by what he's hearing in court today, particularly from the family members, particularly from the lawyers, both, either from the prosecution or the defense.
In my experience, and I've been on both sides of the aisle as a prosecutor and a criminal defense attorney, just in my experience, typically a judge will show up with some idea of what they plan on doing. In fact, a lot of judges show up with a script of their reasoning for why they're doing what they're doing. Now, can they cross out the number and put a different number in there at the end of the day? Sure, that does happen. I've seen that happen as well, and they can be moved by that.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know that? That's a good point. Yeah,
I could tell. You could tell
You
when
could
you're
tell.
there.
You could tell. Okay.
Yeah, because you see the judge saying all these very eloquent things and sometimes reading off a page, and you're like, you came in here prepared.
Well, okay, so that's actually a good point. Let me ask you: if the judge comes back after all this and says,
yeah,
I need 10 minutes, and does that mean that he's changing his sentence?
It could be that they're in the back doing some red lines and some, checking on language. It could very well be. And seriously, it definitely does happen. Because let's be honest, it puts the judge in a very awkward position to have to go in, because the alternative is the judge goes in a blank slate and listens to everything and then formulates the sentence and the reasoning. And that's just too much. That's just too much to handle. A judge also wants to make sure that there's proper precedent for the sentence that they give. So it would be silly to go in there and, totally unprepared like that. So I do think the judge came in with some semblance of an idea, if not a total idea of what they want to do. But that's not to say that they won't maybe waver a little bit from there.
Joe, Dr. Laura R. Palmer asks, do you think the judge will use Diddy as an example for this type of behavior as a signal to other blanketed abusers?
I think that he could. The good news is the difficulty with that is that P. Diddy, on To the Good or to the Bad, is a very unusual case, right? He's a unicorn in that he's this big, rich, powerful guy. Do I walk away from this believing that people with resources are not going to still be better off than without those that are without resources? No, it's not going to change anybody's mind that way. Making him an example, I guess that's a possibility, but he's so different because some of us or most of us won't be similarly situated. But will he look at maybe a lack of him being contrite, a lack of him being humble, etc., and hammer him a little bit because of it. Yeah, he absolutely might, but I'm not sure any of us or many of us would walk away saying, well, when I'm in Diddy's position, I'll never do that, because there's so few people that are in that position other than setting an example for Hollywood, right? Which is not most of us. So the making of an example, yeah, perhaps as it pertains to the domestic violence side, without, considering that Diddy is such a unicorn. But most of us are not going to be walking away going, oh, I got to make sure I don't do what Diddy did so that I'm not similarly situated, because I'm not similarly situated. Most of us aren't.
I'll get a question from Alessia Makari. How long have they been inside? Since 10:05 a.m. We have been on the air since 10 o'clock this morning as well. Sierra's been out there since that time as well. Hopefully the weather's been holding up and everything's okay there. But look, we don't want you to miss a minute of what is happening inside that courtroom, particularly since there's no cameras. Interesting development in court. So Xavier Donaldson says, now what I'm about to tell you is in respect to what the prosecution accused Sean Combs of. Do you remember earlier on in the day when they go, he's got speaking engagements in Miami scheduled for next week, seemingly trying to suggest he's not taking any of this seriously. He thinks he's going to get out. Well, the defense fired back and said it's not a speaking engagement. It's a way to say that it's helping people. It's one of these events where he's going to help people and talk about the danger of criminal activity and what life is like inside. So Xavier Donaldson says we have a speaker ready to say these are not speaking engagements. May he speak. It's the executive director of Reentry One. Judge says, what is the gentleman's name? Xavier Donaldson says, Giovanni. Judge says, I have a letter from these others. 1 minute is fine. So it seems that there is an emphasis to try to speed this along. This person says, my name is Giovanni Saras for Reentry One. We have a couple of hundred people per year. I have read the letter of those impacted by the teaching and mentorship of Mr. Sean Combs. As a formerly incarcerated person myself, I see the impact. Sierra, this goes to a larger question. Two questions I'm going to throw to you. One is from Kentucky at Heart. What did Sean Combs help the inmates with? So we've seen a lot of letters about what he did. What's the impact there? If you could summarize that for how has he been helping people inside? And two, this is a question from Caba Corp TV. The judge had 3 months to look at all these statements. Why wait until the sentence day to decide? So I guess it's an idea of there has been a lot that the judge has had to see, and there's a lot that has been prepared. You need a day to actually go through it and make the final arguments. But as we talk about what was being prepared, what were these inmates saying about Sean Combs?
So let's start with your first question, Jesse. What was P. Diddy, Sean Combs, helping all of these inmates with? And it sounds like it was some sort of game, the free game with Diddy. And basically what it was to lift spirits. Talk about, what we're going to do when we get out of here, positivity. And again, we have to remember that prior to all of this, Sean Diddy Combs, we know his name because he was very successful, both as a music artist, but also an entrepreneur when we're talking about Bad Boy Records or Sean John or Delion Tequila, whatever it may be. He had a business enterprise, really, so to speak. And I think what he's doing and helping these inmates is, hey, okay, here's what's going to happen when you get out of here. Here are ways that you can, better yourself, both in the career way, but also the mindset of, being a better person, reform, kind of the bottom line in all of that. And I think that's the underlying thing here. We're hearing you just were reading one of the updates from Giovanni in court saying, yes, I have in fact seen a difference with P. Diddy, with Sean Combs, interacting with some of these other inmates and what he's done with them at MSU.
Okay, guys.
Now on to your second question about
Let
Judge
me
Olu's
check
warning and the fact that he's
and
had
see what they're
3 months
doing
to go
on-
through and read all of these letters and collect all that information. Honestly, if you're asking me,
Let
I
me
think he's
just
been
check and see what
ruminating
they're
on
doing
it
on-
for maybe more than all
on
of
the
this
other
time. He
ones
knew
right
when he
quick.
sat on the bench for the trial that he was going to be involved.
Let me just check, because we don't want to miss anything. I know I don't. Just give me 1 second. Whew. I'm getting, my daughter's fixing me some food. Let me see. No, I didn't pause it. Let me see. Yes, I did.
Oh no, you guys just go. Whatever. So I actually need you here now, and I'll tell you why. we're going to do the G block right now, and then I've got to watch the other show.
Right.
So you guys are going to have to talk.
We'll do the
and
updates.
Well, I go do the other show, and then we'll.
What?
No, on Diddy.
No, this is when the updates are coming in.
We're talking to our folks here.
Yeah, we're on the stream here.
Taylor Swift. I figured after that we're gonna do.
No,
Maybe
we're
we
not
gotta
done
take
that.
That was a tease, bro.
What's our
They
what's
think-
our
they
G
think what we're
block?
doing here?
You guys think that,
You don't understand what we're doing here?
No, we're not in the production meetings. You guys whisper or play.
Lotion.
They also have a whole earpiece that we don't have.
Oh, you do have an earpiece.
In G?
I know
can't.
it. Yeah, you really can.
Reagan said the show wrapped.
Yeah, that's going to be too complicated. Let's do Gun Pal.
I mean,
Okay.
Yeah, that's going to be hard.
as long as we don't think that.
Okay. I mean, do this, do that. Now, we're still waiting on word from the courthouse. For all of you all just getting in and just coming in or in the bushes or whatever, we're still waiting on word. Diddy is supposed to be taking the stand to speak because he have something he wanted to address the judge and everybody, I guess, who he think went wrong with him. I don't know. But I know he sent a letter saying he want to address the judge. And he got to remember, this is the judge courthouse, not his. Hey, Pinkie, I just got your card. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Did you, thank you. Okay. I'm glad you just got it. Okay. Black Titanic, I'm not going to say what it is, Terry. Black Titanic and Terry both was part of the, everybody was part of the Name My Favorite Restaurant. And Black Titanic and Terry won that. That is over. That was last month. They both won. And y'all know that was the a gift that was $50 cash. They won that, and I'm just happy that they won. Okay, now we're supposed to do something for this month, the month of October, and I think I'm going to have it set. The giveaway is going to either be the day before Halloween or on Halloween Day. Just like this one here was the end of September, the one we just had, but they already guessed. So after I got 2 winners, you can't, and it's supposed to, so it ended then. So we'll think of something for October, okay? And thank you, Terry, for reminding me by saying that. That let me know October is here. I need to go ahead and think of something or help my kids to do it. Y'all know what I'm trying to eat? One of these until my daughter gets in here with my food. I'm trying to cut the bag open. You see? Like that. I'm trying to cut it. That's why I'm doing this here. That's what y'all hear me doing this here, trying to cut it open, okay? And then I got the knife, and then once I cut it open, I'm going to cut it in little pieces, teeny, tiny pieces, like that. That's justice.
Yes,
Hi,
ma'am.
Justice.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Any news happen?
Diddy's supposed to be getting ready to speak. Harvey and told one of the guys that's there. As soon as he starts speaking, let them know right away what he's saying word by word, so they can record it. They can give it to us. And so they're standing. They're still standing there, just waiting. So that's when I did. There's nobody else speaking. I was just showing. I got one of these to eat on. My daughter's fixing me some food. So until she gets here, I was going to eat on this. We've been waiting for the longest. We have been waiting, guys, since the trial started at 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, New York time. Okay. and we are going on. It is 3:30 right now in New York, and still no trial because we've been waiting on Diddy with all of his family members. We're waiting on Diddy because his lawyer decided to Nicole, what was it, Westmoreland or whatever her name is, Nicole or whatever. But anyway, she decided to have a breakdown, crying and just acting a fool all in the courtroom and stuff. So we're waiting on that. And then he had to show his 12-minute video of him being captive saber, who know what, acting like he's the great white hope.
Yeah, exactly. The great black hope.
The great, oh Lord, the great black hope or somebody. And so we've been going through all of that and everything. And so now we're on to Diddy. Supposed to be getting ready to say his little part. Whatever you want to address the judge.
I wish they had a camera in that room, because when he find out he ain't going home, I would want to see that face.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to see that face. Lord, do something. Some sketch artist, draw like you never draw before.
Right. And that's what they're talking about on TMZ too. That's everybody been talking about him making, and that's one of the stupidest things. That show his disregard for and saying that he have changed. That showed that him making setting up a speech so he can go do a speech on Monday. When today is Friday, he is planning on walking out of there today, having those clothes, those street clothes, requesting to wear his street clothes. That was part of his big plan. Like that big, beautiful bill, his big plan, the big Diddy plan, is to wear his street clothes. Make sure all the family members, when you get up there, just cry and say things that, well, he didn't know it was going to backfire, but that's a narcissist because he doesn't know. Saying that is, oh, wait, go ahead and talk, Jeff.
He said, his son said that Diddy, his daddy, taught him to treat a woman like a queen. I wonder what kind of queen he taught him to treat, because he got a case coming up against him for AB. So what do you mean treat him like a queen? Queen what? Queen slut? Queen what? Queen pole rider? What? His daddy told him how to treat a woman. I cannot wait to see their little lying faces when he find out he ain't going nowhere. And I'm just waiting to see. I know they got to give him. They got to. I'm just counting on it. That's all I've been seeing for 24 hours in 7 to 8 years. Give it to him, Judge. Give it to him. If any justice be done, let it be 7 to 8 years, if not more. If not more. Just for lying. Give him an extra year for getting up there lying. Give him an extra year for making setting up an appointment to go speak on Monday. Give him an extra year for using photographs of his children when he know that he wasn't even around them. He was out doing the shimmy and all this stuff. He wasn't even there for them. These girls all out there by themselves doing their own thing. Give him an extra year because he taught his boy how to treat that woman on that yacht. Give him a year for that.
Yep. Yep.
Give him a year for Kim Porter. Rest in peace, Kim Porter. Give him a year for that.
Oh Lord.
Give him a year for what's his face's car that got blowed up. Give him a year for that. If he had to pay for all the dirt that he has done, give him 2 years for Justin Bieber. Give him 2 years for that. So yeah, I don't want to even think about this man walking free. I refuse. My brain won't even wrap around that.
I think a lot of people are feeling the exact same way too. Their brain is not going to wrap around that because they think about all the victims. They think about Cassie. They think about Mia. They think about Gina. They think about everybody, even the men that had to go through that and then realized they was sleeping with somebody without anything on wrapped up with all kind of diseases, allegedly.
Even he couldn't even keep his pants up in the kitchen. The chef that was cooking for him
Right.
got a case against him. You can't
Right.
even let another man cook food. You got to ride them when they cooking food.
Right. He did violate that chef in some kind of way. I ain't gonna say what, but yes, I saw her video. I saw her speaking once in a video. Yeah, and she is traumatized. She is and still in bad shape because of that. And knowing that that what you love to do for a living, that's what you did, and everything. So I understand that. Who is that? Is that you got a TV on, Justice?
I'm sorry, I had to mute myself. I forgot I got the baby in the car with me. I just picked him up.
Oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. I muted myself and we need to start talking or whatever.
Okay, that
Okay.
baby. Hello, that baby.
Yes,
Speak to the
ma'am.
baby for me. Bless her. Yeah, and so let me just. I'm trying to hold my spoon and let my food cool some. I got it sitting here, guys. I'm eating. But I haven't. It's so hot right now, so I'm just trying to let it cool. Let me see what TMZ is saying right quick. Let me see. I'm going to bring it over to us just to see, because y'all know we don't want to miss nothing. We are the people that don't want to miss a thing. Let me see.
I gotta go.
Somebody tells me.
It's like, are we sure we're up till 5? Because I've got dinner reservations and a speaking engagement.
Right.
Come on,
But that's what it feels like.
It feels that way.
I mean, it's I don't know. I'm dying to talk to Mark because I don't know how Mark's going to view this. I'm sure he's going to view it differently than me, but this is a disaster.
How did they read it this way with all the rulings? How did they read it this way?
I don't think they did.
Jim,
I
what
think
is
they were
denial of the
what is the chat saying about him speaking? Now that we know he's definitely going to speak.
That's okay. That's what.
Nothing yet.
Okay.
You know what I'm
Harvey,
saying?
do you
Anything?
think his
Do they care?
lawyers were as
Well, no,
surprised
sorry.
as we were when the prosecutor said that this morning? I think this happened to his PR people. They said, you know what?
The reason I don't is they're all combined into one.
Didn't you
Let me
think there's
see what's
people in his
going
camp who
on.
said, hey, if he gets out, let's set something up?
The
Wait,
camp is, but it's a
They're
committee.
defending it though. The lawyers are
Guys,
wait. Let me get
Liam,
away from
Liam.
them right quick, because what? What the fuck?
This is also a form of general deterrence. Publicity that he got. Miss Ventura's law destroyed his businesses. That's
What happened, Pinky?
So wait a minute.
trying to find
to
out.
let him out now.
I know he
General
just
deterrence
got
is
through
saying
speaking.
everyone
Diddy.
will not commit these kind of crimes given what's already happened to Diddy.
Right,
Not
right.
specifically to Diddy. He's saying it's already generally. They've seen a
him-
life destroyed.
Yeah.
But I think specific
See,
deterrence is
like-
on his mind because he's been thinking about violence.
You and I were talking
He
about
has been thinking about
you
Diddy
and I
being
were
violent.
talking about it in my office earlier. I think there's no general deterrence. I think it shows that, especially if you're rich and famous, you can get away with anything.
What?
If he's let out today,
What is
I
the
don't
chat
dare.
saying? Let me pull this chat over
Second,
here.
yes, Mark
A little
Agnifilo. He's
closer.
a great lawyer. But what I would have said is,
So
Your
now
Honor,
Diddy is the victim, somebody is
he's
saying.
done this time already. His life is destroyed. Please let him out today. But if you don't,
I never in
then
my
at
life seen a
least
sentence that lasts
understand that
all day
he would
long.
never have been even prosecuted if it was just the Mann Act.
Right.
And that
Well,
the
that's the pardon
prosecution
play.
did not prove their case on the
something is
main
going on.
issues here.
Oh shit.
And
Let me
give him
let me
much
get
less.
them down and get over to some major let me see. Because we got to find out what's going on. Something didn't happen. Okay, let me see what she's saying. I just paused her for a second so we can hear what she's
I
saying.
mean, he didn't get up there and speak. He didn't testify. We know that Diddy, prior to all of this, liked to speak his mind, liked to set
Wait,
the
let
record
me
straight,
stop
so to
them.
speak. And now this is his one chance after waiting months and months. I mean, even years since the first allegations came out. Not to mention his mother's there, his children are there. They've cried. You know, his attorneys have cried. This is a very high intensity moment. I do think that we'll see some sort of intense emotion from P. Diddy himself about all of this, begging to have his sentence be on the lower end.
Begging is a good question because Mark Agnifilo just said, I'm asking you to release him today.
See, that's what Harvey was saying. That was Harvey was saying that they were asking for him to be released today. Oh my God. Let's hear.
Punished publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn in this case. This is also a form of general deterrence. The publicity that he got, Miss Ventura's lawsuit, it destroyed his businesses. Is that a compelling argument? Is that a compelling argument that he has suffered enough? He has been punished enough that there's not more that you should do to him?
Not particularly, because, you know, America is a great country in that America is a country of a comeback. And there's nothing to say that P. Diddy can't come all the way back. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, I don't know that Cassie ever gets over what happened. Maybe she gets through it. Maybe the victims get through it, but they are forever changed. And so I don't want that minimized for anyone, right?
Thank you. Thank you.
It would be very unfair to them for us to minimize that, particularly when you get, you know, P. Diddy. I mean, you know, all of the things that he wants to do. Well, he wants to see his toddler grow up. He wants to see fill in the blank or whatever else. Well, didn't you want to before all of this started happening?
Thank you.
Back when you were up for conviction, maybe you should have got convicted in the Shine case 15, 20 years ago. We've already been here. You already know what this is like. And here we are again. You've already done a religious album. You've already done all of the things that make you look like a changed man. Meanwhile, no change. So if the judge wants to consider what he's saying and take it seriously and look at the potential that he could be as a force for good with resources put behind it, that's fine. But what he's been through in and of itself, that wouldn't move me, not even one iota.
Particularly, as we mentioned earlier, the letter from Cassie Ventura when she talked about how much she's struggling and the nightmares she goes through. And the court was keen to say she is a victim of this crime. Yes, Sean Combs was acquitted of sex trafficking with respect to Cassie, but she is a victim of transportation to engage in prostitution. Okay. Serena, you might have noticed I didn't come to you for a while because I have a bunch of questions for you that I'm going to read in succession to you. So let's go to the first one. Confused and Callie asks, what are typical parole rules in New York and federal release and for how long?
Oh, that's a good question. So it's all dependent on the person who's convicted and what they're convicted of, and so many other things that you learn about that person in interviews and whatnot. So it will all depend, which is always a lawyer's favorite answer. It depends, but it will be a level of pretty serious supervision. He may not be able to leave the city or the state or the country without permission. There are going to be restrictions as to that, to travel, as to where he can live, as to what he can do. Maybe there's a curfew. There are many, many factors that are taken into consideration when you are on supervised release. You can always petition to change those restrictions as time goes on, as you show that you're behaving yourself, etc. There may be drug tests, for example. There's a lot. There could be, for example, like unannounced searches or visits. There's a lot of, even if you're free, is what I'm trying to say, there's a lot of restrictions on your freedom.
Yeah, that's a good point. So wait, we're going to take a quick break before we get into Sean Combs because he's going to be speaking soon. Real quick super chat question for you, Serena. This is from Annette McMullen. Thank you so much for the super chat question. If this case was not involving a mega superstar, if and how would this be different? In other words, if the defendant was not Sean Combs, how would this play out?
First of all, you would never know about it. There are so many people, and I like that we have this platform to say this. There are so many people who are going through, similar charges or worse charges or easier charges that nobody ever knows about. It's cases like this that actually educate the public as to their rights, our rights, the criminal justice system in general. So it's great. It's actually great that we have this program, and it's great that we're able to kind of follow these things. But you should know that there is a difference, because the people who don't get that attention may not necessarily have the means to hire competent representation, or maybe the type of representation that they really want to speak for them. They may not be able to kind of get the public behind them to get that support. We see that with Diddy. We see that with other, high profile cases. And so, and sometimes judges and lawyers get away with certain things when there isn't that microscope on them. So in a certain way, celebrities are watched more when these things happen, and therefore, judges and attorneys are held to the highest level of our law. But in other ways, sometimes we see that celebrities are looked upon to be made an example of. So it's potentially a wash in the end. But the biggest thing that you get out of this type of situation is that the public starts to learn a lot about the system.
And a lot about these crimes. I mean, how many, hopefully everybody became an expert in sex trafficking and racketeering at the very least.
Yeah, I learned a
We're going
lot.
to take a quick break. So as Sean Combs' defense attorney, Mark Agnifilo, is asking for a 14-month sentence. They're saying we're asking for a lot, says Sean Combs has genuine psychological challenges, that he suffers from PTSD. They're asking for leniency. Another lawyer is going to speak. Sean Combs is going to speak. Hopefully we get to that sentence. Let's take a quick break. We will be right back with our live coverage.
Now, they said, oh, let me just turn it down. It's so loud. I had it turned up. They said Sean is suffering from PTSD.
That's what they said.
And so all the women that he had tortured,
Mm-hmm.
all the men that he had tortured,
Mm-hmm.
all the little
Children.
children.
Justin Bieber, Usher, children.
Right. So they're not suffering from PTSD.
Allie Carter on the table, naked with food on her body.
Mm-hmm. Allegedly. And just to be on the safe side. And then we got what's his name? Justin Bieber, allegedly. I ain't thinking about Usher, because Usher, he's still talking about that. He still give this man props. He sent that little boy over there. So I'm not thinking about him. Sorry to say that, Usher, but I'm not.
Yeah, Usher was trying to get out from under that diddler, so he gave him another person to prey on so he could rest.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he did. But he was a child when he first got with him.
Right.
When he turned him out, we wrestling over the cornflakes. He was a kid.
Wrestling over the cornflakes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let me see what Alice said. Pinkie, have they had lunch break? I took a nap. They had already been to lunch. Everybody been crying all in the courtroom. Diddy's family. Okay. And his lawyer act the food, crying all over the place and bawling. And yeah. Now Diddy, let me see if he's still speaking. P. Diddy about to speak in court. Stand by for live coverage. Oh Lord, we're gonna stand by for that.
Yeah, we're gonna stand by for that lie.
Waiting on.
We want to hear that lie.
Oh Lord, that's it said doctors found that Sean had PTSD. He grew up without a father.
Oh, really?
Oh, how many millions and billions of people grew up without a father?
I grew up without a father. Lock me in the room with him.
Yeah.
Let's see my PSD.
Right. His father was unalive when he was a baby, so he don't even remember the man.
Didn't I tell y'all that? He was lying, talking about my daddy. I do this wrong stuff because my daddy taught me how to. You ain't even know the man. He was dead.
Right. So, was he a baby or was he a
Three?
walking around?
He was 3 years old.
Okay, so he should say 3 years old or a toddler or at 3. Not a baby, because when he think baby, I'm thinking a baby.
Yeah, but how much could he have learned at 3 years old when the man was living in somewhere else and he living in a brothel with his mom.
Mm-hmm.
Everything you learned, if you were living with a brothel, you learned from the brothel.
Right. The father didn't tell him how his father was unalived.
Yeah, tell that.
He didn't tell him how his father was unalive, but he picked it up from the streets. He gave a commencement address at Harvard in 2014. Yeah. Okay. We don't want to miss no more of this. I paused it for. Let me bring us back up to date because I don't want to miss him speaking. And
I know he gonna cry. I'm sure he done practiced.
yeah, he got all them tears saved
I want to
up.
see him fall down on the floor like he did when they didn't give him that trafficking charge. He got all on the floor, fell on his knees.
Put his elbows in the chair praying.
Yeah, I want to see him fall all out, roll over like a dog.
Oh Lord. Okay. Oh my Lord. Y'all make sure y'all get in here and hit that like button.
Hit that like button.
Yeah,
If you hate Diddy, hit the like button. If you think he need to go to jail, hit that like button.
Oh, that's a good one there. Hit that like button. Come on in, guys. Not subscribe to the channel, subscribe to the channel. We've been waiting. I've been waiting for 5 hours and 58 minutes. That's how long. I got on when they had already started going to the courthouse. It wasn't started, but they was falling in, going into the courthouse when I came in live. So, yeah. So I've been live all this time waiting, and I did not think it was going to last this long.
I did. I knew he was gonna run this thing out on the clock. He like a football player today. He's gonna run it all the way out to the clock, to the whistle blow. The judge might have to sit up there and say, order, order. We done had 15 people speaking. You done spoke 45 minutes. Your children done cried for 30 minutes. Your lawyer done cried for 20 minutes. Enough is enough. Let's move on.
He's trying to wear everybody out.
Yeah, wear them out. And be careful, Judge. Don't let him get too close to you. This is the baby R King.
But
Don't
you
let
know
him get
what?
too
I
close.
think the reason why he's trying to wear them down is because he ain't got but two choices. Either he's going back into the MDC, into the jailhouse where all his little friends and partners waiting on him, or he think he's going to walk.
Well, he can think again because he ain't walking.
So he's betting on walking. So he ain't got nothing to lose. So he and then if he is going back to the Popo house, at least
I bet he was singing all night, Pinkie.
Time out. At least he get a chance to be out and be out of that place for a while. Longer
Yeah.
out of there.
I bet he was singing all last night. These boots are made for walking, and that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna walk all out of here. That's what he was saying.
Tell them to bring in some type of boots or something, wear with his street clothes. So it can have them loose where the tongue is hanging over.
Well, they say he can't wear no shoestrings.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so he could get one pair of shoes and no shoestrings.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So you can't fake that you unaliving yourself.
Right. Yeah. So he probably got, if he got any boots on, they just pull up kind, just slip.
Yeah, them sketches.
Just pull them up on.
He got them sketches. No zipper. Don't give him no zipper. He used to zipping up, folks. Don't give him no zipper.
No zippers. You got to be just the kind that you just put on.
Velcro. Give him some Velcro. Let them stick together. Yeah.
Nobody want no Velcro. Who is this coming out? The guy that wore a shirt. Is that Diddy's family member? This guy right now, standing there in front of the mics talking, on the other side of the mic talking to the security.
I doubt it. They probably in there eating all that lies he telling. Yeah, go and pop. Go and pop. Tell him pop.
Exactly. I'm sitting up here eating at the same time. You're probably right. But everybody's waiting on it. Let me make sure that I haven't paused us. No, I haven't paused us. We're still good, guys. It's not muted or anything. So when they start talking, we'll be listening. Let me check everybody else and see how they're doing. Whether they making sure nobody sneaked out and we didn't see them. No, USA Today, they're still just showing the same thing. Where the security guards are out front. That's what they're showing too. And then for the let me pull up on CBS News. You mean they still got the same thing? They ain't got nothing different. Who is this here? The Associated Press. Let me see what they're talking about. Associated Press. I'm looking at all of them, guys. They got the same thing. What a guy sending out, talking to the security guard. So they got the same thing. Everybody got. And let me check my other sources too, because I'm not gonna let it get past us.
There go a little dog walking.
A little dog walking
Look
past.
just like Diddy.
Oh, yeah.
Is that the Diddy dog?
Oh, he said he don't want to be that because he may get down. You know, he may be one of those Nest. You know how Nesto is in the jailhouse.
Yeah.
He can't be around kids, children, can't be around animals either.
That's right. That's right.
He got that animal complex.
Yeah, yeah. Get full of that tussie and the animal look like a human.
Right. Anything with legs.
With legs on it. Mm-hmm.
Let me see what Terry said. Are we going to overflow into Monday? It's almost 4 p.m. here on the East Coast. Terry, let me just say, that's what I can't remember who brought that up. Was it News Network? Crime and Net True Crime. Somebody brought it up. Who brought it up? Law and Crime or somebody brought it up. That we may end up going into Monday. It looks like because the Diddler is dragging this thing out.
Mm-hmm. He milking this for all it's got.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know how all the other people did their victim impact speech, like Mia. No, Mia had changed her mind.
Yeah, she's not gonna speak.
She sent her letter. She sent because she don't think she can face going through that again. And Cassie sent hers, and let me see who else supposed to do one on that side. I think that's it on that side, because if somebody reading it for you, they're gonna just read it and be done.
Mm-hmm. Probably the prosecutor's gonna read the other letters.
Mm-hmm. So, guys, we're just let me just check the other outlets and see, because I don't want nobody to get past me. Let me just check. This is the New York Times. Let me check them here. Let me see. They just posted something 6 minutes ago. We are taking 10 minutes breaks because Sean Combs would address the judge. That's what he just put in. Julia Jacobs just reported that. Federal court. We're taking a 10-minute break because Sean Combs will address the judge. Okay. And then somebody just put in 6 minutes ago, Christie, the prosecutor, urged the judge not to take Sean Combs' words that he is a changed man. He claims the same thing after the video of him beating Cassie in 2016 was released. He said, but he assumed another girlfriend the next time. No, he assaulted another girlfriend the next time. Wait now. She's saying that don't take Diddy, the Diddler, at his word, because he said the same thing when he made that video of him. Oh, I'm so sorry. I
don't know what came over me.
Right. And that's not me and stuff. So he said the same thing then, and now he's saying the same thing. Okay. And that was 8 minutes ago. Okay, this is 10 minutes ago. Christie said one of the prosecutors called Sean Combs a master puppeteer of his own image. The image he presents is incomplete and misleading, she said. The prosecutor urged that the video of Mr. Combs beating his former girlfriend Cassie in a Los Angeles hotel in 2016 shows the defendant for who he is. So what she's saying, don't believe him. Y'all saw, don't believe your own eyes. You don't believe what he's saying, you better believe your own eyes.
That's right.
It's the master puppeteer. Anything you say on that one, Justice?
Amen. Amen. Yeah,
Okay.
that's right. That's right. I'm ready. I'm ready. I want them to hurry up, let this man lie, and send him back to his cell.
Yeah.
Send him back.
That's what I said, Justice. He's trying to stay out as long as he can.
Yeah, he got a taste of some fresh air. And they probably gave him some Whataburger or something. You know, the lawyer ordered some stuff.
Food.
And
If he stay out long enough, they'll order dinner. He'll get dinner.
Yeah. That's what it's all about. It's all about them unmaggot meals.
Yeah. He just wants to stay out long enough to get him another good meal.
Yeah. And look at some women.
Yeah, and fresh air.
And
probably go in the bathroom and grope himself.
Did you bring me that little bottle of baby oil? Did you bring me that oil? I got to go to the bathroom, Your Honor.
Look, and get a chance to use a bathroom that nobody peed all over.
Clean bathroom with a mint sitting up on the counter.
Right, and nobody's watching him. He enjoying this.
Yeah, he back in his day, in his glamour days. I used to live like this, a clean toilet. Wow. I remember when I had all this here. Oh.
Yep. And using and just eating as much as he wants that day. Diddy, what do you want to eat?
Bring me some chicken and bring me some wings. Can I get a steak? Could you bring some mashed potatoes and gravy with that, with some okra on the side? How about a pot of greens? Sir, we only got 30 minutes for break. Just bring it, I'll eat it.
Right. He probably asking for everything. And he know if he stay out long enough, he get a chance to eat dinner. Lord,
Yeah, when they do send him back to that cell, he go back in there and tell him, I don't care.
Wait now, something is getting ready to happen.
And welcome back to Law and Crime, everybody. Our live coverage of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. I'm Jesse Weber. Thank you for joining us on our continued coverage of this. We are in hour 7 maybe now. We are hopefully coming to the end of this. We are waiting any minute now for Sean Combs to deliver his statement to the court. We already know he provided a letter in advance of this. This is in advance of him officially being sentenced on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. It will all be up to Judge Arun Subramanian on which way he will sentence Sean Combs. He indicated earlier that he doesn't see a reason to deviate from the 5 to 7 years, that range of prison, but he's also heard a lot today from attorneys, from Sean Combs' family. And I will note that right before we're about to hear from Sean Combs, and by the way, I say that there's no cameras allowed in that courtroom, but we're reporting to you live. Prosecutor Christy Slavic made the point that only one of the 5 defense attorneys who spoke today mentioned Combs' alleged victims in their presentation.
For real.
And it was all about Sean Combs and you know, his why he should be released and he suffered enough, but not mentioning the victims. And I wonder if that's going to be a problem. Let me bring back in Serena Townsend. Let me bring back in Joe Richardson. Let me bring back in Sierra Gillespie. Sierra, I'll start with you. That is interesting, right? I mean, there has been a lack of talking about Jane. There has been a lack of talking about Cassie Ventura. Obviously, the defense has particular positions about them throughout the course of this case, throughout the course of litigation leading into sentencing. But that is a point.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to make sure it was Sierra, not Serena. So I was going to see if Serena was starting to talk, but that was in fact for Sierra. So I will go ahead and answer that question now. I mean, talking about Cassie, talking about Jane, I mean, these are very vital, right? Because they're a huge part of the trial. And I think that Judge Arun Subramanian, of course, has to consider these things. I mean, he said it early on today. It was a question mark. The defense was saying, okay, I don't even know if these people should be considered as part of it, as part of victims. But he ruled, yes, they are in fact victims. And I think, of course, it's going to be in the back of his mind, the testimony that they had, going through and recounting some of the trauma that they had. Of course, that's something that's going to be coming up. And I do have to wonder if when P. Diddy himself does finally address the court, if he's going to mention these people, because that's the allegation here, right, is trauma and abuse. And I wonder if he's going to say, yeah, I did some things wrong. Here's how I learned and here's how I'm going to get better. And I guess I wonder if that's something that he might address.
Well, it's interesting that you say that because, Serena, in Sean Combs' letter, okay, to the court, he said, my sadness was my motivator. I have to admit my downfall was rooted in my selfishness. The scene and images of me assaulting Cassie play over and over in my head daily. I literally lost my mind. I was dead wrong for putting my hands on the woman that I loved. I'm sorry for that and always will be. My domestic violence will always be a heavy burden that I will have to forever carry. He said earlier on, I take full responsibility and accountability for my past wrongs. I want to apologize and say how sincerely sorry I am for all of the hurt and pain that I've caused others by my conduct. Two questions for you, Serena. A, do you think that's what he's going to focus on, the victims in this case? And B, does he have to be careful? Does he have to be careful saying that he did this, that he apologizes for what he did, because he might have an appeal? If he's sentenced to 10 years in prison, he's going to fight appeal. If he admits to wrongdoing, if he admits to doing this, can that jeopardize the appeal?
It's a good question. So first of all, I do think he's going to try to focus on the victims. Certainly now that the prosecutor kind of put that out there, I think even if he hadn't been prepared to do that, hearing that, he might say, look, you know, my lawyers did their thing, but the remorse that I have to give over for my victims has to come directly from me. You know, he might kind of spin it that way to make it seem like it was planned that way. Whether he has to be careful, you know, I think in a balancing situation here, he's really got to show as much as possible his remorse. He's got to show the judge that he is willing to change, and he can't be callous about it, and he really can't be equivocal. I think he really has to go full in if he wants any of that mitigation and sympathy to be thrown his way. So even if he's thinking about appealing, you know, there's a lot of things that you could appeal, not necessarily having to do with his guilt. It could be a procedural thing that the prosecution messed up when you appeal something. So I do think on balance, he really just needs to go full force and get on his knees and beg.
What he's very careful of saying is, I'm sorry I transported them for the purposes of sex work. He didn't say that. He goes, I'm sorry for domestic violence. I'm sorry for hurting people. So he can admit that without admitting technically or specifically the crimes that he was convicted of. Joe, I just want to give everybody an update.
But if he don't say he's sorry for transporting them, then he's not sorry.
One of the hardest things I've had to handle has been having to be quiet and not express how sorry I am for my actions. So this is him speaking. I don't take that lightly. I would like to apologize to Cassie Ventura and her family. Joe, that's the first statement we've heard from Sean Combs in open court today, at least regarding an apology.
Yeah, and you know, he's, you know, it's kind of like I'm standing here going, okay, you know, keep coming.
Yeah, what about the rest of them?
What else, right?
Yeah,
you know,
there you go.
He's saying, frankly, what's going to be expected to be said. And it's interesting, to your point, he's kind of seems to be apologizing, like in writing and sometimes, you know, towards the things that he didn't get convicted for. But we're having this whole discussion about making sure that acquitted conduct is not included. So once again, you've got these different dynamics playing out, and it's going to be interesting to see where it goes and how believable he comes out, and can he come off like it's not about him? Can he come off like it's not him being narcissistic? And can he come off understanding in the eyes of the judge, in the eyes of the public, why maybe he ought to get more time? And despite that, I'm asking you, Your Honor, to give me less time, and here's why. Is there an acknowledgement that you're not unreasonable for doing any of this? He's not going to give up the ghost on all that because they want to keep all their appealable issues. But how is he going to come off the way that he needs to come off to maximize his opportunity?
Well, this is the next thing you just said. I apologize to Jane for bringing you into my mess. I would like to apologize to all the victims of domestic violence. Remember, he hasn't been charged with domestic violence. He wasn't convicted of domestic violence. I know that the disgusting video triggered people, meaning the video of him beating Cassie Ventura. I was sick from the drugs. I needed help, but I didn't get the help. Okay, so let me break this down in real time, Serena. So now he's apologized both to Cassie and Jane. Again, not for transporting them for sex work, but for hurting them for domestic violence. He goes, I knew better. My faith taught me better. I'm not this larger than life person. I'm just a human being. I'm trying my best. I lost my freedom and the opportunity to raise my children and be there for my mother. I lost all my businesses. Now, again, your thoughts on this, because this really is the first time he's had an opportunity substantively to make a comment about this.
Yeah, and I completely agree with both of you that he's being very specific about what he's apologizing for. And he has to. It is true. He wants to show that complete remorse without really admitting to certain things. Look, this is the opportunity and the time where a defendant who has been convicted gets on his knees and begs for mercy. Whether a judge is already too jaded to really believe him, which I would not blame him for, is to be seen, right? It's very easy to be sorry now. It's very easy to say the things that he's saying after he's been convicted. Now, I do want to say that everybody does have the right to a trial. And I don't necessarily think that him taking the case to trial should be held against him and should be deemed as him not being remorseful. But on the other hand, here he is having tried to fight all of the allegations and only now making any sort of admission to any issues. So I don't think a judge is going to be very much swayed by this newest apology, just like any other defendant.
So just let everybody know, my battery's breaking up a little bit. I couldn't hear that last part, Serena. We're going to work on getting this fixed, but I do want to give everybody an update. So Sean Combs says, I hate myself right now. I have been stripped down to nothing. I want to apologize to my 7 children. I'm so sorry. You deserve better. To my mother, I feel you taught me better. Sierra, I go to you. As somebody who's been following this case from the beginning, what are you taking away from what he's saying?
I mean, this is a day of reckoning for Sean P. Diddy Combs, and something that we were hypothesizing before we finally were hearing the words that he was saying was that he may, in fact, point out the victims in this case and apologize. I mean, I believe we talked about that just minutes ago, and here he is doing just that. My question in all of this, I will be very interested to see what Elizabeth Milner says when she comes out, because right now she is in the courthouse, so she is there watching P. Diddy as he's saying these immortal words. I want to know his emotion in all of it. I mean, we can read the words. He's saying, I'm sorry to Cassie. I'm sorry to Jane. I'm sorry to my children and my mother. You taught me better. I threw everything away. I ruined everything. But what is the emotion there? Is it just words? Is he completely stone cold face? Or is he crying? Is he upset? And I think all of these things are something that Judge Arun Subramanian will be clocking, because I mean, that's really what it is. Is he truly sorry? Is he truly remorseful for everything that he's done? I mean, he's now been convicted of a crime here, the transportation to engage in prostitution, which, to your point, Jesse, we haven't heard an apology for all of that. We've heard an apology for the domestic violence side of things. And I mean, I will just guess that Diddy might go on for a bit longer, as it is his first time really to address all of these accounts. But I want to know the emotion behind all of it.
It's a great point, and that's obviously something that Elizabeth Milner would know, because she's inside there. She can hear it for herself. But if we're clocking this, if we're clocking that he's not directly addressing the federal crimes that he was convicted of, you know Judge Subramanian's going to say it too. He says, I let down my community. I wanted to show we could take care of our own problems. I got lost. I'm not this bad person. I'm sorry to my community. I let you all down. People can change. I know I've changed. There is a part about this, Joe, and he goes, sometimes you have to go through life experiences. These are not excuses. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I beg your honor for mercy to be a father again, to be a son again, a leader in my community again, to get the help I need. Now, Joe, look, we're criticizing parts of this from a legal point of view, from a human point of view, could the judge be persuaded that this is a guy who's really learned his lesson, that could be a force of good, that he wasn't convicted of racketeering and sex trafficking, that while transportation to engage in prostitution is a serious crime, and there were elements of violence and drugs that were part of it, and this happened many times, that perhaps he should not have to spend a significant portion of his life now in prison?
Here's what I say, at the risk of coming off like I'm banging on Diddy, and this is not a banging, Diddy day kind of thing for me. But if he's learned his lesson in 14 months, he'll learn it better in 2 or 3 years. And so what that means is,
I love what he just said. If Diddy learned a lesson in this little short time, at 1 year behind bars, in 2 or 3 years, he really would mind his lesson. He'd get it real this time. Oh, that was good. Oh, that was good. Let me just put this away. Guys, I was eating. That's why I had my avatar up. I was trying to eat. Oh, that was good. Let me see what I'm nosy and would love to see everyone's facial expressions and body language. You're nosy like me. I'm nosy too, Lisa. Oh, Lord. Y'all know I'm nosy. That's why I'm staying on this, because I got to get it. I got to see what's going on. No, I'm not going to. Oh, this is one person I really don't like. Okay, wait. We're going to turn around and see what TMZ I'm talking about right quick. Okay? And this is, we're going to come right back, guys. This is one person I really don't care much about right here. The one that's speaking. I ain't calling no names. Y'all know TMZ lied too, right?
President called him American Hitler, and he put him on the ticket to be the heir apparent. There's no more you need to say than that.
Secretary of State said he was.
Oh no, I don't want to hear that. I ain't got time for that. I don't have time for that, guys. Oh, I don't have time for them and some man that looked like he crazy.
Yeah, some man looked like he was at a Diddy party.
I ain't got time for that.
And gonna get up there and argue for Diddy. Get out of here. But you know what? The ones who arguing for him, if it had been their daughter or their son, their child, they'll be saying crucify him. But because it's somebody else's daughter, somebody else's son, oh, he learned his lesson. He said he's sorry. So what? That does not erase the damage he has done.
That is true. I have not erased none of it.
And then he not even apologizing for what he done.
He haven't apologized.
Yeah, he haven't apologized for transporting them.
Let me see what's going on again. But you're right. He haven't apologized, and I don't think he's planning on apologizing.
He playing with words. He's the diddler. He think he's the Pied Piper. Right. And when I blow my lies, everybody just believe it.
Oh, Lord. I'll pause that for later. Oh, okay. Let me pull up and see what any other major news outlet got going on. Associated. Oh, they showing Diddy wiping his face in tears.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's on the Associated Press. Live outside the courthouse at U.S. District Court, New York. That's Associated Press. Diddy sentencing live. Okay, yeah, I know that. Let me see. So everybody's covering it. Let me see. Okay, we got that one. We're on this one. We're trying. We are trying. We are trying. Let me. This is Court TV. Let's see what Court TV got going on. Okay.
All right.
Diddy, SDX crime sentencing live updates. Wait now. Wait now. Wait now. Lord, wait now. I'm going to just pause it until I... Y'all don't think Court TV do... No, they don't do that. Read this. But they got... Okay, Sean Diddy Combs is facing 11 years in prison after being convicted of prostitution relations, whatever that is. But anyway,
That's not
they
Diddy
should be
Judge.
talking about him.
That's not Diddy Judge right there.
I know.
I don't know who this man is.
See what he's talking about.
Oh, this must be like Court TV. Must be they putting on a court in or something, but they not. That's not the Diddy trial.
No, that's not. But they got it titled, the thumbnail, everything. So I want to see what they're trying to do. Well, sometimes they be clickbait, but I think Court TV to do clickbait.
Maybe they just using another judge to give his opinion.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Let's see what's going on here, guys, because y'all know we nosy. Terry said, justice cracked me up. Ooh. Ooh, Lord. Imagine all the stuff we do. Don't know that wasn't allowed in court. Ooh, my Lord, I tell you. Here we go.
Mattered a great deal. And I appreciate hearing from each of you about that and what they meant to you. And I've thought a lot about that as well. Two things are very clear in this case. First, Mr. Sweeney, Eric Sweeney, the defendant here, had a horrific early childhood.
That's somebody else.
Yeah, that's another court.
Yeah, let me get out of this one here.
Get out of there. Guilty, guilty.
Yeah, ain't got time to be
Yeah,
fooling.
you guilty. You look guilty.
Yeah. Fooling with somebody else and they court stuff. I got enough dealing with the diddler. Oh my God.
Pinkie, stop saying that. You making
you
making me nervous.
You know what going on right now?
What?
You know David E. Taylor, right?
Yeah.
They're talking about him right now.
Oh Lord.
On news. They're showing his big mansion and talking about him right now. On news. Dozens of victims discovered inside the Tampa mansion linked to church scheme.
Oh yeah.
I never, I've been covering this case, but
Yeah.
this is my first time hearing that they discovered people in his mansion. Now he don't love nobody in his mansion, I guess, because they've been fooling around at that church.
And that's probably the workers. That's the workers. Y'all clean
I know
up.
who you're talking about.
Uh-huh.
The workers, the call center people.
Yeah.
The call center people. He have them down at the church.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about them might be the workers in the mansion. Clean up and mop up and wax up and oil up and bend over.
Oh yeah. Oh, that kind of worker.
Yeah, that kind of work.
Oh, okay.
Wash that bathroom, make them beds, and bend over.
But because he have them all that they have to carry the Plan B contraceptive with them everywhere they go, especially when they're around him. They can't go nowhere without it. Let's see. This is only 3 minutes and 14 seconds. I want to hear this. I'm being nosy since I covered this case.
Together inside of a Tampa mansion and treated like slaves. Those are just some of the accusations against two church leaders who were busted last month in a series of nationwide raids. The new details are laid out in court documents for Michelle Brannon, who lived at the Tampa mansion, as federal prosecutors ask a judge to hold her in jail through her trial. Fox 13's Aaron Mesmer has been following this since last month. So, Aaron, what are we learning today?
Allie, first of all, this is the first time since the raids last month that we're getting an idea of what investigators found at that mansion in Avila. When federal agents raided a massive mansion in Tampa's upscale Avila community last month, Sky Fox captured some eye-opening images. Court documents released this week reveal what exactly authorities found. Several Mercedes-Benz and Bentley sedans topped with gift bows and crates containing life-sized expensive stone statues and decorative pillars for landscape installation.
They're not using the money for good. They're literally using it to fund their very lavish lifestyle.
A lifestyle that for David E. Taylor and his Kingdom of God Global Church included several properties across the country that were all busted. Since then, Leslie Portillo has been following the case closely. She used to work for Taylor, but left after witnessing his alleged abuse.
I did see David Taylor get aggressive with the staff.
On Tuesday, she was stunned to learn what else investigators say they found at the Avila mansion. According to prosecutors, the church's executive director, Michelle Brannon, was living there, and she's accused of having 57 workers and victims, some underage, living with her, all part of a forced labor scheme. Authorities say the victims were crammed into
underage too. Yeah, he liked them kind.
Yeah, her too. Her too.
Mm-hmm.
See, she probably taught him every dirty thing he know. Look at her nasty face.
Oh Lord, that is true. She needs some. She needs some SAB on her face. She needs.
No, they need to drop her off for 30 minutes in the hood. That's what she needs. To be dropped off 30 minutes in the hood.
And let her walk back. Find her way back. Ooh,
she ain't gonna be able to walk back.
Mm-hmm.
Nah.
With her church clothes on too.
With her church clothes on.
I'm letting you know she's out of place.
I want to see her in a church hat too.
Right, church hat, them church heels. Mm-hmm.
And her dog shades.
Mm-hmm. No, we don't want her to hide her face. We want them to see her.
Mm.
Rolling all around her head.
Well, see when in the hood, when you see somebody walking in a dark with dark shades on, and it ain't even bright light, dust dark, because you're trying to find your way home, they know she done been had in the hood. They know that's a signal. She done been had in the hood. Some of us done got hold to some of that.
And it's not like she cute or anything.
Hell to the no,
because she ain't cute at all.
Hell to the no, ain't no cuteness in that face.
They don't want that.
No, she ain't. They look like twins. Almost look at them, except for their nose.
Yeah,
that's the only thing different. That nose and his beard.
Oh, Lord of mine. And y'all know he wear fake hair. He wear a toupee. Did y'all know that? On the top and across the side. Once where it was falling off and he pushed it back up.
Oh,
and started
Lord.
talking about people wearing wigs and stuff.
Oh my
It
goodness.
was falling off and he had to try to push it back up. And then when he did, it started sliding back down.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, that's him being caught without it on his head.
Lord, Lord, Lord. Look at her. Look at him.
Yeah.
Now that's what hell look like. Anybody want to know? That's what hell look like. Don't want to go to hell because that's what it look like.
The buns,
The bozo. Yeah. That's exactly what I was thinking. Bozo. Uh-huh. That bozo the haircut, that bozo the clown. Mm-hmm.
Don King hairstyle.
Yeah, now there's another one. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Don King had he didn't have the ball in the front though.
Yeah, yeah. And his hair did stand up. He had it standing up.
Mm-hmm.
This stuff here crawling down like, leave me alone.
Yep.
Oh,
my Lord, she looks like evil. She is.
Look at her skin. Look at her skin.
Yeah, she needs somebody. She needs some good moisturizer and face cleanser and stuff.
She got that snake style going on in her skin.
She got some bad skin though.
That's that reptile.
Yeah, that's that demon lifting. Demon lifting.
I'm telling you, that's that reptile facial she got going on.
Mm-hmm. I know what that means. Yep.
Shared living spaces, sleeping on floors, and forced by Taylor and Brannon to work long hours for free. Prosecutors say workers had to raise money for the church or face abuse.
They're not getting paid for or anything. They're literally like brainwashed to think like they're volunteering their time to do, ministry work.
Investigators say Taylor and Brandon collected $50 million and used most of it for themselves. New court documents reveal Brandon even had $500,000 in gold bars and $60,000 in cash in her bedroom. The details were released this week as part of Brandon's bond hearing in Michigan.
The family members have been waiting for so many years for their family member, for their loved one to come back.
Leslie's good friend never made it back to her family. She passed away from cancer while still working for the church. Leslie says the victims deserve justice.
Unfortunately, too many people were hurt in the midst of all of this. So I know it's going to be a process, but I know we are going to find out the truth.
Brandon was due in court for her bond hearing in Detroit today, where this federal investigation was launched. Again, prosecutors say she's a flight risk, and they worry that she would try to manipulate victims. And we're waiting to hear the results of her hearing. Allie.
All right, Aaron Mesmer in the newsroom tonight. Aaron, thank you.
I'm glad I saw that. You know why? I'm so glad I saw that, because there's another doc out, and I need to go ahead and pull that doc, so I can go over that one. And I'm so glad I saw it. Oh Lord. So there's nothing going on out here except for, let me just see. Everybody's still standing out front, look in the front of the courthouse, just looking. Let me see anything new from who is this? New York Times. Let me just see anything new. That's all they're doing, just standing out in front of the courthouse. Let me just refresh on Law and Crime and see. Wait, he's talking again. That's Jesse. Let me see what's going on. I did a refresh, so as soon as we here it is right here.
The evidence of the abuse is massive. I was sitting right here during the testimony. Joe, this isn't good for Sean Combs.
No, it's not good for Sean Combs, because he started off with good stuff and he says, but on the other hand, you know what I mean? Because to my mind, I mean, it could be different, but a lot of times you start off with the part, not with the part
So
that
what
you're going to end
they're
with.
talking
You know what I
about
mean?
for anybody
Here's the
that
good
just
news,
came in.
but here's the bad news.
John, he's been speaking, right? It was his turn after a long day for him to speak. So while he's speaking, he started, you start off, you don't start blaming folks. And he started off one way, and then he turned the other way. He had turned the whole bus around and gone the other way now.
His true self coming out. That's all.
Yeah.
You can only pretend so long, Pinkie.
Right.
It's like somebody who walked in the room and ain't nobody in there you like, but you got a smile on your face. After a while, your face begin to hurt.
Right.
And that's what's happening right now. The hurt of pretending is now setting in. It's like a metamorphosis. It's now sitting in, and the real demon inside is saying, let me out. Let me out. I want to show him who I am.
Right. And before he know it, he's saying things that when he get back to the jail, oh shoot, I shouldn't have said that. Ooh,
Did I? Now he gonna be like Urkel. Did I say that?
Yeah. Did I say that? Yes, you did, because you just got overpowered by just being free to speak.
Yeah. You looked around and you thought about how Cassie used to obey you, and you ain't got that no more, and all of that. But on the other hand, Your Honor, I had a right to be the woman if I want to. If she ain't complaining for 20 years, it's my right. Yep, that true him coming out.
Yep, it is. Let's hear what.
And here we are because of the bad news, as opposed to here's the bad news and here's the good news, and here's where we are because of the good news. I think the order of things may dictate that, he's going to come at him, and it's not going to be a low end type sentence.
Sierra, this is very consistent with what we talked about before, where that video was being played of Sean Combs, where you look at his history of helping others, you look at his works in the community. You and I had talked about it. The argument would be, yes, but at the same time, he was committing crimes. or after his apology video for Cassie, he was accused of committing crimes. It seems that the judge is being consistent with this. And I apologize if I have to cut you off if the judge says something, but your thoughts?
No, please do cut me off because I want the updates as much as you do, Jesse, and so do our viewers. But I think
Y'all see
confusing
that?
here, right? But
Do y'all see what's going across there? Yeah, yeah. Do y'all see? The judge is rendering Diddy's sentence
In court.
in
Oh
court.
my Lord.
Go ahead, Your Honor. Do your thing. Do your thing. Do what you want to do. Ha! Don't let Diddy tell you how to sock it to him. Do it. Mm-hmm.
They are rendering right now. Ooh, Lord.
Go on, Judge. Do it. Do it. Do it till you're satisfied. Come on, do it.
two things can be true. P. Diddy can have all the love in the world for his children, and he can be a great dad to them. But on the other side of the coin, he did commit these acts, and it is violence. And I think the thing that was most telling to me from what we've heard. All right, let's hear that update, Jesse.
Sierra,
Here it is.
I'm going to throw it right back to you, but this is the
Here
judge.
it is, right here.
This was subjugation. That is the reality of what happened. These offenses irreparably harmed two women. You plied them with drugs. Why did it happen so long? You had the power and resources to keep it going. You were more than a John. Again, Sierra, it was the idea of this happened so many times. I said I think that was something the judge was going to consider here.
And what he said very specifically is that I was sitting right here. I heard the testimony. And I think that is what is so vital when we were talking about the way that the judge was going to end up with all of this sentencing, is the fact that it wasn't today he decided it. It wasn't in the 3 months that he had to go through and read all of those letters.
Yes, it is,
He
Lisa.
was sitting there in the courtroom, seeing Cassie
Jesse,
and Jane and Mia and all of the testimony there, that this happened over and over
On
again.
this
It
part here,
wasn't
let me just say, on this part here, I'm going to make sure I get the running of the verdict so I can put it on my other channel. We just got to mute ourselves because I wanted to play through so I can catch it. Okay.
Okay.
Point to what Serena said earlier. This wasn't a one-time thing. This was a pattern of abuse that the prosecution put on and displayed, and then here we have a conviction. And so I do think that all of this is kind of running through Judge Arun Subramanian's mind as he's coming forth, putting down this sentence, because I mean it's really hard to ignore.
All right, Judge, this just came in. A significant sentence is required to deter. You say you're sorry and you won't do it again. After Miss Ventura's civil lawsuit was filed, after the video was public, an investigation started. You had a brutal hotel night with Jane, punched her in the head. Serena, that is the key here. That is something we have talked about during the course of the day. It didn't deter him. There were significant episodes that came out after the investigation, after the apology. He was arrested with materials in his hotel room that would indicate a freak off. I think we're looking here at maybe 5 to 7. I don't know yet. What can happen any second, but I think we're looking at significant prison time here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the judge makes an incredible note that, you've had the chance to deter. You were not deterred. You were given an opportunity over and over again, specifically during the investigation, and you can't be stopped. And if you can't be stopped, I'm going to have to be the one to stop you.
Go ahead.
Yep. And by the way, the judge has considered his history. He said about the fact that, he became Sean Combs after his father died. That is especially impressive given the early violent death of your father and the trauma that must have left. So he's appreciating all this, but at the same time, he's hitting all the factors and he's talking about the evidence that came out during the course of this trial. He just said, Jane says he told her, take this pill, go out there, bleep his bleep, bleep him. I don't care. The court is not convinced this would not happen again. The court has considered the programs. They are outweighed by the trial record in this case. Now I'm wondering here, Joe, are we talking double digits?
I think we're going a little higher. We'll see how high we go. But 5 to 7 at least, and maybe even a little bit more. That's what it's sounding like. And there's an argument that the record supports that. Diddy was extra arrogant, and the length of time.
Well,
Let me, guys, let me do this right quick. Let me just turn this off. Just, I'm going to pause that right there. So if they do come back, we can still see it from that screen too. Let me get this up. Okay. I think they may come do a verdict today.
Breaking news, the judge in the Sean Diddy Combs trial has just rather shockingly denied him bail. This, of course, coming after
that's old.
news that the jury convicted him.
Shit. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me go back in until I figure out what's going on again. At least we're not going to miss it because I paused it. Where was it? Right there? I'm glad you noticed that. Okay, let me go back right quick.
He said there's a lot going on at CNN. Go to CNN Live.
That's what I thought. That was
Yeah, that was just an old one.
okay. That is let me see. Give me 1 second, guys.
Take your time. We ain't going nowhere.
Okay. Until I'm gonna stay with Jesse until we get it up. 'Cause I
Okay.
don't want to miss nothing right quick. Let me see, where was I paused at?
Right there.
Get out of here right quick. Let me see. Was it right here? Okay.
That's right there, right there, Pinkie.
Culture, and he was truly lawless. Just to put it where it really is.
I look for it.
And so, the judge has been very honest about, I don't think that this deters you. And, I tell you that tracks with me. Maybe we're all wrong, but to go off of what we've had happen and had said and had done and the trial record, that's not unreasonable for the judge to say that.
I am wondering also, Serena, if this is grounds for an appeal where the court says I'm not sentencing you on racketeering or sex. Okay, hold on. Here we go.
Here we go, guys.
Exploitation and violence against women must be met with real accountability to promote respect for the law. Okay, hold on 1 second. I'm getting the sentence right now.
Let's meet up, Justin.
Okay,
So, because I want to catch
boy.
it.
I'm sweating.
Exploitation and violence against women must be met with real accountability to promote respect for the law. The court reaches a few conclusions. 135 months would be more than necessary. Now, I don't know if that means that that's the actual sentence right now, but 135 months is over 11 years in prison. So over 11 years in prison would be more than necessary. That's what the judge is saying here, Serena. I don't know if that's the official sentence as of yet. We're waiting to get confirmation about that. But what does that say?
Well, just to throw that number out there like that means that at least he was considering the 11 years that the prosecution put forth, and maybe even more than that. It sounds like he's kind of tempering it, like that is more than necessary and it'll be less than the 11. But it also sounds like he at least considered it very seriously as an option.
Now I'm wondering, Sierra, are we talking 7 years? I mean, again, it's something we talked about earlier. Maybe the benefit of the family speaking and the benefit of the work that he's done was not to get to 11 years, but not to go lower than the 5 to 7 range. So that may have been the benefit, but I'm wondering if 7 years is what we might be looking at. Again, I'm waiting for official confirmation on the sentence here, Sierra.
I think that is possible here, that maybe he's saying, okay, yes, the prosecution, the government brought forward this number of 11 years. Yeah, that is more than necessary based on, we actually have an update, Jesse. I'm going to throw it back to you.
Yep. A sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. So anybody that thought he would get 20 years, that's not happening. A sentence over 11 years is not reasonable. Even the probation department recommends a sentence less than half of that. But 14 months time served, that would not be sufficient. So he has rejected the defense's recommendation of 14 months In other words, Diddy is not getting out of prison. He is not getting out of prison today. When he would, we're waiting. I'm not, it's not like I have these updates and I'm purposely delaying. I'm getting to them in real time as we are getting them. Sierra, so again, we're now looking at between 14 months and 11 years. But I guess, again, going back to this idea of we're looking at 7.
I mean, all speculation as of right now, but I think the most important thing is what you just said there, Jesse. P. Diddy, Sean Combs, is not getting out of jail today. And the 14-month recommendation that the defense brought has just been thrown completely out the window. The judge says, no, that's not sufficient enough. And I think what he's saying could be taken in a couple of different ways. One, that the 11 years is sufficient. Yes, I mean, based on your conviction here, because again, remember, this is a conviction. 11 years makes sense. It checks out. I agree with the prosecution. But to what Serena said earlier, perhaps, and we do have a new update. Jesse, back to you.
I think we have the official sentence right now for Sean Diddy Combs. After being convicted of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, the judge has just said, here the data shows a wide variety of sentences. Weighing all of the relevant factors, the court determines that the sentence is 50 months of incarceration. So 50 months of incarceration is a little over 4 years. It's 4.16 years in prison. Now, that is a bit lower than what the range was of 5 to 7 years, Sierra. Let's start there. If I'm reading this correct, and we're talking 50 months, and we have another update coming in. I'm just waiting to see what it is. But right now, it appears that Sean Combs has officially been sentenced to 50 months of incarceration. So 4 years in prison. You talk about time served, right? About a year. Are we talking now then 3 years, right, Sierra?
Yeah, so about 3 more years based on the 1 year that he has already served. And I guess, I mean, it is a win for P. Diddy, and that the government asked for 11. You know, the recommendation was 5 to 7, which a lot of us guessed would happen. I mean, yes, he wanted to be out today. That was his goal. The defense, of course, wanting the 14 months. But 3 years compared to the 11 that the judge says, yeah, that's warranted. I mean, there's a huge difference in the range there, more than a decade versus less than half of a decade. We've got another update, Jesse, back to you.
Yep. Serena, Sean Combs was sentenced to 50 months of incarceration by Judge Subramanian, so a little over 4 years. That minus the 14 months already served. Is that the appropriate sentence, Serena?
Well, I'm sure Diddy is not thrilled to not walk out today, but he should be pretty happy with his defense team, because I think the judge giving less than half of the prosecutor's recommendation and also less than what the pre-sentence report had said is a win for him. I do believe that 4 years is a win in this particular case.
Joe, what did it? Was it his letter? Was it the letters of family? Was it the children speaking? Was it the work that he's doing behind bars? Was it the nature of these charges? You know, as much as we say that the judge was not convinced to throw out the charges, right? The defense put forward that motion saying transportation to engage in prostitution should be thrown out. This is not prostitution. It's protected by the First Amendment. The judge didn't buy it. But the argument, hey, he wasn't convicted of racketeering. He wasn't convicted of sex trafficking, just the prostitution charges, can't create a disparity based on other defendants who are sentenced. Maybe 4 years is appropriate and won't be overturned on appeal.
Yeah, I mean, I think he had to position this a certain way. And there's a couple things to figure in. First of all, we got to go back to the fact that the defense did an enormous job in getting him off of the most serious charges, right? So we're talking about something that's going to be smaller and it's going to be less time anyway. Next, there's the probation department recommendation, right? Which put things at a certain place. And it sounded like even though the judge talked about how 11 years wouldn't have necessarily been unreasonable, and he said 14 months would have been entirely unreasonable if I am hearing it correctly, he still is in line in that he doesn't want to do something that'll necessarily be appealable, and he wants to arrive somewhere not too far afield from the recommendations themselves. And so again, here's Diddy in a situation where he did a lot better than he might have. And you know, that 3 years is going to go by in no time. And the day that he was found guilty of most of everything, it ensured that he would have a date that he would get home at some point anyway. So he will get home. He's better off than he may have been, than a lot of people would have been, even though he's not coming home today.
Serena, does he serve the full 3 years, or does he serve 85%? In other words, would he serve 2.5 years?
So there is opportunity for him to get out earlier on good behavior. And so the calculation is not exact. And time will tell whether he will be getting out with some time off from the full 3. I know it's a 4-year sentence. Obviously, the 14 months counts. You already deduct that. I mean, that's definitely coming off because he does have credit for the time served. So already it's less than the sentence that he's getting, the 4 years. But yeah, he could very easily be walking out sooner rather than later. So the children will have their father home sooner than they expected. And as Joe mentioned before, he can be on his comeback tour, in no time.
We had a poll up. What do you think Diddy's sentence will be? So 31% said less than 5 years. They were correct. It's interesting as we're processing the sentence of 4 years, time served 3, maybe 85%, so 2.5, 3 years to serve behind bars. I wonder if he's actually going to now have to serve it at the MDC because it's it's a lesser sentence than we were anticipating. I will say the court imposes a fine of $500,000, including to defray the costs of imprisonment. There is no restitution, but there is forfeiture as reflected in the order. There is a $5,000 fine under the statute and a special assessment of $200. Sierra, I go to you. This is interesting because I also wonder what the reaction is going to be outside that courthouse in a few minutes. What we're going to hear from the attorneys, what we're going to hear from supporters of Sean Combs, what we might be hearing from potential victims or people who are there opposed to Sean Combs. Are you seeing anything outside since the sentence has been read?
What's interesting, Jesse, after the verdict came down, you could feel it in the air. It was, intense. You could actually feel the emotion. Now that the sentence has been handed down, it seems to me like no one around us actually knows that it was handed down. I mean, it did just happen. We're probably one of the first ones to report it at all, but there's been no commotion. There's been no cheering. There's been no free Diddy, in support of Diddy. There's been no opposition to Diddy. That has been pretty interesting to me overall. I mean, as far as what we're going to hear from the attorneys, I said this about the verdict, and I'm going to say it about this too. I think it's a win for P. Diddy. I mean, the fact that he was up against this RICO charge, the racketeering conspiracy, had he been convicted of that, he could have faced essentially the rest of his life behind bars. Now he had pretty much the lowest charge that he was convicted of, this transportation to engage in prostitution. And now, based on what Serena is saying with the 4 years, and maybe he could serve less based on, good behavior, etc., I'm going to say that's a huge win for Diddy, especially when his life was in the balance. And I wonder if that's what we're going to hear. I wonder if prosecutors are going to say, we asked for the 11 years. The judge says it was warranted, and yet we didn't get the 11 years. And I wonder if the defense is going to say it's still too much. It's far too long. Get him out with his children. We're going to appeal. I mean, so there's still a lot ahead.
Well, first of all, the judge said this is, quote, hard time, but also indicated that he's going to have a life after prison. He'll be, 59, 60 years old, potentially, probably 59 years old. The judge says, I want to speak to the strong women who came forward. Miss Ventura and Jane, you've been through trauma we can't imagine. Miss Ventura said it was forced sex and degradation. I want to say, we heard you. You weren't just speaking to the jurors, but to other victims. You stood up to power. It's not easy. Violence behind closed doors doesn't have to stay secret forever. I know you still bear trauma, but you've taught us you don't have to stay a victim. Now, Serena, that is important. That's an important statement from the judge here, because there are those who will look at this and say, this is not enough time, that this doesn't recognize what the victims went through in a case like this, particularly Cassie, when we talk about the video that was shown. But to be clear, the prosecution doesn't have grounds to appeal this. Oh, the judge said 11 years, gave 4. They can't fight this, right?
Correct. They can't. And I agree with you that it does seem like the judge was issuing a little bit of an apology to the women, to Cassie, to the victims for this sentence,
Okay.
which is an interesting point. I mean, the judge obviously knows that unlike most.
Justice, what do you think? Let me just say this. Let me just say this. First of all, let me just recognize everybody that gave their opinion on how many years. When I asked that question last night, and then I asked it again during the beginning of my live, how many years do you think Diddy is going to get, or would he be walking out? Okay. And Justice, well, let me just get mine out of the way. I said 4 to 5 years. So I put a yellow, not a yellow, a pink check mark and a circle around mine because that's close. And then Justice said 7 or 8 years
or more,
or more, and nothing less than 7. So, and then Jose that was in the chat, he said at least 10 years. So far I got close. And then we got Alice Shaw. She said 11 plus years. Miss Butter said 10 years. Sharon said 7 years. Taffy said 5 to 7 years. Terry Matthews said 10 to 11 years. Lisa W said 2 or 2.5 years. So the closest one that came to it was me at 4 to 5 years. And then Lisa, which is at, because she's at 2 or 2.5. Okay. And he's getting 50 months. That's 4 years, 4.16 years. And with time served, so he's looking at with that 14 months, it's not quite 14 months, but they doing that orange man kind of counting.
Yeah.
You know, we got to make it make sense, although we know it's not 14 months yet.
Yeah.
Right. But already 14 months for time served. And then he got a fine to pay a $500,000 fine. That's $500,000. Then another $5,000 fine. And I didn't get a chance to write down. He said something else. So
He said a forfeiture, Pinkie.
Okay.
A forfeiture. That means they're taking some property.
Okay. Okay.
And a $200 something.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So that, and yes, 50 months, but should have gotten more. Yeah, I think so too.
Mm-hmm.
I think if 11 months sounds reasonable, at least he could have went in the middle of 11 months.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? For the victims.
But
At least give each victim some of that time for each one of them. And but he said what he said, Judge, and we was I don't think everybody out there, like he said, they haven't got it yet. Let me turn over to this one here, because everybody haven't heard it yet. I think the reason she heard it right away because she was reporting and getting it straight from what's going on in the courtroom from her earpiece.
Yeah.
This is outside the courthouse right now. I'm going to hit, this is in the front. So they don't even know yet. You see how they just standing around?
Yeah. People got the first start coming out. There they come. There they come.
They're going to be coming out telling it.
Uh-huh.
They're going to be coming out telling it.
But I want to say this, Pinkie.
What?
I'm disappointed they didn't give him more, but that's just my flesh. I want to say this here for those of us who know he should have got 10, 20 years, for the damage he's done all through these years. The Lord said, vengeance is mine and I will repay. That man may not never walk out of there. It don't take 10 years for them crazy folk in there to treat you like a lady.
Right. Especially if he going to the big house, the prison.
Mhm.
That
Yeah.
place right there. Instead of the Metropolitan Detention
Yeah.
Center, it's the jailhouse.
Yeah.
You go to the prison.
That's
Them
right.
prisoners ain't playing with you.
That's right.
They know you already swing that way anyway.
Yeah, they already waiting on you.
They ready to stop busting.
They probably taking bets. Is he gonna come here or come there or where? We
Mhm.
want him here.
Yeah. Yep. They stayed and they didn't let because it's 5 o'clock in New York right now. And they stayed until it was all over. I guess Judge knew the Diddler was trying to pull a foolery over him.
And he knew it. He knew it.
Control. So he inserted his control, thinking he's gonna waste up their time, and then they have to come back on Monday and do it again, so he can get out again and eat again, or that he'll waste their time and they'll just give on up and just let him on out.
Well, he better call and cancel that tour. That's
Yeah.
what he better do.
That tour, that concert tour, that speech for Monday.
Yeah.
And I know they had a party because last time he thought he was going to get out.
Yeah, his mama them had everybody ready for the party.
Yeah, had a party in Miami waiting on him. On his block, waiting for him. And that party didn't happen.
Yeah.
Didn't happen at all. So, and he was already dressed for the occasion. And
he dressed now. Now go take off that and put back on your little orange suit.
Yeah, he didn't want that orange suit on. And
I'm waiting to see how the kids looking. I want to hear them little smart mouth boys talking.
Oh, in the chat for the TMZ is going crazy right now. They getting it too. Let me pull it up.
Okay.
They ain't coming out right now of that. Oh my God. Ooh. This is good. This is good.
This is good. Look how they looking. Look at their face.
Look, you see them? Both of them complex.
Yeah, like what?
They got their hand up to their mouth.
We thought we were going to a Diddy party tonight. What? What?
You ain't going.
You ain't going
Because
nowhere.
we're
You better
playing
go
out of
visit.
the It's not. So they would have to come out of a piece and cut. So triple boom and then to us.
Okay, we're just gonna have to do it 3 o'clock. Let's just do it 3 o'clock. I got to go do the podcast.
So are you gonna do the podcast and then live?
Okay.
Oh, wait, we just
Thanks
did
for
live.
sticking with us,
Hold on a
guys.
second.
What?
I totally forgot we just did live.
You can tell they are
there's nothing else
confused.
to-
Can't you see
They
the
confused,
confusion in
yeah.
their face?
Yeah, they shocked.
They're shocked. They're confused. They don't. It's like, do we do a podcast? No, are we going to do? They don't know. It's like you can see that confusion. It's like trying to figure things out because people doing this here, they're thinking, and that's what both of them, and they still got their hands up. They thinking. They trying to figure it out. What they just heard. Oh my Lord.
We're
done. They're just gonna do a piece. Will you watch a piece?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you guys. Have a good weekend.
They ain't even announced nothing.
They're gonna do a piece. They're gonna go back live soon. Oh my God, guys, y'all heard it here. You heard it here. You got it. You got it early. We got it early because we was right there when it started coming in.
That's right. The
Nobody behind her, they didn't even know yet.
Yeah, they ain't know.
Because they got somebody in the courtroom.
Uh-huh.
Oh Lord.
The diddler will be playing the fiddler.
Oh Lord. You know, that person probably sit down. Wait, do that finger up. Let me step over.
Yeah.
Judge just said this.
We can't see you. Wait.
Go back in. Let me step back in right quick. What did you say? Oh, Lord. Let me. Oh my God. We got it, right? We got it.
I bet Diddler talking about, Mama, why you didn't cry? If you would have cried, it would have helped me. Why you didn't cry?
Somebody didn't cry.
Somebody didn't cry good enough.
Guys, let me just say it. Y'all just heard it here. You just heard it here first on the YouTube streets. Diddy not going home. Them street clothes did not work. All that crying and the attorney falling all out crying and all the kids and he crying and everybody crying didn't work.
When you drop your short, Pinky, tell them cancel that tour.
Right. Everybody doing all they can in the courtroom, crying, and then Diddy trying to assert his control over the judge and over that courtroom didn't work. Judge saw him coming.
Smelled him coming.
Diddy gets 50 months.
50.
He also gets
Take that.
Okay, well, he gets 50 months in prison. He's not going home, guys.
No tour.
That's 4 equals to 4.16 years. Basically, and then in prison, not jail, in prison, and with time served, that would leave him, they counting the 14 months. But basically, we know it's not 14 months yet. Just made a 1 year on September the 16th.
That's right.
Months yet, but they counting the 14 months already served, and then also he do have to pay a fine of $500,000, $500,000.
A forfeiture.
I'm not sure, but I'm going to get the exact what that is for. Forfeiture of property. So I get all of that, line it up, and I'll make sure I put that in my thumbnail so you all can see exactly what it is. So Diddy is not going home, and so Diddy will be about 59 or 60 years old when he gets out. I'm thinking more like 60. But whatever. He's going to be old.
He old.
Old. He's already got all this.
He's gonna be older. He be coming out of that with arthritis.
Right. And so the video, that 12-minute video, did not help.
Didn't help.
But it was going to help. That 12-minute video.
Cheering, crying, that didn't help.
Did not help. Playing this thing like he's the victim did not help.
Acting like you got a school in the jail, that didn't help.
He's trying to wear his school, what is it? His street clothes and trying to assert dominance over that juror, over the courtroom today. Like a win-win, he was going to win anyway. I'm taking my power back, didn't win. The judge saw him coming, so the judge asserted what he believed is right. So guys, I will be dropping this in I'm going to split this up and be dropping it in little pieces, because this was 7 hours and 14 minutes recording video live, because I started as they was going in, the family was getting out the vans. Going into the courtroom. I was this time. So I got up and was on time, and we covered it the entire time. We was here on time to see, and we got it first. Right here, straight from our major news outlet that was, which is Law and Crime Network with Jesse. Yes, they did it. All right.
Well, did it. Now Diddy gonna do the time.
Diddy gonna do the time.
Yeah, Diddy did it. Diddy gonna do the time?
Yes. So, and Justice, anything you would like to say before we go?
Sitting on the dock of the bay, watching time just slip away. That's what Diddy gonna be doing. Just sitting on the dock of the bay, watching time slip away. And the little cheering gonna be at home with they lying self talking about ain't no sunshine when he's gone. Ain't no sunshine when he's gone. This house just ain't no home. Anytime the diddler goes away. Come on, Pinkie, with your bad self.
Ain't no sunshine when we gone.
For real. I'm so glad. Yeah.
When we go,
ain't no sunshine when he's gone. Only darkness everywhere. Ain't no sunshine when he's gone. This house just ain't no home. Anytime the diddler's gone.
Now, y'all, I just did a concert. Diddy wasn't going to do it for you because he got locked up. So
Yeah.
I just did the concert
Yeah,
for you.
right. That's right. Pinkie
While
just
y'all
did it
on your
for
way
you.
out, make sure you drop that money.
Yeah, let him know this the new making of the band.
This is ain't no sunshine when we goes away. Ain't no sunshine when we go away.
For real. I know. Take that. Yes.
Ain't no sunshine when we go away.
Yep.
We gonna make it anytime.
Yeah, he came in the courtroom singing, "These boots are made for walking, and that's what I'm gonna do."
Boots on. I should have had my boots in it. Boots are made for walking. Wait.
That's when he came in the
Boots are
courtroom.
made for walking.
Yeah, that's just what I do. I'm gonna do my walking right up out of here. Liar. Liar.
For walking. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah.
This has been a day, Pinkie. This is history.
Yeah.
This is history when a mogul become a martyr. He wanted to be a martyr. He wanted people to look up to him. Now they're gonna look up, the rats and the roaches gonna look up to him.
He played that video showing he's the superhero. He that superhero didn't work.
Well, you know his hit song him and Faith did. I be missing you. That's what his kids gonna be singing. Everything you do, I be missing you. I be missing you.
I be missing you. Now, you got that call from 1-800 prison.
Yeah, you got
I don't
Kyle.
accept calls.
And then he got to go to court next month.
Yeah.
Next month, him and his son both going to court for that girl that was sitting on his lap. They flew up there. Him and that old dude.
Oh, I got her picture. I ain't gonna show it though. I got that picture.
Look at Pinkie holding her baby oil.
Ain't no more baby oil. So when you see this baby oil, y'all, when you got baby oil, just put it in your pocket.
Just put it in your pocket.
You ain't got no baby. What baby oil? What you talking about?
What?
Oh, I got the baby oil. What baby oil?
I wonder how Justin Bieber feeling right now. I bet he glad.
Ooh, Lord. Wonder, what about all the other ones?
Yeah.
They ain't
A
gonna
lot of people, a lot of them was scared to speak up, but they've got a sign of relief. Because as long as he had something on them, he could just pick up the phone and say, "Get over here." And they had to go.
It's time for me to let the dogs in. Who let the dogs in?
Let the dogs out.
Oh, I'm not celebrating because of that, y'all. I'm just happy. I'm just a happy person. Maybe because I've been sitting here eating these here. See here? It got me all happy. I cut it up in pieces. I'm just on that sugar.
I just be happy knowing that demons be in hell. You know what I'm saying? They ain't walking around free among us. I'd be glad every time a demon go to hell. Think of how many people gonna rest good tonight.
Yeah.
You know Ray J gonna have something to say.
Y'all, I just love to clown. It's so hard for me to sit in the chair and not clown. It is. It takes a toll on me. I just love to clown.
You just excited. We glad this over.
Let me These have been sitting here for about a long time now. And sometimes I need to open these.
Uh-huh.
These got on it. Wait now, I can't see that one. That one is too small. Got 9/06/25. September the 6th. September the 6th. On this one, these are September the 6th, guys. I need to open this. In 3 more days, it'll be the 1 month that I've been sitting on these things. I need to open all 3 of these. All of them. So I'm gonna do this one's back. Yeah.
Yeah. What is that, Pinkie?
I don't know. I don't remember what I ordered. I got so much stuff. I don't even know what they are. I don't want to do it on this live. I'm going to do a short live just to talk about this here.
Yeah.
I may just do a quick live just to let everybody know. And I just need to open these here up because they've been sitting here and I don't even know what they are. I don't know what they are. I don't, guys. And that happens all the time. I buy something, I don't open it up for a long time. It's better than 1 month because sometimes I have stuff sitting for a couple months.
Yeah.
Don't even open up my package. If don't nobody come in here and open those, they're probably going to stay there until somebody open them for me. Because y'all know I don't open packages. I don't like opening stuff. Yeah, but
yes, Lord. Where the boots at? 15 months, Pinkie. 50. 50.
50. I'm going to put up on my wall a countdown.
Yeah.
Each month, we're going to put it up here.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're going to ask me, what's that for? I'm just saying I'm doing a countdown.
Yeah. We're going to count 50 months. 50 months.
50 months, guys. We're getting ready to go because I'm just happy. It's just about time for me to go let my husband know.
Yeah. I'm happy. I'm happy for Cassie and Mia them. I'm happy for them. They get a little bit of peace. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm happy that like the judge made a statement to them. We hear you. We hear you. That means a lot to somebody who's been victimized and didn't have a voice for a long time.
Yeah.
He said, we hear you.
We hear you guys.
That's right. And we're for you.
You guys. And I'm glad this is all over.
Me too.
Oh, Lord.
Me too.
Oh, my Lord. And I waited instead of ending my live after 3 or 4 hours or 3 hours, 2 hours, because I've been doing live ending, I don't go over 2 hours, right? But I stayed because I'm saying till this is over with. Yeah. And I stayed. And this is 7 hours and 24 minutes.
Yeah, I'm glad the judge say I am not spending my weekend with this mess unfinished.
Right. And then got to come in on Monday with it.
Yeah, with the same old mess. No, we're gonna get rid of this monkey right now.
Get rid of it. And oh shit, I really wanted to see them coming out. Oh, that's what I wanted to see. I guess
they're gonna show it over and over. Put it on there. You know they're gonna show us.
Yeah, they're gonna show it over and over.
How they come out. You got anything to say about your dad? What do you think about the sentence? What did your dad say?
Let me see if this brought up to date. Because I'm quite sure they know now.
Yeah, they know. They was in that courtroom. They probably in there on the floor rolling around.
It's not muted or anything. You see, people are waiting for them to come on out. They probably letting them give them a hug and everything and speak to them one-on-one because they're going in.
But where's everybody else at? You know?
Oh, Daddy Van's ready to pick them up.
Yeah.
Oh,
look at all them people out there.
Oh, it is packed. Everybody want to see a glance of them getting in.
And the popo is ready.
Let's see. Wait now. We can't see what. That's one of the sons.
What's wrong with them? Crazy? They must have went out on the other side.
Talking about coming around like they walk around.
Yeah, like one out another door or something.
Yeah, because they don't want us nobody to because they was already.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see who is showing again. The same thing on Associated Press. Let me show you what Associated Press got. They got the same doggone thing. Justice. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you
That's
down.
all right. That's all right. Put them folk up there. We don't care.
That's here. See, they got the same thing. They waiting.
Yeah.
But they ain't got. Oh, that a popo go.
Yeah.
Security.
Because they don't know which door they're gonna come out. They might say, "Let's go out the back door."
I think the other door. Let me see. As soon as I see them, whatever door they're coming out, I'll pause it right there so we can catch it. Oh, right here. Thank God I moved my thing. I paused it right there.
Okay.
I happened to switch over to one of the other feeds we was watching from.
Okay.
And I happened to see them come out. There they go. Oh,
Yeah, there they come.
Just a little. We're gonna swing it back just an inch. Oh, here it is. Wait, let me make sure. Oh, there they are too. We're seeing from both of them. Let me just stop it from all of them. I put them on pause.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're gonna see them from this one, and then we'll turn over to the next one. Okay.
Okay.
Y'all gonna see them. I did a pause. Woo. It's not muted at all, guys. They are he's trying to tell them whatever, get back and move back or whatever. But they getting ready to come out. Come on. Oh, he must walking out to make sure the cars are ready.
I feel like Jane Brown.
You do?
I do. I feel good. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Like I knew I would.
You know what? If they don't come out, because I paused the other one. See, it's this them.
If he'd have won, they'd have been piling up out of there quick, loud, and everything.
Mm-hmm. That's Glory Aldridge.
Yeah. What's she talking about?
I don't know.
Probably that he ain't got enough
We got
time.
some people getting ready to talk.
Yeah.
Woo! So I already got it. I ain't got to come back. I just need to slice it up in pieces and put it on all three of my channels. But this one, I'm leaving it just like it is. The other two, well, no, I just need to put on one channel because I'm recording it on two already. I'm live on two of my channels together at the same time. So I just need to do one channel, the other one. Come on. That's not her. All I saw was a long wig, and I thought it was his mom, but I forgot she was a short bob.
Mm-hmm.
That looks like, I ain't gonna see it.
Hooker wig.
Yeah, she wear them look like they've been boxed up in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they telling them to move back. So that man to move back out of the way. Man is on the phone. They getting ready to let him out. Why would you be? Isn't that what's her name's attorney? Cassie's attorney?
Nah. He wouldn't be doing nothing for them anyway.
Oh.
Come on out, y'all. Let us see your face.
Come on. Because oh wait, I don't want to flip over. And because the other channel already got them out. But I got it paused. It's paused, guys. Because we're going to see them come out. We're going to see what, and then don't forget, we got people speaking. We got people speaking.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all make sure y'all hit that like button while you in this chat. Hit that like button.
And share the chat.
Yeah.
Share, share, share.
Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Oh, my Lord.
Who would have ever thought we see the day that the Diddy would be going to prison?
I tell you.
Take that, take that, take that.
Some new uniforms, some new prison outfits.
Yeah.
Jailhouse there, and he'll get some new ones.
Yeah. They might even give him one with a skirt.
Well, a lot of some of the men, they'll take their uniforms, jailhouse uniforms, and they cut them up and tie them up
awesome.
here.
Yeah, they sure do.
Roll up the sleeves.
Yeah, they do.
Take the pants and cut them up and make them blue shorts, and then they unsplit them between the legs so they can have a skirt. Oh, that's, what's her name? Gloria Allred.
Yeah, yeah.
And she's gonna speak. Oh, there they go right there.
That is. Look at them and they white. Don't rush. Slow down. Look. Slow down.
Slow down. Let us see.
Yeah. Slow down. What you running for now?
Slow down.
Look at mama. Look at, is that mama?
Somebody falling. No.
Oh, that mama. Is that mama with the long blonde wig?
No.
Right there?
No. That's not mama. They looking sad coming out.
Yeah.
They wasn't happy.
They wearing white. Look at them right there. That's them right there.
They wasn't happy. They
not happy. They're not happy.
It's up in the air, throwing they
Yeah. Yeah, they was dancing all down, doing push-ups and everything. Come on now. What's wrong? Justice been served. Don't you like justice?
Now we don't want to look at y'all. Let's see them getting in the car. See what they're saying.
I bet you ain't saying nothing.
Well, Gloria getting ready to say something. Miss Gloria said, "Don't worry about it." They need to turn it up because we can't hear her. Because she is not muted.
Yeah, because she still got her client too.
Right. Somebody needs to turn them on because you can't hear her. You can't hear her. I can't even hear her.
5 mics and we can't even hear.
No, even if I turn it up, you can't hear it.
Yeah, me too. I just turned it up. I can't hear nothing.
Somebody need to let her know.
They the news people. Don't they want her to be heard in their news station? They ought to have some sense.
Yeah, you got them. They probably deranged right now because they've been there all night and all morning and all day, and it's over in the afternoon. It's 5:28 there, so they probably deranged and tired. We can't hear nothing she's saying. Nothing. Let me caption on. Oh, that's what she's saying. There's the caption. Y'all have to read the caption, okay?
Oh, I can't see it.
It said, I'm going to try to read it going across. Contributions to the community over many years. Justice, but on the other hand, he has to pay for the price for what he did. He could have had 10 years for the 2 counts of the violations of the Mann Act. Going across state lines for the purpose of prostitution. So I think all he gave the sentence that was recommended the office, and so that sometimes between what the prosecution wanted and what the defense wanted, so it's finally over, except that there would be appeal of Mr. Combs' very large field team, and so we'll see what happens on the. Yeah, the argument was the defense that really this was just watching. SEX and so that's free speech, but the judge did not agree to that argument. It wasn't about filming lander illegal into a constitutional right, because what would otherwise be a very narrow the Mann Act. So it was about committing a crime, because he pointed out that Mr. Combs had in fact participated and sometimes have SEX actions with Jane and also with Cassie. So it wasn't just about watching, he participated in.
He did.
So I think he's got a good argument. The defense has a good argument on appeal, so he could 10 years consecutive for each count. He has 148 months sentence. Many of clients was very concerned walk free by the end of this year. Time served, and a couple more of us. They were very, very much afraid that against him. So I think that they would be happy that in a prison for a number of years. I think they'll feel free, comfortable on. So that, thank you. Okay, all right. I just picked it up as much as I could. They cut some of the words out, and as she would say some things twice. I just tried to just say it once, but I didn't think about that. I should have had the caption on. I wonder if anybody else going to speak. Let me just pull forward a little more. Nobody else is speaking. Let me just bring it up to date. If nobody else is going to speak, I'm going to pause them again and go to the other channel right here. And let me take them down. And we're going to now go with USA Today. They're already showing them walking out, but I paused it the minute I saw it. Okay, so this is, you can see one of the brothers right there. I'm not sure who the woman with the blonde wig he was talking about. That's not mom.
No, that's
Mom.
Quincy right there with that brown jacket on.
That's Quincy.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. I moved it back just a little. Oh, we got to move forward just a little because I remember when that one came out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there they go. Okay, here they are getting ready to come out. They're not muted at all. Let me make sure my caption button is on. Oh, they won't let me caption on this one. So I hope, oh, the mic probably, oh, Lord. Okay, we're waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Let me me see on the other channel and see what they had. Oh, they haven't gotten to them coming out yet. Because
Yeah, we ain't seen. We didn't heard her.
right here. Y'all
Oh,
see
that
them?
is. That is.
There they are. Right. That's the Chins, one of the twins right there. Look at their face. They're not even, they're not smiling. They're not no shyness in their face, like you're happy about something. You can see the person is happy by their eyes. You don't see none of that. You can tell by their body language that they're disappointed. They thought they're probably going home with their dad.
Yeah, he told them that. He told them, I'm going home today.
Right.
We gonna party tonight.
Right. And they was gonna eat a big meal and on the table. And then he's holding little baby girl, baby love, and all of them.
And by midnight, all right, y'all can go on. I got some things to do.
Right. The grown folks party now.
Yeah, it's a grown folks party. Now, where my baby oil at?
Right. Give me did y'all get my lubricant and my baby oil?
And my Tushy?
Like glass. What's that stuff? Was glyceride or
yeah,
whatever that stuff is. Oh Lord.
Oh, look at them faces, boy. Look at them faces.
They don't look happy.
Yeah. Oh,
Now,
look at her.
You see the other one, twin?
Yeah.
And
Yeah, she walking next to Quincy.
Yeah. There ain't no smiles. And let's see the slow one. You know the slow one?
Yeah.
Let's see how he looks.
Yeah. He right behind.
He is. He's coming. He's kind of behind.
Yeah.
Oh, they all look sad. Look at them. That's so sad. I hate that they're looking sad though.
Yeah, but they know what he did. They saw the tape.
Right.
They ought to be glad that's all the time he got. They know what he did.
Yeah.
Those are grown folks. They might be.
I want to see the slow one's face. Oh, we didn't get a chance to see his full face. He's trying to hack and duck and hide.
He probably with the mama.
Yeah.
That a mama is. That blonde wig is mama.
No, that's not mama. That's a younger woman.
Oh, okay. That's his girlfriend then.
That woman got a BBL.
Oh, okay.
Mama may, I don't know. She may have a BBL, but not a new one. She must have one of them 20-year, 15-year BBLs.
Yeah, it's done got woe down now.
The mama ain't, that woman got a BBL, but I'm not saying hers is a pretty BBL either. She just got a BBL. Somebody's falling. I had everybody there. All the cousins.
They brought a busload in.
Yeah, so they can clown with him.
Yeah.
They probably already had music. I bet you. I bet you one of the
prosecutors, but the court did not allow many of the witnesses who were willing to testify, probably because of judicial economy, because the trial would have been very long. I don't know. 148 months is what the sentence was. I think the judge was very thoughtful. He didn't do the 11 years that the prosecutor wanted, and nor did he do the 14 months that the defense wanted. So Mr. Combs will be in prison for a while. He basically had a lot of good things to say, the judge did, about Mr. Combs and his contribution to the community over many years and to racial justice. But on the other hand, he has to pay the price for what he did. He could have had 10 years for each of the 2 counts of the violation of the Mann Act, which is going across state lines for the purpose of prostitution. So I think all in all, he gave the sentence that was recommended by the probation office. And so that's somewhere in between what the prosecution wanted and what the defense wanted. So Uh, it's finally over, except that there will be appeal, of course, by Mr. Combs' very large legal team, and so we'll see what happens on appeal. Yeah, the argument was by the defense that that really this was just watching sex, and so that's free speech. But the judge did not agree to that argument. It wasn't about filming. He said you can't launder an illegal act into a constitutional right, because that would otherwise be a very narrow interpretation of the Mann Act. So it was about committing a crime, because he pointed out that Mr. Combs had in fact participated and sometimes had sexual interaction with Jane and also with Cassie. So it wasn't just about watching, he actually participated in it. So I think he's got a good argument, and I don't think that the defense has a good argument on appeal. So he could have gotten 20 years, 10 years consecutively for each count, and now he has 148 months for a sentence. Many of my clients were very concerned that he might walk free by the end of this year, time served, and then a couple more months. And they were very much afraid that he would retaliate against them. And so I think that they will be happy that he will be at least in prison for a number of years. I think they'll feel comforted on that. So thank you.
Oh.
All right.
So, Terry, you found out you got to do 5 years probation, allegedly? Ooh. Woo. 5 years. He couldn't even keep his nose clean when he was under investigation after they raided his house. He couldn't even stay straight then. He kept doing what he was doing and beating women. So,
Yeah, but she just said 148 months. She said he got 148 months.
148.
Yeah, that's what she just said. She said he got 148 months.
I was thinking she was saying 48 months.
No, she said 148 months, because remember the other guy said 50. She said 148. Pull it back just a little bit and listen to her last little part right there. She said 148.
Months.
Wait, we're going to have to be quiet because I
There
got
it
to
is.
turn it all the way up.
He was very thoughtful.
Now make sure we don't talk, because I've pulled it all the way to the
Mr. Combs and his contribution to the community over many years, and to racial justice. But on the other hand, he has to pay the price for what he did. He could have had 10 years for each of the 2 counts of the violation of the Mann Act, which is going across state lines for the purpose of prostitution. So I think all in all, he gave the sentence that was recommended by the probation office. And so that's somewhere in between what the prosecution wanted and what the defense wanted. So it's finally over, except that there will be appeal, of course, by Mr. Combs' very large legal team. And so we'll see what happens on appeal. Yeah, the argument was by the defense that that really this was just watching sex, and so that's free speech. But the judge did not agree to that argument. It wasn't about filming. He said you can't launder an illegal act into a constitutional right, because that would otherwise be a very narrow interpretation of the Mann Act. So it was about committing a crime, because he pointed out that Mr. Combs had in fact participated and sometimes had sexual interaction with Jane and also with Cassie. So it wasn't just about watching, he actually participated in it. So I think he's got a good argument, and I don't think that the defense has a good argument on appeal. So he could have gotten 20 years, 10 years consecutively for each count, and now he has 148 months for a sentence.
It sounds like she's saying 48 months. Tell you what, I'm gonna look at this after I get off. I'll play it back and see what exactly she's saying. Okay.
I'll put it on that channel where they show the captions. You can read it.
I can't put the
on the other channel.
Huh? Oh, on the other one?
Yeah, they show the captions, and then you could just read it, because she's saying 148.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna look at it.
Yeah. Okay.
After we get off the live and everything. And I'm gonna have the on my when I do mines.
Yeah.
Y'all can watch. Y'all can when y'all look at it back on mine live. I always leave where you can do the caption on my lives.
Yeah. And the strange thing is, why would she say 48 when the guy just said 50 months?
50 months. Yeah.
Yeah. So why would she say 48?
Right. That's what I was thinking to myself. Why is she saying 48?
Yeah, well, she said 148.
Okay.
Maybe she counting probation in with that,
I don't know. But anyway, when I drop, this is already out. You can watch it. But when we end, you can always just go all the way back to the end to this part and hit the caption button where it says CC.
Yeah, yeah.
The square box with CC on it. Hit that, and it'll show the caption. They don't have theirs turned on. So
Yeah.
do it. You have to turn it on, and I don't. They don't have it on this one.
Okay. All right. Well, at least he locked up. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's the good thing. He's locked up.
Mm-hmm.
Guys. Whew. And we got it. We
Yep.
got it, guys.
Yes. I'm surprised Miss BT ain't come up here. She all right?
Yeah, she's okay.
Okay.
She's fine. She knew I was live. I told her, and everything. I don't think she was home.
Okay.
She called me back. But thank you everybody for coming. Justice, thank you. Whew, this was a long one.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in 6 minutes, it would be 8-hour video.
Yeah.
8 hours.
Yeah. That's a job.
The longest live I ever done in my
life.
8 hours. Woo.
Will you just some rest, Pinkie?
I am. Thank you, guys.
Yes, ma'am.
I will be breaking this up in pieces and everything. So you can watch the whole thing, or you can watch it and skip through to the parts that you all want to look at again.
Yeah.
How you can just speed it up or bring it back, and you can have the caption on so you can.
Okay, and check your DM periodically, because if I see something interesting out there, I'm gonna send it to you.
Oh, I've been checking it since we've been on this live.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right then, Pinkie, I'm gonna get off of here, and I enjoyed myself.
Woo, this was good, guys. I had a ball. This was good today. If you wasn't in the house today, y'all know you can do the replay. Be on the replay game and rewatch it and speed it up to wherever part you want. I had fun. Thank you, everybody for being here. All right, Terry, Sharon, Lisa, Alice, all y'all. Thank you, everybody that showed up, everybody that came in. Y'all know we had some fun today. If I missed anybody, y'all know, Taffy, the person that won on the part is, how long do you think Diddy is going to get? How many years? So the person that won was Lisa W. Lisa, you won on that one, me and you. It was between you and we was the closest. Okay, so we got that one. Let me just play this one here. Play this here for y'all, because y'all know when we win something. Wait, where's the guy that said, where's my guy here?
Home, will you please come home? Will you please come home?
Y'all know that? Okay, thank you guys. I do thank you all for being here. We're gonna go ahead and close it down. And y'all know how we do it. Sweet Tea said, thank you, Pinkie and Chet. Y'all know I'm gonna bring it to you. Y'all know Pinkie is gonna bring it to you. Okay? When y'all want to hear the right stuff, unfiltered, just come my way. Because I'm gonna give it to you raw. Okay. Y'all know how we do it, guys. Thank y'all. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm tired of shit, and the coffee ain't hit yet. Damn, ain't that great. I don't want to go to work because my boss is a jerk.